Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Could Upgrade Himself? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Everything was completely fine. Today did not flip Izuku's emotions over like pancakes over and over again. Yep, everything was completely fine. Okay, so maybe everything wasn't fine. It wasn't his fault his childhood friend told him to take a swan dive off of a roof. It wasn't his fault that he got attacked by a villain on his way home, and it wasn't his fault All Might came to save him. It wasn't his fault that All Might was a quirkest piece of sheet. And it most definitely was not his fault that he activated an apparently dormant quirk by trying to save said childhood friend. These were all of Izuku's thoughts as he sat down on his bed, staring at a blue-tinted screen with text saying, "Welcome to the gamer. So sorry for not coming in earlier, but I'm sure you understand. BGMI. Say hello to your quirk. Requirements. Open the Help and Knowledge menu. Equip the gamer special ability. Rewards. 300 EXP points. 10 stat points. 1 skill tree points. What is a person supposed to think about this? Yeah, so you've been seen as quirkless for all your life. Here, have a quirk." He stared at the screen for a little longer. Well, if this is really his quirk, then might as well try it out, right? First things first, finding the menu. Video games had menus, right? He tried to touch the little screen, but that did nothing. He didn't know a lot about video games, but surely somehow he could use all this? He thought for a second, trying to think of any ideas. Maybe using his voice? Menu. Nothing happened, but he continued. Open menu. Still nothing. Okay, well, neither of those worked. How about Help and Knowledge menu dash? His muttering was cut off by a ping sound. Another screen appeared over the first one, this one having a Help and Knowledge title at the top of the screen. It also had a lot of text to read through. Help and Knowledge. Player Overview. The player overview shows many things. It shows the name of the player, their age, the level of the player, their special ability, all stats, including the health, HP, bar, the stamina bar, and an area for effects to show up. The effects and their meaning. All of the stats are listed below, as well as a short explanation for each of them. Vitality VIT. In basic, health. The higher the VIT stat, the bigger the player's health, HP, bar will be. Strength, STR, how strong the player is. For example, a player with a level 100 STR stat is able to bend steel material with ease. Dexterity, Dex, how easy it is for the player to move, how flexible the player is. High-leveled, Dex, stat players are able to move like an experienced gymnast. Stamina will also drain at a slower rate if the DX stat is high. Intelligence, INT, how much the player to think in a way. A high level of this stat allows the player to have better memory and is able to think through knowledge that is already known. Wisdom, WIS, similar to INT, but how easy it is to think through a problem. Problems, puzzles, and simply understanding comes easier with a higher WIS level. Charisma, SICH, shows how persuasive the player is. The higher the SICH stat is, the more likely people will listen or say yes to the player. Stats can be leveled up by either using a stat point or by doing things that would require that stat. For example, to increase this stat, the player could do some weightlifting. To open this overview, simply say POV out loud. Short for Player Overview. The skill tree, where you can spend skill tree points to gain, as the name implies, different skills. All the skills are listed below. Certain skills appear depending on what level the player is at, what quest they complete, or if they meet a certain requirement. Skill tree points aren't put into trees until unlocking magic-related skills. Observe. Stealth sneak. Cooking. Native language speaking. Native language reading, writing. Mathematics sciences. To open the skill tree, simply say out loud, skills. Relationships. This one's simple. How different people see you and their relationships with you. The better the relationship, the higher the number. If the number is a negative one, this means the relationship is not a healthy or good one. To see relationships, say, out loud, relations. Quest. Another simple one. Quests show up at certain times and situations. Quests pop up during these situations anyways, but to see all quests, completed or uncompleted, say, out loud, quests. Effects and their meanings. There are a couple of effects that the player can have, all listed below along with an explanation for each one. Poison, PSN. This effect will show up when the player is poisoned, and HP will slowly go down, eventually killing the player if not cured. Burned, BUR. When the player has gone near been subjected to fire magic. HP will slowly go down with this effect, similarly to PSN, but it won't last forever and won't kill. Blindness, BLN. When the player has either complete blindness or low vision. Things like blizzards or sandstorms can cause this effect to appear. Frozen, FRO. When the player is frozen to the point where it's hard to move. The DX stat is lowered when this effect appears. It goes back after the effect goes away. Paralyzed, PAR. When the player is struck by some sort of shock, usually electric, strong enough to make them not be able to move. When the player is able to move again, the effect goes away. These effects will show up in the player overview if active. After reading the mountain of text, rereading some parts to understand them better, he felt like he understood whatever his quirk was. Maybe. All of it was still confusing, but his mind was going crazy with all the new information. He glanced back at the screen that had first opened a quest for him to equip the special ability, the gamer. He skimmed the other text, even more confused, but just started opening things up. What on earth did it mean, a player overview? He scrunched his nose a bit, but absently started talking to open it, only taking a slight pause of hesitation. POV? A new screen showed up, showing his player overview. Whatever that meant. Midoriya Izuku age, 14 level 8. Special ability, non-equipped, equip? HP, 8590. VIT, level 9 Estir, level 5 DX, level 10 INT, level 14 WIS, level 13 Sichu, level 7. Stamina, 150-250 tired. To exit, say, exit out loud. Okay, special ability? Well, he was going to look at the quest bit, but apparently it was right here. Nothing happened for a good second. Is it not voice activated? His hand rose to his chin. Would it work at all? So it must be. He pressed this special abilities part of the player overview, which brought up another screen. This one was a smaller one, and more rectangular. Pleasantly surprised at how easy his quirk was to access, use. Whatever it was, he continued to read. Special abilities. The gamer boosts how fast a skill can be earned by 5%. Nothing really big or flashy, but is the beginning ability. He assumed that this was also touch activated, and he was right. As soon as he pressed the gamer, it acted like a button and gave a small cheer noise. He immediately quieted down though. He didn't know if his mother was home yet, and he didn't want to find out yet. Now instead of the special ability having none equipped, equip? Next to it, it had the words, the gamer. Another screen appeared up, probably the quest being done, but Izuku didn't really care at this point. He laid backwards on his bed, where the screens didn't follow him oddly, and felt his heart hurting by how fast it was beating. It had been a long day, and he was going to sleep, DMing quirks and childhood best friends. Izuku slowly let his eyes close, and drifted off to his thoughts racing at the fact that he may have just gotten a quirk. Izuku woke up, groggy as hell, trying to remember yesterday's events. A couple seconds of him blinking at the All Might merch plastered to his walls later, it all came back to him at once, Izuku sitting up straight in his bed. But there were no screens like what he remembered from yesterday. He paused. Was it really all a weird dream? No time to think anyway, as his mom opened the door just then as he stared at the walls. His mother blinked at the sight of him. Oh, you're awake. Well, I just wanted to tell you that the Bakugus wanted us to come over. Katsuki got hurt yesterday in a villain's attack. She left after those words, leaving a still half-asleep Izuku to get new clothes on, and put the filthy uniform of his in the laundry basket. It was covered in an awful stanch and the edges of the shoulders still burnt. How did he even get to sleep in that? He took a deep breath, threw all his emotions into a bottle, and left his room. 5 minutes later, and both Midoriyas were driving over to the Bakugo residence. All the ride Izuku's trying to remember if the screens were really there last night, or if he was just dreaming. Surely he didn't have a quirk. Although it was weird that he dreamt that, he hadn't wanted a quirk in a while. The last time that happened, he was so disappointed as an 8-year-old, wishing for a quirk the night before his birthday. Once they arrived at the Bakugo residence, Inko and Aunt Mitsuki both mother-henied Kaken. Izuku stayed out of all of the commotion, catching certain pieces of conversations. Kaken went to the hospital and was discharged this morning. All the while said Kaken glared at him. At least Uncle Masaru was pretty chill. He gave Izuku some of his favorite fruit snacks and juice boxes, and then just sat in a corner like Izuku, both shying away from the much more energetic people in the room. He always liked Masaru a little more for that. Plus, once back home, it was already pretty late. Izuku had woken up much later, around 12 a.m., and then they spent almost all day at the Bakugos. First to coddle Kaken, then to eat a takeout lunch from some sushi place, and spent more time in the corner. He didn't really do much, but after nervously staring at Kaken for what seemed like hours, Masaru finally noticed his discomfort and started talking about his job as a fashion designer. It didn't really help, but he always liked to hear what he was doing. Then before him and his mom went home, they stopped to get some groceries. By the time they had gotten home and helped put away groceries, he was beat. But he was too scared to go back to his room, anxious to find out whether it was a dream or not. It was just trauma from the villain attack, he told himself. He didn't want to explain that either to his mom, not knowing how she would react. After a quick dinner, the anxiety slowly turned into anticipation. He told his mother that he was gonna head to bed early, which wasn't a total lie. He planned to have a quick nap, and then have himself wake up after his mom fell asleep. Hopefully he'd be analyzing his quirk more. His quirk. He finally had a quirk, and a part of him still thought this was all just one big dream. Just trauma to the head, a mantra. He set an alarm for 1 in the morning, and quickly fell asleep from exhaustion. Plus, he woke with a start to his alarm, rubbing his eyes to adjust to the darkness. He could hear his mom softly snoring in the next room, and remembering the day before, he whispered out a soft question. POV. He held his breath for no more than a second, before the screens he remembered had thankfully appeared in front of him again. Also proving to himself that, yes, he had a quirk. Quirk. The only thing that had changed was his stamina, now displaying a 250 rested, which makes some sense, even to his still waking up mind. Screw whoever made it so that brains took a while to wake up. In his health. He sat up in a cross-legged position, reading through the text. He now sat at 8790, which means he was healing from whatever, but very slowly. Maybe the sludge villain had hurt him somehow? Was that a bad idea to not say anything? His stomach coiled at the thought of hospitals though and backtracked. It was probably fine. Before he could think about it more, another screen popped up in front of his vision. He leaned backwards a bit and read it slowly. Quest complete. The tour, or so to speak, of your quirk is complete. For the most part you'll be on your own from now on. Rewards. 300 EXP points. 10 stat points. 1 skill tree points. And just as he was reading the first screen, another screen popped up. Level up. Level 8, level 9. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 2 stat points. 1 skill tree points. Hopefully this wouldn't be the norm, the whole, here have information but no answers thing. Maybe this just happened because he had just gotten his quirk. Thinks. Would it be able to change though? Wasn't it sentient? It did apologize to him. Not the point. He shook his head and blinked. Trying to whisper, POV, as quietly as he possibly can, his player overview screen popped up. Good to know that it'll open up even if he's whispering. His hands itched for a notebook to write everything down, but Izuku ignored it for rereading the screens. Midoriya Izuku age, 14 level 9. Special ability, the gamer. HP, 8790. VIT, level 9 Estir, level 5 DX, level 10 INT, level 14 WIS, level 13 Situ, level 7. Stat points available, 12. Stamina, 250 rested. To exit, say, exit out loud. Well, he did have those 12 stat points. Izuku thought about the few games he played as a kid, but couldn't think of anything similar to this. He didn't really grow up with a lot anyways. He could spend them. But he paused to think about it for a second, remembering a vague memory of one kid who had actually talked to him, going on about spending points and how people should just wait. Izuku doesn't even remember what the kid looked like, only knowing he was older than him, but he paused at the memory. Maybe look at something else? Little X's on the left side top corner were noticed by him, and Izuku realized he could probably close and move the screens around. Just like a computer. Tapping on the little X's in the top right corner on all the screens, they closed just like he thought. The absence of the screens actually made his room darker, and he blinked at the sudden light change. The page with all that information was close to gone in his head, but he tried to remember the commands on it. After a minute, he whispered again. Skills. Skill tree. Skill tree points available, 2 points. All skills. Observe level 11. Stealth sneak level 7. Cooking level 2. Native language, speaking, level 87. Native language, reading, writing, level 79. Mathematics sciences level 81. Well, a little experimenting never hurt. He grabbed his school bag and turned on his light. Only minorly. Flinching. He still had some leftover math homework to do, and he had nothing else to really do. His theory was that he probably could change the skill levels automatically if he just worked on them. He sat at his desk as he thought about it. It was flimsy and he partially doubted it, but set to work by pulling out the worksheet. Izuku completed it as he normally would. Not being too hard, but still making sure to fail a couple of questions. After all, couldn't let the quirkless kid be better than the heroic kid. Although now he does have a quirk, so maybe it'd change. Stupid thought. Once he was done, he sighed and put it away. Then he much quicker grabbed his notebook. Which was destroyed, right? He frowned at the sight as well as seeing that he missed some of his stuff from when. His brain shifted towards the text that had said something about points for skills. Quickly looking over the skill tree screen up again, he tried tapping the available points. But nothing happened. Of course, his quirk was finicky like that. Sometimes it was tapping, and sometimes it was voice-activated. Sighing, he started trying out a multitude of different kinds of phrases. Skill tree points. Use available points. Use skill tree points. Eventually he did get it, it being, spend skill tree points. A little much to say, but if it works, it works. He grabbed a new notebook for writing down, since his last one seemed like it was about to fall apart in one touch. He put the old one on a shelf with the rest, before sitting back on his bed. The screen Izuku managed to open asked him which skills he wanted to put his points, only 2, but still, and he quickly put both in the mathematics sciences skill. But unlike when leveling up his actual level, he didn't get any pop-up. His head tilted as his confusion raised. He quickly wrote everything he could in the notebook, not even bothering to label the page. Once he finished, his arms cramped a little, and 2 pages were already filled. He thought about the pop-ups and realized they only happened if he had said something, or he was given something. Which probably meant he only got rewards for leveling up his main level, which made some sense, since it'd probably be harder to level it up. Video games all got harder, even those simple app games he had on his phone. Izuku blinked as he realized his thoughts got very off track. What was he saying again? Oh yeah, the experiment. His eyes glazed over the screen that had his skills on, and nothing changed. He sighed, once again, and closed all the open tabs. Checking his phone, it was a little past he set it down to charge, then got up to turn off his lights. All the way there ignoring the posters he had. He didn't know how to feel about it anymore. Once the lights were off, he lay down once again for the millionth time. He clutched his blanket as a thought ran through his head, bringing the horrible feeling in his stomach and heart again. How was he gonna explain this to his mother? Izuku woke up, the house quiet with no sound. He became weirdly observant of his breathing, which felt louder than any other sound. Getting up slowly along with his thoughts, he ignored getting dressed to walk out of his room, towards the kitchen. Once he rounded the corner of the hallway, he paused at the sight of his mother, sitting at the table with her computer, eating something. It smelled of soybeans though, so maybe natto? Thoughts about what had been happening were pushed down as he walked over to the table and sat down. His mother was eating natto, and once she realized that he had sat down, she quickly got a bowl for himself. She herself seemed half asleep, just quietly said good morning and turned to her computer. He quickly planned in his head to tell her. The longer he sat with her, even though it was only a few minutes at most, already felt awful in his stomach. He wasn't sharing everything with her all the time, but nothing bad could come of this. Although maybe it was better to wait till after breakfast. Breakfast was quiet with his mom. Well, quiet except from his thoughts. They were louder in the silence, and had really no coherent pattern. Halfway through, his mother closed her computer and got up again, before bringing 2 cups of green tea over. His mother sat down quietly again, and was just about to be done, when he realized now would be a good time. If he didn't do it now, he didn't know if he ever could. Chickening out every time, just because of his stupid nervousness. Sipping his green tea, he coughed. His mom looked up and stared at him for a bit before he started talking. He's got this. Mom. And never mind, all of a sudden his brain stops and pauses. How is he supposed to do this? There's probably no handbook to prepare him for this. She hummed, as a sign to tell him to keep talking. He started to look down and play with his chopsticks. So, I'm just gonna talk and I just want to say everything first. He didn't wait for an answer, and kept going. Remember how Kakin got attacked by that villain? Well, it got to me first, but don't worry, a hero saved me. He heard a sigh of relief and kept going. But, while that happened, I got a quirk. I think it developed then, but didn't realize till I got home, and then of course we were busy Saturday and all that, so I never got the chance to tell you, and I'm pretty sure it's sentient cause like that's relikalandal thatondits like video game dash. He stopped his mumbling spiel to look up at his mom. But yeah. So I have quirk now and I don't even know if you can see it. His voice trailed off as his thoughts picked up. Who could see it? How did they see it? Was it still the same as his vision? Or maybe his eyes had mutated so only he could see it. Focus. What was he saying? Anyways, I want to get it registered because, and what I'm asking is if we can go register it today. His mom looked on the verge of tears. Now he felt like he was about to cry too, seeing others cry making him cry too. Holding her hand up, she started speaking. My turn to talk. First, while I'd really prefer you telling me you were attacked earlier, I kind of understand where you come from. But from now on, please tell me. Izuku nodded his head. He had already hidden tons of bruises and the every once in a while burn, but he couldn't really change the past. Guilt weighed on him like a secondary force like gravity. And second, of course we can. You can tell me all about this new quirk, but first let's finish breakfast, okay? As she smiled, Izuku wondered why he'd been nervous at all. Izuku quickly finished his food, while his mother was placing her bowl and cup in the sink. She left, probably to get dressed, while he was almost bouncing on the walls with all his energy. Before they could even go anywhere, his mom had to schedule an appointment, which left him with his thoughts sitting on the couch. How did people even get their quirk registered? After what was almost a minute, but what had felt like an hour, he started to mess around with his quirk some more. He quickly opened up the help or information page he'd grown to, looking through what he hadn't already. Relations? His voice was still a little quiet, but as he said so, a new screen appeared. Relations. Inko Midoriya. Role, mother relation hashtag, 98C screens, false. Mitsuki Bakugu. Role, anti-relation hashtag, 34C screens, false. Masaru Bakugu. Role, close uncle relation hashtag, 57C screens, false. Katsuki Bakugu. Role, bully relation hashtag, -25C screens, false. C screens, general false. C screens? Like a toggle to read his screens? He deflated a bit, since that probably meant that he didn't have any sort of weird eye mutation, which would have been so cool. His brain then caught up with the negative numbers, which most definitely was not good. He physically winced at Kaken's number. He knew it was bad, but still, even his quirk recognized him as a bully. And before he could think anymore, his mom stepped into the room. "So I got you an appointment, it's in about an hour." A minute of awkwardness later, she spoke again. "So, you seem excited, want to tell me about what your quirk is?" She sat next to him, and Izuku's mood immediately shifted. Looking back to the screen in front of him, he set the C screens for his mom's name from false to true. As soon as he did, his mom gasped. "So, I just realized you can let others see the screens," and she was starting to read through the relations, and very obviously stopped at one certain name. "Izuku. Why is Katsuki's role bully?" Oh no. She had her very determined face on, and that was never good. He paled as he realized what his mother could now see, his bundle of guilt somehow twisting and unfurling at the same time. "Izuku. Has he bullied you?" "Katsuki." He mumbled out a yes, and his mom took some deep breaths. He was looking down as she then hugged him, which was more of a surprise. It brought up some memories from years ago, but he ignored them. Although his arms were pinned, and he didn't really know what to do other than awkwardly let her hug him. When she let him go, she looked directly at him. "Izuku, baby. I want you to tell me everything, and I mean everything." Plus. Half an hour later, and Izuku had told her everything. About the bullies, about the school being biased, anything and everything. He left out what happened with him and All Might though, that guilt finally uncurled but was equally replaced by a multitude of other emotions. He was exhausted mostly. She then, in turn, told him that she had her suspicions, and apologized for not doing anything. His mother ended up on the floor at one point, apologizing. He sat there quietly, knowing it wasn't her fault but not knowing what to do with the situation. Something that didn't confuse or surprise him was her telling him that his dad wasn't coming back. They had divorced, and she just kept telling him that he was at work because she didn't want him to worry. She also apologized for keeping that a secret. After some tears were shed, as per usual with them he supposed, and some more awkward hugs were given, both had rushed out the door. They hopped on a train, not bothering to drive since car traffic seemed worse, and honestly he wasn't sure if his mother should be driving. He knew she could drive quite well while crying, but it always scared him a little. Izuku used the time on the train to quietly but excitedly tell everything he currently knew about his quirk to his mom, all the while listening with a smile. By the time they were in the waiting room, Izuku was pretty much vibrating. 5 minutes later, and Izuku sat in the same chair he sat in almost 10 years before. A new doctor had been hired, and he was somewhat thankful. He noticed this immediately as they were called back into a little office, very different from the doctor rooms. Maybe a counseling room? A nameplate on the desk informed him of the doctor's name, Dr. Ikeda, also having little pronouns in the corner. That was a welcome change. She seemed somewhat nice, and her eyes glowed, which was probably a part of her quirk. As he was thinking about what her quirk could possibly be, Ikeda-san stopped doing whatever she was on the computer and turned to meet his eyes. "So, I see you've called in to register a quirk, correct?" They did air quotes with their fingers as they spoke. "Yes," Izuku was told he was quirkless. Ikeda-san scoffed, cutting off his mom. She looked very annoyed at the doctor's actions, before starting again. He sat quietly, not wanting to interrupt and more than willing to be quiet. Although his gut told him that this wasn't going to go well. "And he recently developed a quirk, so we thought we should register it. Ikeda-san cut off his mother again. Yes, I'm sure. But that isn't possible. Your son, as you should know, has the extra pinky toe joint. Not only that, but quirkless have a slightly larger jaw, messier teeth, and teeth are harder to keep clean. Which matches up with dental records. And I could keep going, but you really should stop lying. Izuku quickly stood up, somehow becoming confident in a couple seconds, where he knew he would regret it later. "But I can show it to you. Sure, it's only a mental quirk, but I'm pretty sure it can be visible. Dr. Ikeda stood up with her stance screaming almost violence. "If you don't leave, I'll call security. And you are quirkless. I'm sorry, but there is no possible way you have a quirk, If you would like, you can go somewhere else." Izuku was still angry, but reluctantly let his mother drag him out of the room. He knew he had a quirk DM in it. They got some weird looks from other staff as they exited the building, and when they finally got out, the silence was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Izuku started to wring his hands as both of them were still quiet, even though his mom started to walk. Eventually, she was the one who broke the silence. "Izuku, I'm sorry." Why was she apologizing? She couldn't do anything about what had happened. Why though? If you had fought them, we would have gotten security on us. His mind also went back to the doctor's words. Plus, doesn't it take a while to transfer to another doctor and get medical records over? He blinked at the sad face of his mother. She sighed and stopped walking to look at him. "No, I'm just sorry that happened to you." She started walking again, heading for the train station. "I just wish you didn't have to deal with that." She gave him a side hug as they walked. After that, they went silent. They got on a train and headed home. It wasn't till they were in the house that either one of them talked. "Izuku." She looked at him with only determination in her eyes. "Even if we can't get your quirk registered, I don't want you to give up. I'm so sorry about what I told you that day, all the way back when you were diagnosed. Izuku, you can be a hero. And I'll help you any way I can." She held her arms open, and he barreled into them, crying. Both of them ended up crying, until they eventually fell asleep on the couch. Well, time for school again. Izuku really doesn't look forward to it, but alas, he has to. School wasn't going to be fun, and he really didn't want to go, but at the same time, what else was he going to do? He might as well go, plus he can procrastinate on looking at his quirk for longer. He woke up this morning before his alarm somehow, which rarely happens for him. He got into his uniform and sat at the table for much longer than he would, simply because there wasn't much to do. Izuku couldn't stand more than 10 minutes of sitting after breakfast, and he quickly decided that today was not the day to be in his house. Waving goodbye to his mother, he ran out the door and ran down the stairs too. His brain whirred at such an early time, and he just laughed to himself quietly. Of course his mind would wake him up just because it got bored. His slow walking turned to a faster pace just so he could see more of his neighborhood, a challenge he gave to himself because it gave him something to do, he guesses. Which brings him here. In front of his school, slowing his walking to a moderate pace. People were gathering already, even though it was still a decent bit till school. Izuku kept walking, and really hoped that nobody bothered him. His brain was a little preoccupied with other things anyways, and he wasn't in the mood to talk. But as he was walking inside and putting his indoor shoes on, he heard someone saying his name, then right after the word news, and laughing. He wasn't able to hear the rest, but felt his face pale at what it definitely sounded like. It probably had to do with something about him getting on the news, even if it was for only 5 seconds. There were cameras during the sludge villain. Surely his name wasn't disclosed or anything, but he was pretty sure nobody else in the area who was teenager-looking and had green hair existed. And he was sure that everyone from his school knew who he was, since he was the quirkless kid. And oh boy, the euphoria he felt when he thought about the fact that he wasn't quirkless and only one other person knew. His face still probably felt pale, but quickly grabbed his bag. He just ignored all the stares and just hurried to class. Hopefully nothing else happened today so that he could go home again. He remembered his mom wanted to talk and make plans with him, with her wanting to get better. He appreciated it, even though it felt weird, that she was actually trying right now. When he entered the classroom, he was internally grateful to see that Kaken and his friends weren't there yet. Even better, the only people inside the classroom were 2 others who were chatting to each other. Probably because it was still early. Sitting down in his seat, he started to zone out, tapping his fingers against the hardwood desk. Eventually, after his thoughts had run a full marathon in his head, a bell rang, starting the day. Oh boy. The first part of the day was pretty okay. No one bothered him too much, only a couple of jeers and callouts. Thankfully nobody mentioned news or anything, so maybe it'd be fine. Most other kids don't watch the news much anyways, he thinks. He'd been able to sneak out of the classroom right as the bell rang for lunch, escaping to a bathroom stall. Gross, but better than being found by his classmates and mocked more. Katsuki, as he had decided to now call him, not Kaken anymore. He threw it in a hole in his mind for now, was probably going to be really mad about that, but he really didn't care. If he could convince his mom, this might be the last time he'd have to go to this school. He had heard about homeschooling and even online school. Surely one of them would take him. Hearing the bell signaling lunch was over, he crept out of the stall and headed to his classroom. What did he say about Katsuki? Still sounds a little odd. He was in fact angry. At least he waited until school was out, so his teachers wouldn't put him in detention for being disruptive to the class. It had only happened once, but he wasn't sure if they'd do it again. Now he was running with 3 other teens chasing him. Turning onto a beach with a lot of trash, he quickly hid behind a car. And while he was wondering how a mother-truckering car washed up on a beach, a small screen popped up. New quest. Escape and dodge. Requirements. Escape to Koba Municipal Beach Park. Reach point of living home. Withhold from gaining injuries. Rewards. 100 EXP points. 1 skill tree points. Seems simple enough, although he didn't realize that this was Koba Beach. Considering the fact the last time he'd heard of it, it did not sound like this. He started to hear explosions, so running again sounded like a good idea. Not looking back and running. Great idea him. After what seemed like hours of running, he found a staircase leading out from the beach to a small road. He didn't hear explosions either, so they probably gave up. They rarely did this anyways, so at least he, probably, wouldn't have to worry about it again for a bit. Sitting on a bench to gain his breath, he relaxed. Mother wouldn't be scared for him, and he'd get some more points for his quirk. A win-win. Sighing, he got up and started to walk home. As Izuku stepped into the Midoriya apartment and took off his shoes, 2 things happened at almost the same time. Firstly, a small ding and a little screen popped up. He ignored it for the second, his mom greeting him as was walking past the living room towards his own room. Hi Izuku, how was school, Tash? She looked over to the screen that had popped up. She could still see them. Quickly walking next to him, she read it. Which also meant he could read it. Quest complete. Good job at running and dodging. Might want to take it a little easier in the future though. Rewards. 100 EXP points. 1 skill tree points. That seems cool. May I know what caused this? His mother had concern written all over her, but also a little of something that always terrified him. Both of which made some sense. He sweat dropped at her face, looked at the floor quickly, before turning to his screens. Quickly going to the relations screen to turn off screens for her, muttering the word out, he replied. I was being chased by some bullies and my quirk just did this. His mom raised an eyebrow, so he quickly panicked and added on, but don't worry. They didn't hurt me, see? All good. While talking he gestured to his body, and at the end, added a smile. Oh okay. His mother didn't seem like she believed him, but looked him over and he wasn't actually hurt today, so there wasn't much to find. All right sweetie, just be careful. She gave him a quick hug and let him. You can go, but I still want to talk to you later. Got it. Thankfully, since he was tired and just wanted to collapse on his bed dramatically. Inko Midoriya wasn't sure of what to do. Watching Izuku go to his room and shut the door, she let herself think. She knew that when her baby Izuku got told he was quirkless, she refused to use the word diagnosed like those around her. Life would be harder. For him, not for her. In a different universe, she might have blamed the fact she lost most of her friends on him. She might have blamed him for making it hard to go shopping together. And so many similar things. But in this one? If her friends didn't want to be around someone who had a quirkless kid, something that was impossible to control, then it was just quirk discrimination. They were probably toxic anyway. If the store didn't like the fact that her son was quirkless, then she'd find other places to shop. She didn't want to shop at places that were extremely quirkest. But now, Izuku has gotten a quirk. She doesn't know how and she's tried to find out, but nothing on the internet says anything. And from just what she understands, Izuku doesn't either. He had trusted her with that information though, and she understood that what she had done wasn't enough. Their relationship was barely kept together, and she hadn't noticed. She doesn't know where that happened, but she's going to try and fix it. And after hearing that he was being bullied to the point of him having to run home, even if Izuku had brushed it off, the desire grew. After Izuku had taken a nap, which he didn't mean to do in all reality, he had padded out to the living room. His mother was working at her laptop, but brushed it aside to quickly get papers and pens, sitting him down, and going through lists and lists. 2 hours later, and Izuku was standing up to crack his back and neck from sitting down for so long. It was mostly his mom, but both of them talked to each other about what they wanted to do. His mom kept bringing up repairing their relationship, which he just went along with. He didn't really care. He also knew that while he wasn't any kind of therapist, he knew that the relationship between them wasn't the best. Strain would probably be a good word, and he knew it would take time. It definitely was getting better just from the past 3 days. Not the main point of what happened over that 2-hour session. The main point was the 2 lists that were created. One for him, one for his mom. The latter of the 2 was way shorter, just having 2 things on it. Finish law degree, and repair relationships. He knew that his mom was a librarian, but apparently had an unfinished law degree. He knew he used her laptop to check what hours she covered, and to manage the library nearby as head librarian. But maybe she was also using it for online college classes? Whatever it was, she wanted to finish the law degree and hopefully become a lawyer, so she could sue that school out, the assholes. Her words, not his. While his mom still expressed how she was still scared for him to be a hero, she realized that wasn't helping him, and so she'd prepare him. And preparing for everything was almost literal. Together, although a lot of it was his mother's ideas, they ended up making a plan that suited him and his mom. The plan: 1. Do gymnastics. 2. Online school. 3. Martial arts if possible. 4. First aid. 5. Emotional mental health. 6. Sue school, hopefully. 7. Workout. 8. Check in with mom every day? Yes, every day. 9. Get quirk registered. Some of the things on here, like check in with mom every day, were going to be easy, but the others? Absently tapping his fingers in a pattern against the now abandoned coffee table, he thought about how these next months were going to be jam-packed with stuff. His mother was making dinner, but he glanced at his room. One of the first things he wanted to get done was get rid of anything All Might. Did he hate the hero? Not exactly, but he also didn't like him anymore. Plus, some of that merch was probably expensive now, as some of it was almost a decade old, being in almost perfect condition. There was a lot of it, but it surely wouldn't take that long, right? Plus, it was the next day, and Izuku was walking home. In the end, it did take way longer than thought, and he still wasn't done. He probably still had at least a fourth of his collection left, if not more. His mom even tried to help, but apparently he also had an entire other closet, full of All Might merch. He didn't even know it existed. Opening the front door to his apartment, he called out a quick, "I'm back." No response, but wandering into the kitchen, there was a sticky note on top of the container with snacks, with a scribbled out, "I'm grocery shopping, be back within an hour." And so quickly grabbing more boxes, he sighed and got to work, silently trying to ignore the fact that selling all of the merch was going to be 10 times harder. Getting permission and some help from his mother, he successfully sold all of the merch. It took a while to package it all up, taking pictures and putting it up for sale. Although ironically it was bought up pretty fast. A lot of it going to one person who bought it within seconds. Which was a little odd to him, then again he wasn't one to judge. They were probably both adults because of all the money they used, seriously, he was rich, who both just really like All Might. After school, Izuku reminds himself, he needs to deliver all of the merch. He could and did easily ship out a couple merch pieces to different people, as none of them ordered more than a couple of pieces, but the other 2, customers? It's not technically his, but he's the one making the profit, so both of them were actually nearby and it would be a lot less to just bring it to them. With not paying attention to the world around, it really didn't surprise him that someone made him trip. Thankfully he wasn't holding anything, and the only thing that spilled from his bag was some loose graph paper. Sighing, he headed to class. His mom said something about getting him into online school soon, so hopefully he wouldn't have to spend too much time here. Plus, he almost sighed out loud with how dumb this was. Bakugo, he was now demoted to that instead of Katsuki, had been yelling, mostly at him, for almost half an hour. A part of him wondered how the frick he hadn't lost his voice yet, but he pushed it down. You won't even survive. Give up, Deku, and die. This time, he actually sighed and slammed his head against the table. And hard. Hopefully he wouldn't get a concussion because 1, it could hurt him, but 2, it probably could make the yelling louder. Speaking of yelling, it was silent. No yelling, no talking, but he could feel everyone's eyes on him. Looking up, Bakugo was frozen, barely moving. The rest of the class was in a similar position. Was it really that shocking, knocking his head against the wooden desk? Looking at the clock, there were only 2 minutes before school was let out. Sighing once more, he picked up his stuff while everyone was still coming out of their shock. Did he have blood on his face? Was it his face? Maybe it had something to do with his quirk? Why did they seem so unnerved? Bakugo, you should know I can't just die. If I died to suicide, I could easily blame it on you, and you'd be put in jail. It wasn't the whole truth, but he had thought about it. Something similar would happen, him getting punished, and Izuku being dead. And I'm not really in the mood to go and look for villains and just go, hey villains. I was told to die, so just kill me. That'd be really tiring. The end of the day bell went off, and so did him. Plus, the first trip was quick. They, both him and his mother, brought the merch to a huge mansion. A butler-looking type guy came out, gave the correct amount of yen for all the merch, and then brought in all of it with a levitating quirk. It reminded him of his mother's quirk, but it was different. The second trip of delivering stuff brought them to a hero agency, and not just any agency, but Sir Nightie's agency. He pointed out to his mom, who just laughed. Seems like it, but come on. It's getting dark and we should really eat dinner. Wheeling the cart of the merch into the building, thankfully it was only the one they needed, and it wasn't that hard to get it around. They were greeted by someone with blue skin. He knew them as Bubble Girl, but other than that didn't know who they were. Oh my, do you need help? That's a lot of boxes. His mother waved her off. Oh no, we're fine. My son had some extra merch he didn't want, and sold it. We were told to come to this address. He nodded along with her words. Bubble Girl looked confused, before making an oh face. Oh yeah, I remember, hold on. She pressed a button on the microphone next to her and spoke into it. Sir? You ordered that merch and it's here. It was silent for a second, before a crackled voice came out. Yes, I'll be right there. It was most definitely Sir Nightie's voice, and now he was shaking with excitement. He tapped his fingers on his pants while waiting, trying to get rid of some excess energy. He stood as still as possible while, oh my god, it's Sir Night. It came into the room. He must have made a weird face, because Sir Night-Eye looked confused. Do you need something? His mom snorted, and started speaking for him. No. It's just that my son is somewhat of a fanboy, but we're here to deliver the all-might merch you ordered. Sir Night-Eye smiled, and holy cow, calm down brain, it's just a hero. I understand, well thank you for delivering all of it. I know I already paid you, but would you like an autograph? I don't have very many fans, so it's always a delight to see them. Really? Of course. I mean if you don't mind. All of the adults in the room laughed, and Izuku just blushed, being too embarrassed to say anything. Plus, online school was different? Yeah, but he could live with it. In the morning, he went to his computer instead of getting ready for school, and did one quick meeting with some of the teachers. Apparently, it'd be the only meeting he'd have to go to for the entire school year, and none of the teachers looked at him weird. Very much unlike Aldra. And the homework was easy, finishing it all before lunch. He also gained some EXP, along with 2 new skills. Homework for the day, 50 EXP points rewarded. Other rewards. Chemistry skill added, level 1. English, non-native language, skill added, level 2. Plus, today his mom had stayed home, so both of them ate lunch together. The last time they were able to do that was during Christmas, and even then, it was awkward at best. It still was a little awkward eating together in silence, but at least they were getting somewhere. 5 more minutes of silence, before it was broken. Clearing her throat, his mother pushed a paper towards him. Looking at it, it had a couple of gyms, gymnastic centers, and one taekwondo gym. I looked into a couple of places for you, things you could use. Don't worry about costs, all of them are either free or covered by stamps. And how is school going? Izuku smiled, he really loved his mom. Walking into one of the gyms on the list given to him, Izuku looked for any kind of front desk. His mom had gone grocery shopping and told him that she trusted him to go to any of the gyms on the list, since he'd finished all his homework for the day. He'd teared up a bit, but didn't cry any actual tears. Eventually, he saw a desk in one of the far corners of the room. Walking up to it, there was someone sitting on a spinning chair, and well, spinning. He coughed, which immediately made the person stop spinning. This gym is free for public use, right? The young adult? They couldn't be much older than 25, looked over at him and nodded. They had black hair and bright blue eyes. Yeah, only rules are don't break too much stuff and no questions asked. Got that? Izuku gave the person a hum of understanding before going to explore the gym. The person just shrugged and went back to spinning right before he left. There was a small pool area, a weight room, a basketball court, and one area he was sure he didn't want to be near. It was a room that literally just looked like a sparring room, with a lot of muscular people doing different spars, all of them looking a lot older than him. He very much didn't want to die, so he just went back to the weight room, just to test out some equipment. Almost an hour later, he left the gym. His body felt sore, but it was honestly pretty fun. He also got another skill, something he was getting a lot of today, called fitness. He also got it to level 5 by the time he left, as well as getting 100 more EXP points, so that was pretty cool. Walking home, he caught a glimpse of a beach, if even that. It was covered in trash, looking like a complete dump. That was less than 5 minutes from his house. He'd have to ask Mother, but maybe he could pick up trash for working out. It was an idea, maybe not the best, but an idea. Looking over the trash-filled beach, a sense of determination washed over him. He was a little hot, wearing long pants, a long-sleeved shirt, and a pair of gloves, but his feeling of excitement made it so he barely even noticed. He would prefer to wear something else, but his mother made a good point about getting sick or something nicking his skin. Now, where to start? Walking to the edge of one of the smaller piles, he picked up a bottle cap. That's one way to do it. A ping sounded from his side, along with a screen popping up. New quest. The trash-filled beach. Requirements. Clear a fourth of the beach before entrance exam. Optional requirements. Clear half of the beach before entrance exam. Clear the entire beach before entrance exam. Make something from the trash, crafting skill rewarded. Base rewards. Special ability, recycle. 500 EXP points. 5 stat points. 5 skill tree points. Closing the screen, he started shoveling in smaller bits of trash into his trash bag. He was going to finish the quest, and nothing would stop him. Plus ultra, right? Plus. All right, Mom, I'm heading out. A muffled voice responded. Okay, be safe. Sprinting to the beach was a metaphorical walk in the park. After doing it for almost a month, it seemed like second nature to him. Eventually, he reached the beach and took out the bags from his new backpack. The other yellow one had to be thrown out, it was too small, and it was literally falling apart from the seams. Most of the smaller stuff was cleared out now, and if there was more, it would probably be under the rest of the trash. Trash being a lot of metal. Scrap metal, microwaves, a couple fridges, cars, and a lot of other things. Fridges and cars were most likely too heavy for him. Scrap metal could cut through his gloves, so he'd have to get new ones. Starting to pick up the microwaves and putting them into a pile, Izuku thought of something he very much forgot about. How the hell was he gonna throw away all probably over 1,000 microwaves? Plus. Another day, another month of cleaning the beach. His mother and him agreed that it'd be the easiest to go around random dumpsters and dump all the trash there. At first, he just put in the apartment dumpster, but when there were literally thousands of microwaves, he'd been counting. That wasn't really an option. He also had somewhat of a reputation now as well, which was scary but funny at the same. In the surrounding area of the beach, he was constantly called the trash kid, which honestly was hilarious. Then, in the gym he went to, he was known as Little Man, which he took full offense to. He wasn't that short. He'd actually grown a little bit, and now he was taller than his own mom. Thankfully, he was just called by his name at the martial arts dojo and gymnastics center, which was going a lot better than he thought it would. He also had 2 new skills, gymnastics and mixed martial arts, so that's pretty cool. Plus, because both took a lot of strength, along with hauling microwaves literally across town, that stat had been slowly increasing. Well, all of his stats, but mostly strength. Sadly, he didn't get any EXP points from it, but he guesses it makes some sense. He assumed already, but that didn't mean he didn't get to be sad about it. But back to the point. He was almost done with the mother trucking microwaves and he wanted to do something new. Or lift something else. Walking around his little paths he made, he continued to look for something that he probably could lift. Fridges were probably too heavy, but maybe there was a tire? Tires were pretty heavy, right? Well, there was one now, so might as well try, right? Plus. He was most definitely gaining muscle now. He went up a whole size in clothes, along with his appetite. Before he could barely eat a big plate of food, and now if he pleased, he could eat a whole pizza by himself. Right now, as he rode the train to his dojo, he whispered out a quick POV. Midoriya Izuku age, 15 level 9. Special ability, the gamer. HP, 90. VIT, level 17 S tier, level 29 DX, level 27 INT, level 69 WIS, level 32 C tier, level 15. Stat points available, 12. Stamina, 210-250 rested. To exit, say, exit out loud. Whispering, exit, to close the screen quickly, then smiled. It's only been 5 months since he started, and he'd say he was doing good. A robotic voice calling out his stop jerked him out of his thoughts. Hurrying out of the train, he started to run. He didn't want to be late, now did he? Plus. Looking at the email on his computer with confusion, he sent a quick email back. Apparently they thought he was cheating? Because he was doing school too fast? The email was just a quick affirmation to taking a test they wanted him to take, and a proctored one at that. Surely he wasn't that smart or fast like the email implied, but what else could it be? Another email popped up with a Goggle meeting link, which he clicked on immediately. There were 3 of his teachers on the call, which immediately made him nervous, even if he knew he wasn't in trouble, who quickly explained what they wanted him to do. Just a quick test that gauged where he was in school. He could totally do this, even if he was a little less happy about the proctored part of it. It was just like the end of the year tests, just more proctored. An hour and a half later, and the math part of the test was done. At the end, he really was just guessing, but oh well. He was also given a 30-minute break, which he was most definitely going to use running. These tests were probably going to take all day, so he was going to get the most exercise he could possibly get. Plus. A week later, and the results from the testing came back. When he got the results, he instantly opened the email. Quickly reading over the email and, what? His mother looked extremely confused by his outburst and walked over to him, probably to read it. She had been cooking katsudon while he sat at the dinner table with his school laptop, knife still in hand when she walked over. He felt that his outburst was completely justified, as the letter literally told him that he could basically graduate from high school if he wished. His mom laughed. She probably just finished reading it. Ah, I see. Aren't you happy about this? Izuku looked up to see that she did look a little confused, but had a smile on her face. Well, it's just, I wasn't expecting that. She laughed again, ruffled his hair. He definitely would need a haircut soon, and went back to the kitchen. I always knew my son was a smart cookie. Izuku was very doubtful, but the proof was literally in front of his face. Maybe you should try those extra classes, they seem fun? Izuku looked at the letter again, and it did have a list of classes he could try. Psychology did sound fun. He hummed and responded. Yeah, maybe. Not bothering to whisper since his mom knew about his quirk, he quickly said, skills. All of his skills popped up and, skill tree. Skill tree points available, 1 points. All skills. Observe level 36. Stealth Sneak level 27. Cooking level 4. Native language, speaking, level 94. Native language, reading, writing, level 92. Mathematics sciences level 89. Chemistry level 74. English, non-native language, level 79. Fitness level 58. Gymnastics level 25. Mixed martial arts level 20. If 100 was the max level, then yeah. He sighed and closed the tab. There really was no denying it, he had several forms of proof. He was smart and probably could be considered a genius. His mom setting his plate down on the table, he let the thought go. He could have an existential crisis and euphoria a moment later. Right now, it was time to help with Katsudon so he could eat it faster. Plus. It's been 10 months since he started. Standing on the beach, the now, mostly, clean beach, he sighed in happiness. He wasn't able to fully clean the beach, but he'd say he'd done pretty well. Most of the stuff that was even left were the cars, which he severely underestimated how heavy they were. At the same time a ping came up from his quirk, his phone also blared out an alarm he had set to remind him when he should be going. Checking his phone's clock. Yeah, he needed to get going now. Plus. Running towards the front of the UA building, which while that was big, he started to slow down. No reason to run into the building, and plus he could trip. Tripping was such a common thing that his mother had gotten him a shirt that said, "I don't trip, I just do random gravity checks." He scanned the little card he was given, a UA guest pass he assumes, and then walks into the weird walkway UA has. It looks like a driveway but with columns that connect above. It does make it look more royal, but it still looks a little dumb. Not paying enough attention, he bumped into someone. Looking up, the person had short brown hair and little circles on her cheeks that looked natural. "Oh, sorry about that." They waved him off. No, you're fine. I probably should have been walking faster. But I'm Uraraka Achiko and she/they pronouns." In the back of his mind, he was screaming. He wasn't a social person. I'm Midoriya Izuku he/him? And not to be rude, but we should probably get going. It was true, a lot of others had already gotten inside the building, and he really didn't want to be late. She squeaked, "You're right, I'll hopefully see you around." They started to jog up to the front of the building, out of view. He then realized that he was still here, and immediately ran towards the front as well. Walking into the building, there were a lot of tables with a bunch of pro heroes. He assumed they were giving instructions to people, so he walked up to the closest and smallest line, where there was almost nobody. Why would they? Midnight was the hero behind this table. It doesn't make too much sense still, but he had seen a lot of classmates get flustered and embarrassed whenever she was brought up, so maybe that's why. ID. Startling, he saw he was the next up, right? Here. Handing over his ID quickly, and then pausing. "Oh, and it says that I go to Aldra on that card, but I go to an online school. Just haven't been able to get a newer one." Midnight hummed and looked over on a computer. "Let's see, yep, your initial testing site is going to be the 1 to 3 staff room. You should be able to find it. You'll be told where to go next, 'kay?" He nodded his head and gave a quick, "thanks," before going to find the room. While looking around, he also noted how Midnight seemed very different from what he'd seen on TV. It wasn't really that interesting, just something he noted. Maybe he'd put a persona spot in his notebooks, instead of personality, from now on. Finding the room, he quickly entered and chose a desk at the back of the room. Snipe seemed to be the supervisor, as he was standing in the front of the room. Most other examinees were already sitting down and, wow, this was a big room. There were probably at least 100 desks in here. Looking back to the front of the room, 2 more people entered quickly, and Snipe clapped. "All right, young'uns, let's get us started." He handed out big packets. Seriously, they looked like they had over 1,000 pages, to the other examinees in front of the room, which started passing them back. Snipe continued. "You'll have 2 hours, and all to do the test, Gooduk." Getting his packet, could he even call it a packet? He looked through it. Twirling a piece of his hair to try and get rid of any nervous energy he had, he started the test. Plus. Sitting down in his assigned seat, he sighed. The test was pretty easy, but the end was a bit confusing. He mostly just guessed, but oh well. He was also the first person to finish the test, even after he triple-checked his answers, so now he was sitting in an auditorium alone. Grabbing his e-phone, he opened Metro Marathoner. He wasn't a huge fan of mobile games, but he really had nothing else to do. Halfway through one of his best runs yet, someone slammed open the door, making him bonk. Trying to keep his voice quiet, he mourned the loss of the run. And it was one of my bests. Why? Looking over, there were now 2 more people in the room. One was on the complete other side of the auditorium, and the only thing he really saw was the blue hair and glasses. The other was Bakugo. He was being quiet and sitting quite a bit away from him, so he just ignored him. Maybe he had taken a chill pill, but Izuku wasn't willing to find out. He turned the volume completely off and slunk into his seat more. After what had felt like 10 seconds, a bunch of voices and the sound of doors opening caused him to jolt up. Everyone was sitting down, other than him, Bakugo, and that one other person, obviously, and the lights were dimming. Present Mike also was walking up on the stage, but nobody else seemed to see him. Eventually, he did start speaking, which visibly startled a lot of others. Hey listeners, can I get a yeah? Dead silence. Owl, tough crowd. But that's okay. You're probably wanting to know the instructions, and I am here, as All Might would say, to deliver them. The entrance exam is simple, really. Think of it like a video game. If only he knew. The basic part of the exam are robots. There are 3 different kinds of robots that are worth points, although there is one that isn't. 1-pointers, 2-pointers, 3-pointers, and 0-pointers are, as their name implies, worth 1, 2, 3, and 0 points. If you defeat them. If you look under your seat, just lift them slightly up, there is a little card that goes into more detail about them. But the exam isn't just robots, no. Our wonderful janitors, bless their hearts, will stay in a building, and you can gain points by taking them down. Looking at the card, which no one else was really doing, it really did have a lot of info. It even specified where certain weak points were, and what each robot was made of. And while Present Mike was just about to explain it, but the other side said the rules for taking down the janitors. Now there's a twist, because this isn't like taking down robots, no. If you want to earn points, you physically can't hurt the janitors. Insults, wrapping them up, etc. is okay though. He paused. Well, try not to be too mean, as some of them hold awful grudges. He shuddered, as if he was reliving a bad memory. Maybe he really was, if what he said was true. But moving on. Taking down one foe, villain, peacefully, as we're calling them, will grant you 10 points. Any information I just told you will be on your card, along with where to go. Now before you leave, go beyond dash. Plus ultra. Izuku now was the one visibly startling. He knew it was coming, but didn't want to be the one person to call it out. Nothing he can do about it. Plus. Getting on the bus that was going to take his group to their area, he grabbed one of the back seats. Well, the back seat was just one big seat that could fit 3 people, but it's basically the same thing, is it not? He was, again, the first person here, as his clothes he'd worn were technically exercise clothes as well, so he didn't need to change. The second he sat down, he shook his head and hand a couple of times. He was somewhat confident in his abilities, but that didn't mean he wasn't nervous. Oh hey, it's you. Looking up, he saw Uraraka, that was her name, right? Coming next to him. I'm so nervous, but I'm glad to see someone I know. They sat down to the left of him. Well, we don't really know each other, but I guess. Uraraka sat up straighter. Well, we told each other our names and pronouns. What about quirks? Mine is called zero gravity. Izuku started picking at his fingernails. I'm not really comfortable sharing. Uraraka tapped his shoulder, and when he looked up, she was smiling. Well, that's okay. What about color? Or what are you going to do during the exam? I'm going to try and destroy a bunch of robots, since my quirk is better used for that. While she was talking, a tall person with purple hair reluctantly sat to the right of him, and the bus started to move. Izuku focused his attention back onto Uraraka. Well, I didn't really have a plan, but maybe we could work together? I mean, there isn't any rule saying we can't, plus if we did we might be able to get more points. If you're okay with that. Uraraka brightened up even more. They reminded him of his mom, but more extroverted. Of course, what were you thinking? A cough came from his right. Looking over, the purple-haired person hesitantly started talking. Could I join? Huh. Izuku tilted his head. Well, they started rubbing their neck. I don't really have a powerful quirk, but I still want to be a hero and I overheard you. Izuku smiled. Sure. I mean Uraraka, you're fine with it, right? Looking back to Uraraka, she also smiled. Of course. The more the merrier. What's your name and pronouns? I'm Uraraka Achiko, and use she they. He went next. Yeah, I'm Izuku Midoriya and I use he him. Oh. Shinso Hitoshi and he it. Shinso gave a small smile, before Izuku spoke again. Wait he it. Shinso looked confused. I mean, I've just never heard of those pronouns, would you just use them like if you were talking about an item? Shinso nodded his head. Yeah, kinda like that. Izuku smiled. Okay, cool. But anyways, here's what I had in mind. Plus. Getting off the bus, Izuku felt even more ready. He was really interested in Uraraka's quirk, but he'd have to ask about it later. He followed Uraraka, who really was both his and Shinso's lifesaver, as he was an introvert, and Shinso was very obviously one too. Abruptly turning around, Uraraka looked him dead in the eye. Let's do our best, okay? Izuku nodded his head. Of course. Present Mick's voice blasted out of speakers above, yelling loudly. All right, go. The big door in front of him, and he started to run. He also heard two other people behind him, assuming they were Uraraka and Shinso. Those people got the right idea. Come on, Gio, go. A two-pointer rolled up to him, and immediately Uraraka floated it up in the air and let it go. It completely crumbled, and Izuku ran up to it. Grabbing any metal he could pry off of it, he handed it to Shinso. Make sure to remember where the weak points are, and don't cut yourself. He called it quickly. He then got a piece of metal himself, and stabbed the neck of the nearest one-pointer. He heard another ping, maybe a quest from his quirk? The robot stopped in its tracks, and so Izuku moved on. He'd check the quest later, right now he has an exam to take. Plus. In the viewing room, there were a bunch of cries from his teachers. Nizu raised his hand and spoke loudly. Calm down, they aren't doing anything wrong. Yagi was the first to speak afterwards. But they're working together. He looked Yagi in the eyes. Yes, and there is no rule against it. Looking back to the screen, he looked at one explosive examinee. He looked like an interesting one. Aizawa cleared his throat. That one, the one with light purple hair. Camera 3. I want that one in my class. What's their name? Looking over, and yes, they seemed like the type to catch Aizawa's attention. Pulling up the file, he quickly looked over it. Name is Shinso Hitoshi. Aizawa hummed. It went silent for a while, with his eyes darting over all the screens. Yamada yelled out a 5-minute warning when he saw the strategy. Laughing and sipping his tea occasionally, he realized what was going on. His teachers backed away from him as he saw out of the corner of his eyes, but he didn't care. Oh, this year was going to be fun. Plus. Izuku stabbed another one-pointer, and quickly started trying to find another. Uraraka and Shinso ran up to him though, so he slowed. Hey, I found a couple of villains. Shinso called out to him. This way, there's 3 of them in that building. He pointed to one of the buildings close by. Izuku smiled. All right, let's go then. Joining them, he ran with them back to the building. All right, you know what to do, right? Both Uraraka and Shinso responded at the same time. Yes, sir. He blushed at the attention before turning to a hole in the wall. It looked like it should have had glass in it, but it was mostly broken, probably from someone else's fight. Jumping through it, he screamed loudly. Hey dipwads, get over here. He heard Uraraka yell something similar, but with a lot more cursing, somewhere else in the building. One of the villains came around a corner, holding a broom as a weapon. Quickly, he grabbed some sand and threw it to the ground. Get wrecked, loser. The sand worked better than he thought, as it turned into a small dust cloud. Reaching into his pocket, he grabbed the zip ties he was given. As he had thought, the building in the exams did have some items. Uraraka had volunteered to look around earlier, and they had found a bunch of zip ties, which worked nicely in this situation. Quickly running over to where he thought the villain was, he felt around for their hands. The second he did, he quickly zip-tied up them and sat them down gently. As the dust cloud subsided, he started running. Sorry, by the way. If Present Mike was telling the truth, he didn't want to be on their bad side. And speaking of the voice hero, he heard his voice calling out a 5-minute warning. In the front of the building, both Uraraka and Shinso stood, with them just setting down the villains. Alright, wanna destroy some robots together? Shinso smiled wildly at him. I would love nothing more. Plus. Nizu had stopped laughing a bit ago, but he wasn't done yet. As Yamada yelled a 3-minute warning, he opened the case to a big red button. He pressed it, and watched as chaos unfold as he cackled. Plus. Izuku had lost track of how many points he had gotten, but he was pretty sure he had gotten enough. So he started pulling others who weren't faring well against the robots away from said robots and then finally destroying them himself. Shinso and Uraraka had also done similar things, and seemed to be doing well. Suddenly, the ground started shaking, and holy macaroni, that's a big robot. Almost everyone else was running away, but he could see a couple weren't as fast or seemed hurt. And while he very much did not think that UA would let them die, he still didn't want them to freak out or get hurt because they thought that, guys, come help me get the rest of the people out of the way. Hoping his teammates had heard him, he ran ahead to the person that seemed the most hurt. Hey, are you okay? The person in question looked pretty green and had a pretty bad scrape on their knee. They nodded, no, and Izuku looked back up. The robot didn't seem bigger than the road, so. Okay, well, let's get you in that alley, you can rest there. Do you, need help? They nodded no again, and started hobbling over to a nearby alley. Looking over, he saw that no one else was in range of the robot, other than Shinso and Uraraka. Both of them seemed to get everyone else out of the way, and were running away from the robot itself. Realizing he should also get out of the way, he ran to the same alley. And just in time, as the second he got into the alley, he heard crunching of concrete and the shadow of the probably zero-pointer. Seriously, what the heck though? There were a couple of other people also in the alleyway, chatting about it. He ran past them, to see if there was another entrance to the alley, but there wasn't. Sighing, he sat down. The robot had destroyed a bunch of concrete where he came in, and he had already gotten a bunch of points, so there wasn't point in trying to get out. Alright listeners, that's all. Present Mic's voice called out. Getting up, he looked back towards the entrance. It was completely blocked off by a huge slab of concrete. What are we going to do now? Looking back, a short person with blood running down their face was near tears. And I didn't get almost any points. This day it is. Another person, this time with red hypnotic eyes, cleared their throat. Can't you make those sticky ball with your quirk? Just use them to climb over the concrete. The short person wailed. No. I can't, I've already hit my limit. I don't want to do it. Midoriya? Are you there? Uraraka's voice came from the other side. Yeah, along with a few others. Do you think you can lift the slab? She responded back quickly. Yeah, hey Shinso. Over here. The slab glowed pink, something he noticed about their quirk. If Uraraka used her quirk on anything, it glowed pink. A huge slam brought him out of his thoughts, seeing that the slab had fallen over. Oh dear, are there people in there? The voice of Recovery Girl rang out, almost making him freak out. Recovery Girl was one of his favorite heroines, and also one of his all-time favorite heroes. Stepping out of the alley, he saw Recovery Girl hobbling over. Yeah, but I'm fine. She looked at him, Uraraka, and Shinso over, and hummed. Okay, if you're sure. She then hobbled into the alley, with a couple of robots that held stretchers following her. Walking up to the other two, he held out his hand. Good job, I guess. Uraraka smiled and high-fived him. Yeah, I think I did really good. I think I got at least 40 points, but I'm not sure. Shinso also high-fived him. Wasn't paying attention, but I think I did well. Izuku scoffed. Well, you did amazing. You too, Uraraka. I think I got at least 35 points, but I don't really remember. All three of them walked towards the gate slowly. Uraraka ran ahead of them and walked backwards. Oh, and we should all exchange numbers. I mean, we are kind of friends now. Izuku looked at Shinso, who looked the same as he felt. Looking back to Uraraka, he smiled. Yeah, about that, are we friends? I mean, I've never really done the whole friend thing, so... Uraraka gasped loudly. Yeah, I'm kinda in the same boat. Shinso was rubbing his neck again. Uraraka gasped again, but more dramatically. What? Well, that is going to change right now. I declare us all to be friends, and we can all be besties. Shinso snorted. Gay besties? Uraraka nodded seriously. Yes. It was silent as they got on the bus, before the laughing started. First it was Uraraka snorting, then Shinso started chuckling. Then Uraraka started laughing loudly, which made him also laugh, and in turn made Shinso laughing as well. They were getting a few weird stares, but he was too busy laughing to really care. Plus. Slay Queen. Hey, do you guys want to hang out? I'm bored. Gay panic, sure. Gay panic. But my parents want to meet you and your parents though. Just vibing. My mom says okay, she also wants to meet you guys. Oh, just vibing. I done, bully emu. Slay Queen. Also my dad can come, but mom's busy, is that okay? Gay panic. Yeah, parents said K. Just vibing. Wait, I know the perfect place. Just vibing. Do you guys know Martin's Cat Cafe? Slay Queen. Oh yeah, never got to go though. Sounds good to me. Carrot. Gay panic. Yeah, I know it, I go there sometimes. Gay panic. Are y'all free right now? Slay Queen. I live a bit further away, but I can make it there around 3. Just vibing. Okay then, meet up at Martin's Cat Cafe at 3 today? Slay Queen. Gay panic. Pog. Gay panic. But yeah, see you there. Just vibing. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Plus. Walking up to the cafe, he could already see Uraraka sitting at a table with, presumably, her ad. They waved through the window and he waved back. Entering the building with his mother, he looked over to the table. His mom laughed. You can go over, I'll order for us. Nodding, he ran, over to Uraraka. Midoriya. Uraraka stood up. Uraraka. They quickly hugged, something he had learned earlier. Uraraka was a huge hugger. Before sitting down. Alright, Dad, this is Midoriya, and Midoriya, my dad. He smiled at him and bowed slightly. Nice to meet you, you can just call me Sora, since calling me Uraraka as well might be a little confusing. Oh, and him. Oh hey. Jumping, he looked behind him to see Shinso smiling, standing over him. And behind him, he could see his mom talking to 2 others. Looking back to Shinso, who was still smiling. Shinso, you can't do that, you know he's a baby. Uraraka was now hugging him and he started sputtering. What? Not baby, what? Just more fun to tease him. Shinso and Uraraka were both ignoring him. No, I will beat your buddy. Baby. The 2 of them started glaring at each other while he was still in Uraraka's grip. You guys? Both of them turned to him, and his mother started laughing at his misfortune. Please let go of me, and I am not, baby. Uraraka let go of him reluctantly. Fine, but you are baby. What? Aren't I older than you though? Shinso snorted. Not older than me. Izuku whipped around. Only by 14 days though. A deep laughing brought his attention back over to the adults. The adult with long periwinkle hair was laughing, while a red-haired adult kept them from falling over. I'm sorry, it's just Dash, the former spoke first. Well, the half spoke, half laughed. What my wife means is that you guys seem energetic. The red-haired person smiled at him. I'm Shinsa's parent, but you can just call me Hanako. And this is my wife, but just call her Aki. I use they she, and Aki uses she her. Yeah, what they said. But yes, I'm Aki. She was still smiling, but at least Aki stopped laughing. His mother spoke, also with a smile. I am Inko and she her. She whispered into his ear. Did I do that right? He nodded quickly before tuning back into the conversation. I already said this, but call me Sora and he him. Nice to meet you all. Sora flashed a smile and his mom returned it. Conversation between the adults picked up fast afterwards, and as a black cat walked around Izuku's ankles while he watched Shinso and Uraraka debate over which flavor of tea was best, he smiled. He liked having friends. Izuku was so busy with everything, mostly from actually having friends to talk to and hang out with, that he'd completely forgotten about his quests. Honestly, it baffled him how he'd gone on for almost a week without looking at his completed quests. It probably would have gone on for longer if he hadn't been staring at his ceiling, thinking at almost 1 in the morning. It wasn't his fault really, he just always had a bit harder time going to sleep. At the very least, he remembered the part where he had completed quests to look at. Sitting up, he realized he didn't know how to open his old quests. He usually just clicked on the pop-ups, but they weren't there. After a few minutes of reading the help and knowledge screen, he quickly muttered out, quests. Just because his mother knew about his quirk didn't mean he wanted to wake her. Quest. 4 completed quests, click here. 4 new quests, click here. Well, at least it explained it better than some of the other screens. Pressing, apparently it was called, clicking, dash. For the completed quests, another screen appeared with his newest quirks at the top, so he only paid attention to them. Quest complete. Great job. You were able to defeat all those robots and got in. Rewards. 100 EXP points. 2 stat points. Extra rewards. 1 stat points. 1 skill tree. Quest complete. Cleaning a beach is no easy feat, but you managed anyway. Too bad you couldn't get the last, optional, requirement though. Rewards. Special ability, recycle. 500 EXP points. 5 stat points. 5 skill tree points. Extra rewards. Special ability, hard working. 100 EXP points. 2 stat points. Staring in shock with how many rewards he'd gotten, along with the implication that he got into UA, he almost missed the many screens, telling him he'd leveled up. Keyword on almost, since he had noticed and now. Level up. Level 9, level 10. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 2 stat points. 2 skill tree points. New perk, spells. To see spells, say, perk spells out loud. Level up. Level 10, level 11. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 2 stat points. 1 skill tree points. 1 spell shard. Level up. Level 11, level 12. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 2 stat points. 1 skill tree points. Level up. Level 12, level 13. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 2 stat points. 1 skill tree points. Level up. Level 13, level 14. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 2 stat points. 1 skill tree points. Level up. Level 14, level 15. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 1 stat points. 2 skill tree points. Level up. Level 15, level 16. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 2 stat points. 1 skill tree points. This was too much for his sleep-deprived brain. Feeling a wave of tiredness wash over him, he climbed back into his bed. He could process all the new information tomorrow. Apparently past him was more tired than he thought, as there was no way that even a well-rested Izuku could handle the fact he climbed 7 levels, and now had a boatload of points. Sighing, he made his way to the kitchen, while opening his POV. Midoriya Izuku age, 15 level 16. Special ability, the gamer. HP, 175. VIT, level 24 S tier, level 57 DX, level 45 INT, level 64 WIS, level 71 Sicha, level 21. Stat points available, 22. Stamina, 221-250. To exit, say, exit out loud. Pressing the special ability, with a little hesitation, another screen popped up. Special abilities. The gamer boosts how fast a skill can be earned by 5%. Nothing really big or flashy, but is the beginning ability. Recycle allows the player to turn trash into craftable materials. Will only work when the crafting ability is unlocked. Hardworker, STR and VIT stats are boosted by 10% when equipped. Both of them seemed like good abilities, but he closed that screen. He was still okay with the one he had now, and now time for, what was it? Perk spells. He glanced up from where he was looking in the fridge to see 2 different screens open. Unlocked, elemental spells. For reaching level 10, elemental spells have been unlocked. Along with spells themselves. There are 4 types of elemental spells: fire casting, wind manipulation, earth control, and water bending. Be warned, player can choose only one line to master. Choose within 24 in-game hours. Fire caster, wind manipulation, earth control, water bending. Deciding on oatmeal for breakfast, he really started thinking about it. Fire would be fun because, well, it's fire. It'd look pretty, and fire is dangerous. But it'd also be hard to control, unless it was a pyrokinetic thing. Wind just didn't seem interesting to him, so probably not that one. Earth sounded cool, but that one was too vague. Like, fire and wind are pretty much what they say, but earth? Did it mean something like earthquake control? Or was it more similar to pro hero Pixie Bob's quirk, where he would be able to actually control the ground? Then of course there was water, but that probably included a lot of swimming. And getting wet. And while a swim wasn't so bad every once in a while, he wasn't good at it. Water and him did not mix well. He could about it later. He still has 24 in-game? Did his quirk just see him and his life as a game? It does make some sense, but it still sounded weird. Hours to think about it. Quickly he put the kettle on the stove, and then looked at the other screen. Perks dash spells. Elemental line. Not chosen. Choose now. Not unlocked yet. Not unlocked yet. Not unlocked yet. Not unlocked yet. Hurts. Well, thanks quirk, for all the totally actual information, and not just nothing. Plus. A week had gone by since he'd made his decision, and he still wasn't sure about it. His mother just said that whatever he thought was the one, which didn't help much. But what was done, and from what he could tell, there were no take-backs. Sighing, he closed his laptop and looked at the ceiling while blinking. He didn't mean to spend so long reading, but Hawks had boosted himself a lot higher in the ranks, and there were so many articles. At least his thoughts eventually made him bored of reading. It probably wasn't good to stare at a screen for so long anyway. Did his quirk screens work the same? It might, as he'd noticed that other screens seemed much too bright now. And he started getting more headaches than usual. Maybe he should write it down. Interrupting his thoughts, his bedroom door slammed open. His mom stood in it, looking a little sheepish. Oh, sorry about that, but look. Holding up a letter with the UA logo, although it did look a little lumpy. Your results, they came. Here, do you want to read it yourself, or? Standing up to come grab it, he smiled. Yeah. I'll tell you what happens after I look at it. His mom smiled back and started shutting his door. Okay, well, dinner is going to be done soon. When the door shut, he rushed to his desk and immediately opened the letter. A small disc popped out, leaving Izuku very confused. I am here. As a hologram. The disc was apparently a hologram with All Might. Now you may be wondering why I am here, no pun intended. I am here to give you the results. Even though he sounded cheery, his smile looked grimaced. You did well on the written exam, scored higher than all other examinees this year. And for the physical exam, you did well. You got 27 robot points and took down 1 villain, which would be enough to get you into the hero course alone. All Might didn't look too happy about that. Maybe because he was a quirkest? He was still kinda sad about what had happened. But that wasn't all. Rescue points are awarded to people who saved others, which you did. 20 more points were awarded, bringing your total to 57 points, making you get into 10th place. Before I end this, Nizu wished for me to tell you that you and your mother should speak to him. This is your hero academia or whatever. The hologram ended, with All Might looking as mad as a smiling person could. He ignored that look though, and stepped out of his bedroom. He wondered why Nizu would want to talk to him. He paused and realized how dumb he was. I got in. Plus. Walking up to UA the second time was less nerve-wracking than the first time. Both him and his mother had celebrated him getting in the day before, and then scheduled a meeting with Nizu. His mom looked thoughtful about meeting Nizu, but never actually said anything, so it probably was fine. As they scanned their guest passes and walked through the gate, Vlad King walked over to them. Here this way. UA is a little big, so you don't want to get lost. The two Midoriyas followed the pro for a good 5 minutes before arriving at a huge door. This is Principal Nizu's office, just knock. His mother called out a thanks as the pro walked away, and then knocked on the door. Izuku was in awe of the door itself, as it looked like mahogany or maybe redwood that made up the door, yet it still had that robotic feel. The door opened slowly, and inside, Nizu was sitting at a desk, typing away at a computer. He then looked him straight in the eyes, and chittered quietly. Not that he minded, Nizu was still an animal at the end of the day, and probably did little things like that all the time. It was a bit of a surprise, but Izuku got over it soon. Ah, there you are. Please, have a seat. As both Midoriyas quickly sat down, Nizu spoke again. And of course, could I offer any tea? Izuku shook his head, and saw that his mom hummed. Of course, and may I ask why we are here? Nizu smiled at his mom, who went straight to business. Well, it's for 2 reasons I have found. One is simply that we cannot help your son with traditional school now, as he is technically able to pass high school. Something that could fix this is one that I'm sure you'd love. We can have Midoriya-kun take the required exams, and then put him under the help of a teacher. Just some basic stuff like grading, along with some extra classes that would be taught by me. That way he can both get work experience along with still learning. His mother looked thoughtful, even though Izuku thought it was the best thing ever. Of course, but I do have to ask. What classes would he be able to take? Nizu smiled back. This time it was more open though. He would be able to choose any as long as I can teach it. Which is most classes. Both adults were now looking at him. Izuku? Are you okay with this? He thought about it before nodding. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. Nizu turned to his computer and started typing. Good to hear. Now really, I don't have much to say to you, Midoriya-kun. I do have some questions for your mother, but aren't you bored? It won't be much longer, I assure you. You could stay in the teacher's lounge if you wish. Izuku was a bit confused on why, but he stood up. Mom? I'm gonna go and explore, if that's okay with you? I really want to see if there's more pro heroes here. His mom looked at him and snorted quietly. Sure, do you have your phone? Yep. Alright, I'll call you when I'm done. The second she was done speaking, he ran, to and through the door. Plus. The second the door closed, Inko relaxed from her formal look. Her old teacher smiled and held up a teapot. Tea. She nodded and started to twist a piece of her hair. I'm sorry for not calling, I was just really busy . I apologize for not keeping in touch for so long . Both adults paused and waited for each other to start again. She huffed and then started again. I'll go first. I'm sorry for not calling. Life got hectic with me trying to become a lawyer, and then Izuku happened and Hisashi and all that. Nizu waved her off and pushed her a cup of tea. No, I'm sorry. I was the one to say that we should stay in contact, yet I failed to do that. She was about to tell him it wasn't, but he cut her off before she could say anything. I know you want to take the blame, so how about this? We're both at fault and we move on. She snorted quietly. Well, if that's over, Izuku told you his plan, and I agree. I never was able to finish that law degree, but I plan to finish it and get my license within a few months. And I wanted your help as I'm worried. She sipped the lavender tea that was given to her, and then started to play with her hair again. I know about the HPSC. I know what happens when they find interesting quirks. I almost had his quirk registered, and while I'm not very happy about what happened Nizu raised an eyebrow. She'd have to explain that later. I am glad that we didn't. I haven't told Izuku, And he thinks I'm just becoming a lawyer to stand up for him and me. Which I am, don't get me wrong. But I also want to be able to keep him safe as possible. She takes a fidget toy that was sitting on the desk. And maybe she should order a couple to keep in the house. Izuku probably would like them. She looks up to meet Nizu's eyes. So I want you to help me. We can just call it that favor being called in. So, please, help me keep him safe. She tips her head down, and she stays like that for a while, until she hears light chuckling. Looking up, she sees Nizu smiling. Well, that's what teachers are for, right? As Izuku shut the door behind him, he excitedly started walking down the halls. It felt kinda weird knowing that he was one of the few people in the large building. The classrooms had their chairs stacked up, and the desks were all pushed to one side. He kept on moving on though, hoping to see a pro. UA was known for their teachers who were also heroes. He always wondered how many though, surely it wasn't just the 12 that were always talked about. Well, 13 if All Might was a teacher now. He never explicitly said he was, but why else would he be doing the result holograms? Eventually, he found a room that had a little plate next to it saying, Teacher's Lounge. Slowly he opened the door, only to find black eyes looking at him. Everyone else was also now looking at him, so he walked in. Might as well. Plus. Now, almost nothing surprised Ruri. Almost never. If you had a gun, it was dangerous to jump at things. When he was younger, his friends were always surprised how he never jumped at horror games. He's also ruined a couple of surprises from friends and family because either he didn't react or already knew. So when the shorter green-haired teen from the entrance exam, not less than a day ago, walks into the staff lounge, it's the first surprise he's had in several years. Not only that, but his quirk. Well, lack of one. Oh boy, he's gonna have a favorite this year. Plus. When he walked into the room, all of the teachers continued to stare at him. Hello? Don't you know it's rude to stare? Oh hey Confidence, where did you come from? Snipe, laughed at the rest of the teachers, the rest of them looking ashamed. Izuku rushed over to Snipe, probably having a starry-eyed look. Oh my gosh, Snipe, I'm a really big fan. Do you do autographs? I know you're a smaller hero, but hold on, is that rude? Snipe continued to laugh, before taking in a deep breath of air to try and calm down. Sorry, don't do the autographing thing. But who are you again? You'd be the green kid from the exam room, right? Izuku nodded his head. Yeah, I'm Midoriya. And that's fine, sorry if I came off as rude dash. He laughed a bit, more of nervousness as he could feel the other teachers, pros, eyes on him. Snipe nodded no. You're alright Gremlin, so what you doing here? Vlad King's voice blurted in. He's here to see Nizu with his mom, don't know why and honestly I don't care to know. Izuku turned his head towards the rest of the room, which was full of questioning looks. Oh yeah, I had a special thing about school since I got in, and Nizu said I could look around so. He shrugged. I can show you around a bit then, if you want. His neck had never turned faster. That was probably untrue. Izuku had probably said that 1,000,000 times. Really? Yeah, of course. Then let us go. The rest of the teachers groaned, but Izuku just let Snipe lead the way. Plus. Most of the walk around you was silence from both him and Snipe, which he didn't mind that much. He was already extremely happy that he was getting into his dream school, with tons of pros that he looked up to. All Might was okay. Eventually the pair came up to a bench in what looked like a cafeteria, and Snipe sat down. Izuku paused, but eventually sat down with him. By the way, I saw you during judging, and doing what you were quirkless dash, Izuku paused. Please don't let another hero let him down. That was amazing and all. The stab in, and pryin, DMN you were cool. Wish I was that way when I was in high school. Izuku looked up at Snipe, who was laughing. I'll tell ya something, I'm quirkless and all, so it's always cool to see another also win at life. You're my new favorite hero. Snipe laughed, and Izuku smiled. Plus. Inko texted Izuku to come meet her at the front gates to leave, and was pleasantly surprised when she saw Snipe with him. She then watched her son wave to the pro, before running up to her. She just smiled and listened to Izuku's adventure rant he started. So we ran around. Apparently we can't do that during school though because it would be full of students programming, which I don't really think they need all the room, but whatever. And then dash. All the while he was humming a pop song ever since they'd left UA, and Inko didn't think he noticed. Honestly, it was kind of relieving. He hadn't been this carefree since kindergarten. Maybe it was the fact that he had actual, good friends now. She wanted to thank them anyway, but how? Homemade mochi? She could figure out something. She did used to have a hobby in baking. What's that song you're humming? It sounds nice, what's it called? Her son looked caught off guard, before perking up. Oh, it's called Raku. It's by an English band, and obviously it's in English so it's a little hard to understand, but I still enjoy it. The band, Bombalot, also made a whole bunch of others too. First day of anything was nerve-wracking, a first day at a job, being a parent, according to his mom, or maybe even just starting something new. And a hero school, one proclaimed to be the best in the country. Yeah, first day is gonna be a little more than nerve-wracking. All this crashing down on Izuku was not making him happy, and more terrified. Thankfully his mom did a little something for him on the first day of school. They've done it back in preschool, elementary, and middle school, now high school. The night before they would have whatever dinner he liked first, usually katsudon, with homemade mochi, which was amazing. Then in the morning, both of them would stress watch TV before doing anything. Both of them got nervous, and TV helped. Then they'd eat breakfast, and grab their thermoses and fill them with the expensive tea for stress days. Izuku was pretty sure both of them probably had an anxiety disorder or something, but never was fully sure. But at least it helped like a lot, and he could clearly see it helped his mom too, so that was good. He grabbed his backpack, made sure he had keys, and then started putting his shoes on. Mom, almost ready to go. His mom peeked around the corner of the hallway and nodded. Okay, don't get kidnapped, Don't die, stay safe. Yeah, I know. Well, I love you. Have a great day. She went back to getting ready to do whatever she was doing. Probably doing her online school, maybe meeting up with some friends. Alright, love you, bye. He ran out the door and down the stairs, and started a slight jog to the train station. He heard some tears of happiness from his mother though. He really hopes they didn't get another complaint from the landlord. Plus, the train only went so far, and so he had to walk the rest of the way, which was just up the hill. And either he was a little later than he wanted to be, or everyone came a bit earlier because it was the first day. Checking his phone, he saw that yes, it was the second option, which made some sense. And the fact that UA has been called a maze, which when he was in it, didn't seem that bad. Yeah, he accidentally went in circles once or twice, but he wasn't severely lost. He continued with the flow of all the other students, but could definitely tell which had been in the building before and which hadn't. The ones who hadn't paused in confusion and or stared at the size of the UA building. He continued on and remembered his schedule. It might have been a week ago, or maybe less, when he got a package with his uniform, a student guidebook, and his schedule. And it was pretty basic in terms of any schedule: algebra, hero history, English basics, Japanese, biology, and finally, hero work. He was glad they sent out the schedule because even though he might have been able to find his class, he was glad he didn't have to start any conversation with little to no people. And now he was even more thankful on the actual day itself. He was just going to find his classroom, wait for Shinso and Uraraka, and then hope everything went fine. He was so gonna be bit in the butt for thinking that. He started climbing up the stairs, meandering around other students, and eventually got to an enormous freaking door, Class 1A. Opening the door, he peeked around to see a couple of students, all chatting, and a seating chart at the front of the room. He sat in the last row, in the middle. Not too bad, he got to sit near a window. As he made his way over to his seat, his phone pinged and Izuku opened it to see a text from Uraraka. Slay Queen, guys, I am late yo schooly. Gay panic, you'll be fine. Just vibing, you'll. Slay Queen, his heck, I'm gonna be so a. Gay panic, look behind you. Izuku turned to look behind him, just to see Shinso with a T extended towards him. What, how did you dash? Shinso just smiled and placed the tea on its desk. I have my ways. Do you think Uraraka will be fine though? I don't know. Shinso. Just at that second, A frazzled-looking Uraraka walked through the door, looked at the seating chart, and frowned. They then walked over to the duo. Guys, why didn't you help? Izuku stared at Shinso, who stared right back. No offense, but what did you want us to do? Shinso raised an eyebrow. She paused and then sighed. I guess you're right. Did you get me anything? Shinso wordlessly handed over a canned coffee. Izuku now was out of the loop. Hey, why did I get tea and they got coffee? No fair dash. No? Shinso cut him off. Uraraka nodded. No offense, the last time we saw you have coffee you fell asleep in about 2 hours, almost on the dot too. He sighed, but before he responded he saw the door opening, saw Katsuki walk in, and a couple seconds later, a flash of yellow. Uraraka and Shinso had started talking about colors, while Izuku continued to stare. The flash of yellow was just a sleeping bag with someone with black eyes staring at the classroom. They stared at each other until Izuku looked away as someone nudged his desk. Bakugo sat in front of him and was leaning on his desk, but didn't say anything. Already his brain was breaking, so he just slowly opened and sipped his tea. The bell rang, and some of the people were heading to their seats, and everyone who wasn't was getting yelled at by the blue-haired person with glasses he saw in the auditorium. You should all be in your seats. The bell rang. Currently, he was talking to another trio, a red-haired person, who looked terribly dyed, someone who was just all pink, and a person with a lightning bolt in their hair. They all shrugged, and he thought the pink one was going to say something, but the door was slammed. Only 2 of you saw me. Now stop yelling, and head over to court, you'll figure it out. The person in the sleep bag had stood up, and now was half climbing out, half walking away. Izuku looked towards the rest of the class, who was in shock or confusion, other than someone with really long green hair stood up and started walking towards the door. He did the same and could hear everyone else follow behind them. The rest of the class was pretty quiet, and he was content to let the other person lead, so he was stuck in a middle position. Until everyone turned the wrong way, skipping the locker room for Court 1's sign. He debated telling them, but it'd be really funny if he didn't. New quest. First day assessment. Requirements. Get, at least, in 5th place. Rewards. 2,500 EXP. At this point he was the only one in the halls. He shrugged, might as well go into the locker room. POV. This assessment probably relied on his skills. Midoriya Izuku, age 15, level 16. Special ability, the gamer. HP 175. VIT, level 29 STR, level 58 DX, level 47 INT, level 64 WIS, level 72 Sicha, level 28. Stat points available, 22. Stamina, 250. To exit, say, exit out loud. Exit. He was getting used to muttering. Inside the locker room there was a pile of PE uniforms, so he grabbed one. And that quest shouldn't be too hard, although it gave him no context. Hopefully it'd be okay. No reason it shouldn't. Except for his nervous self freaking out. Plus, he was the first one out, and clearly this person, his teacher maybe, didn't expect anyone so soon, as he was mumbling to himself. Hello. He turned his head so fast that Izuku let out a little squeak. Sorry if this wasn't obvious, but you're our teacher, right? And sorry for scaring you. The black eyes on him were getting a little much, but eventually they looked away. Yep. And you didn't scare me. Just a little confusion. You're that kid who walked in the lounge. Izuku stood there silent. He didn't like small chat. Luckily his teacher thought the same, because they went back to whatever they were doing. Eventually, after what felt like an hour, Shinso walked up to him and leaned in front of him. Did you really leave everyone behind? Didn't you? No, like the outstanding citizen I am, at least mentioned where I was going and helped. He had a smile, closer to smirk, on his face. Oh, shut up. He kicked Shinso's ankle and went quiet again. Others were now heading out as well, and stood in a big group together. Then, whoever this teacher was, cleared their throat. Alright, listen up because I don't like to yell. I am going to be your main teacher for the year, he/him pronouns. Just call me Aizawa-sensei. He paused to look at everyone. Today you only have a half day and I don't want to waste it. You are going to do a quirk assessment. No rules, other than killing someone. It'd look bad on my resume. Izuku snorted and started to think what he meant by no rules. Maybe because of Shinso, whose quirk was mental. But sir, what about orientation? Isn't this a bit unfair? A floating uniform seemed to be speaking, which was really interesting. No, orientation isn't really interesting anyway. Do you want to sit in a chair for the next 3 hours? Plus, nothing is fair. Natural disasters, certain life conditions, preschool snacks. Everyone was silent, but looking over, Shinso looked like it was about to laugh. Get ready, first, the 50-meter dash. After that, everything was a bit of a blur. He finished pretty fast in the dash, 5 seconds or something like that. He was way too nervous to fully tell. There was some kind of grip strength test. They all had weird names, which he thought he did good in. Then the sideways jumping thing, he actually enjoyed it because when he was a kid, he remembered a game they had, very similar to it. It was back when everyone was still nice to one another, and it was just fun in general too, very bouncy. A long jump, more standard, again he thought he did well. Then everyone was given a 15-minute break for the big test, as Aizawa-sensei called it. He laid down in the grass before he felt poking. Move, this is the best spot. Izuku rolled over to Shinso's response, who then laid down next to him. Sharing works too, I guess. Uraraka then trotted over and sat down in front of them. You guys are like cats, let me join. If you are okay with half shade half sun. Izuku shrugged as best he could whilst laying down. Uraraka then got on the other side of him and laid down. So how's the weather? Peachy. Shinso snorted. Is that your only sentence starter? It laughed as Uraraka tried to defend himself. Guys, girls, and whatever we've got going on here, I plead for sleep. Izuku sighed. All in favor, say yes. 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 Sure. Shinso, it doesn't count if you say that. Fine, yes. Izuku laughed. All right, now sleep. First to sleep wins nothing. Plus. Sometime later, he was violently awakened by a kick to the shin. Ow, what in tarnations of Christ dash. That's a new one. Come on, we've only got 2 minutes left. He looked up to see Uraraka standing above him. He mourned the loss of sleep for 3 seconds before standing up. Shinso was talking with what seemed to be an emo bird, no offense. Why is Shinso talking to them? Uraraka looked back. Oh yeah, they came over, said something in goth or whatever, and then Shinso and the new person started talking. No clue other than that though. He hummed, and started walking towards the area that was the meet-up spot he supposed. He could hear others doing the same, and the sleeping bag thing had returned. Their teacher climbed out, after hearing a timer, and blinked. Last one. Your job is to send a ball flying. Don't care how, just get it up. He scanned the crown. Who wants to be first? Silence. Okay, Bakugu. He tossed Bakugu a ball who caught it. Stand in that circle and do whatever. Bakugu then quickly walked up, winded up like some American baseball player, and sent the ball flying. Oh, and did he mention the yelling? Go to the moon, motherfucker. Aizawa-sensei held up a gauge of what he assumed was how far the ball went, which was an impressive 869 meters. He didn't exactly like Bakugu but knew when things were impressive. Aizawa-sensei sighed. Language. Now make a line and go. Everyone then lined up, with him, Shinso, and the bird person at the back. He felt bad for not knowing their name but he'd ask later. Meanwhile, everyone who was going had the same old strategy. Throw as hard as you can, with as much power behind it. The only one who was different was Uraraka, who touched it, threw it softly, and after at least a minute, the counter gave up and read infinity. Eventually it was just him and Shinso with it going first. He walked up to the line, got thrown a ball and shrugged. Hey Tokoyami, batter up. Then what happened was something he'd never forget. Tokoyami, the bird person, had a shadow sentient quirk, which was super cool, and they formed together a baseball bat-shaped thing. Shinso threw the ball with a lot more power than he thought, and Tokoyami and the shadow hit it, sending it flying. Founder was at 678 meters, which was pretty dang far. The next few seconds were filled with him laughing along with Shinso, and the glasses person questioning their tactics. I did say anything. Next, so you can go home. Aizawa-sensei seemed done, so Izuku quickly stood in the circle. As he was given the ball, he realized he wasn't quite sure what to do. Then he had a very stupid, interesting, but also a rare chance it'd work plan. He'd briefly thought about using the elemental spells, but the one he had right now was so weak that it wasn't really useful. So the next plan it was. Hey, can you guys put your hands in the air? I kinda need it for this. He was a bit nervous, but everyone did raise at least one hand in the air. Time to see if this would work. Think fast dash. Izuku threw the ball as fast as he could towards his class, who almost everyone tried to deflect with their quirks, which made a small explosion sorta thing, and propelled his ball. But a lot faster than he thought. The ball went soaring within moments, milliseconds perhaps. The counter kept climbing and climbing, until it stopped at a good 927 meters. Not the highest in the class, but most definitely more than he thought. Aizawa-sensei sighed again. Something he seemed to do often. Was it because he was tired or quirk-related? And held another projector. At the same time he got a screen popped up in his view. Here's the results. Once you see it, pack up and leave. He slumped back into his sleeping bag. At the top was a person with black hair, Yaoyorozu. Then came the glasses person, Ida. Then was Uraraka, which was awesome. Then Bakugu and finally him. 5th place. He smiled and walked back towards the lockers. Uraraka and Shinso ran up. The next day was similar to the first, but a little less nerve-wracking. While riding on the train he decided to claim his rewards, as yesterday he didn't do much. Went home, ate lunch, went out to the mall with his mom for a bit, ate dinner, and fell asleep very promptly. Very little, plus he forgot about the quest until this morning. Now, on the train, in an empty car, other than him, he finally had a chance to check it. It took him a second to remember how to open the quests, but eventually he remembered. Quest. Note to self, remember those. Quest. 4 completed quests, click here. 4 new quests, click here. He clicked on the completed quest thing, then clicked on the newest quest. Quest complete. Great job on the assessment. Be prepared though, it only gets worse from here on out. Rewards. 2,500 EXP. Instantly he was bombarded by more pop-ups. Level up. Level 16, level 17. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 2 stat points. 1 skill tree points. Level up. Level 17, level 18. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 1 stat points. 1 skill shards. Level up. Level 18, level 19. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 1 stat points. 1 skill shards. Level up. Level 19. Level 20. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 2 skill tree points. Level up. Level 20, level 21. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 2 skill tree points. Level up. Level 21, level 22. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. Rewards. 1 stat points. 1 skill shards. He laughed, sighed, and wondered about an EXP curve. It most definitely seemed to be here, as he didn't go up as much in levels even though he got quite a bit of EXP. Another pop-up got his attention though. Unlocked. Transform spells. For reaching level 20, transform spells have been unlocked. Transform spells allow the player to choose 3 realistic animals to transform into. This uses stamina and/or health, depending on the animal. To unlock these spells, a deposit of 10 spell shards are needed. He was really excited for that, but he most definitely didn't have enough. It seemed like most of the spell shards came from leveling up, so that was the next goal he supposed. But at least it told him about it. Now he could decide which animals instead of giving him 24 hours. He was a bit miffed about how the elemental spells only gave him 24 hours. The train then slowed down and opened its doors to the crowd of people. He closed all the boxes and leaned his head against the window. Might as well get some sleep. Plus. He woke up to the sound of his station and quickly hurried off. He jogged the rest to school, just to be a bit early. Eventually, he made his way back to the 1A classroom and ignored the other students. He wasn't doing it to be mean, just he wasn't a morning person. He passed Bakugu, who looked at him for maybe half a second, and laid his head down on his desk. He didn't know how long it took, but eventually the bell rang. At the same time he looked up, their teacher also got up from his sleeping bag, which just seemed to be his thing. Since this year I'm trying out something new, you guys get one question to ask me about myself. Go. Almost everyone's hands raised. He didn't know why, but he was fine with figuring it out himself. Azui. He nodded towards the person with the long green hair. Just call me Tsu. But what's your quirk? Aizawa-sensei's eyes then grew red, and suddenly his head really hurt, worse than any migraine he'd ever have, and it was gone just as quick as it was there. Most of the class were confused, but some were looking towards the person with the probable invisibility quirk. I can erase quirks. If any of you guys get out of hand, I will use it. If you have a reason why I shouldn't though, come meet me at lunch, as some quirks I know are finicky. He grabbed a stack of papers. These are maps for the school because of how long it took you to find the lockers yesterday. He started passing them out. Can't blame you though. There are still third-year students who get lost. Izuku took a second to look over the map, which was incredibly detailed and complicated, although his head still hurt from what must have been Aizawa-sensei erasing his quirk. That's all I have for you today. Do whatever, just stay relatively quiet. After homeroom, ectoplasm entered the room. Hello students, I am ectoplasm, no need for this sensei. He/they pronouns. This PRD we have algebra, but for the first full day we won't do much other than review. His voice was much different than expected, but did kind of fit the whole ghost theme. Misty Inuit. The quick review seemed way too easy, but he went along with it. Halfway through the PRD, ectoplasm passed out a review sheet, as they called it. But when he got to Izuku, he leaned down a bit. I have been told that you have already learned this. Once I finish passing these out, would you like to step outside for a bit? Izuku nodded and was patient. After his classmates started on their work, he followed ectoplasm, who had simply nodded at him. In his peripheral vision, he saw heads turning. He started to pick at his jacket's hem as he continued into the hall. Ectoplasm tilted their head. Nisa told me about your situation with classes and asked if I could ask you about them. He would do it himself, but he seemed to be busy. He clarified. Well, I know he told me something about being like a teacher's assistant or something like that. That seems cool. Ectoplasm nodded along. Sure, although we won't do much today. I'll just let you do your own thing for the rest of class. They headed back into the classroom, to which Izuku followed, and immediately regretted it when he was met of the sight of a human tower made up by his classmates. He blinked, ignored them, and went back to his seat. He didn't want to know. The next class was Hero History, with Midnight, a class he could actually take and learn something. Any kind of history class was interesting to him because different teachers could word things differently, or go into more depth with certain topics than others, or he could keep going on but class was starting. Well, hello lovelies. Midnight sauntered might be the better word, into the room. Midnight here, she, her. Then, for the entire PRD of class, Midnight continued to talk about how this year was going to be awesome, what they'd learn, and getting on about whatever was her life, something about cats and grandmas, and more. Izuku was sure that no one else actually understood her, which was fair. Not many people were used to speaking fast and switching topics faster. As the bell rang, she looked sad before waving goodbye. Goodbye, loves, see you tomorrow. Tsu croaked. Well, she was interesting. Hello, superfans. Present Mike walked in, for what Izuku remembered to be English. Which was slightly pointless for him, but he got the idea. Your new English teacher, he/him star, just call me Mike. He smiled and then grabbed the chalk. As I write some stuff down, raise your hand if you already know English and/or know some. Izuku raised his hand and looked around, and 3 others also had their hands up. The person with the black hair, he remembered them as Yayorozu, a person with split red and white hair, and that person with the lighting bolt in their hair. Present Mike then finished with writing stuff on the board and motioned to him and the other people who raised their hand to walk up. The rest of the class, I want to make sure you know all this, so practice with yourself or a partner. He stood up and followed behind Yaoyorozu, who seemed to walk without any self-doubt. As they reached the front, all four of them made a semicircle around Pre-Will. Alright, since you guys already know all this stuff, we have two options. Either you replace this class with another, like, well, art I guess. Star thought for a second. Or, you can take more advanced English. He handed out a slip of paper to each one of them, a bright yellow color. Fill out this sheet with your parents, bring it tomorrow, and we'll change your classes or move you up. The split-haired person shifted uncomfortably before speaking. What if your parents are busy? Do you have an older sibling? Yes. Mike shrugged. Well, close enough. Just ask their help then. You all can go to your seats now, unless you have questions. Izuku took that as his time to leave and rushed back to his seat. Now the real question was what to pick. God, he had way too many options and way too many problems. He still was unsure about those transform spells and that hadn't even come up. He simply stared at his yellow piece of paper until the bell rang and a shadow came over his desk. Shinsu's face entered his view and tapped him on the head. Nope, we've got an empty skull. Quick, get him, boys. Izuku could feel himself being lifted, backpack and all into the air by Tokoyami's shadow thing. It laughed as he was freaking out about being lifted up suddenly. Can I please go down? Fine. The shadow spoke, and instantly Izuku was on it. Oh my, I'm so sorry if this is rude, but can you please tell me more about your quirk? I forgot about it and was gonna ask you about it, but you just seemed like you didn't want to talk. Plus. After lunch and 2 other classes, Japanese with Vlad King, he/him, who looked more tired than Aizawa, and biology with Powerloader, also he/him. The Hero Work 101 class was finally and also sadly here. It was with All Might, which wasn't fun, but also was going to teach about hero stuff, which was fun. Conflicting feelings. Uraraka must have picked up on his growing nervousness as she kept trying to talk to him and smiling at him. I am here to teach. The door slammed open, and in burst All Might. Aizawa-sensei followed behind with a slight frown. The most important thing first, your costumes. Izuku started bouncing his leg as briefcases slid out the wall, with a fog machine clearly on top, making smoke. All Might, please don't tell me you tried to add smoke effects to the costumes. Aizawa sighed. All Might looked uncomfortable. Well, class, grab your costumes and change in the locker rooms. Aizawa sighed again. Izuku waited for Shinso and Uraraka to walk up to him. Maybe if he hid behind them, All Might would notice him. Uraraka and Shinso didn't notice, or just didn't ask as he scooted behind them and grabbed his case. Unfortunately, it seemed that it did not in fact work. Young man, do I know you from somewhere? You look familiar. Izuku froze. No sir, anyways guys, let's go. He grabbed Shinsu's and Uraraka's arm and started to speed walk away. Once he was sure he was a good distance away, he let go of his friend's arms. Ouch. Shinso was rubbing its arm while Uraraka looked at him for a moment. They seemed to ponder something before deciding. Do you actually know him? All Might. Izuku sighed. Yes? No, well, can we just go? Uraraka looked at Shinso, who shrugged. All right, but I will figure out what's going on. The walk to the locker rooms was silent, and Izuku really wished that maybe All Might would blow up like in those weird cartoons. Just a little pow and his problems would be solved. But then society would then also probably blow up. No, more like an anvil fell on it. Shinso tapped him on the shoulder. Uraraka was gone. Welcome to Earth, now let's go in. He gestured to the locker room door. You've just been kinda staring at it for a minute or so. Oh, thanks then. Izuku opened the locker room door and found a changing room in the back. Last time he didn't use it because no one else was in the room, but now there were a ton of people. He didn't care what others thought of him, it just felt weird to get changed in front of them. His briefcase had all his stuff he had asked for: a teal-green colored jumpsuit, green and red striped gloves, stiff red shoes that worked with his feet. He still had the body of a quirkless person, a belt with black and purple accents, and his favorite part. A pre-quirk game called Animal Crossing had a furniture item called the Froggy Chair. And so, if he had a quirk based off games, he thought it'd be genius to add a little something relating to games. and so he simply asked for a mask with the froggy chair design on it, drawn, as he didn't know if anyone else would know what he meant. There were also 2 sticks, quarterstaffs maybe? Although they seemed to fold up to extend and retract. All he asked was some simple weapon he could use pretty easily. He shrugged, put them in his pocket, and stepped out of the changing room. Shinso saw him and snorted. Really? A green and red color scheme? Izuku pushed him. Oh, shut up, you're literally wearing a black jumpsuit and a purple belt, and nothing else. Mine has personality. They started to both walk out of the locker room together, both insulting each other's costumes. Mine has personality emo. Yours looks like a kid made it. Aha, yet you have nothing to add to yours. It's easier to put on. Were those gloves hard to put on? No. Have you know it was quite simple dash. Uraraka laughed as she put their arms around both of their shoulders. You guys are both pretty and both have good costumes. But mine wins. She let go of them and spun in a circle. To be fair, it was pretty decent. Pink and navy color scheme. The jumpsuit seemed looser than his but tighter than Shinsu's. And the boots seemed pretty cool. They were pink and looked like those astronaut shoes. He looked to Shinso, who rolled his eyes. I think I win, but sure, you guys are also pretty cool. Agree. Izuku nodded his head and started playing with his gloves. All right, class. The rest of the class went silent. Today we are doing dash. Checking the costumes in a mini exercise. Aizawa seemed to also have at least a faint distaste for All Might. Izuku thinks he found one of his favorite teachers already, well, other than Snipe. All Might continued. Yes, what Aizawa said. Come line up to draw sticks to find your partner, and who you'll be up against. Izuku had now become even more nervous. It was a small chance, but he could be fighting with or against Bakugo. Hopefully the universe gave him pity. He really shouldn't have said anything. He was paired up with Bakugo. Although they were set to fight Shinso and Uraraka, as they were also partners. He was starting to think that the universe really liked to toy with him at this point. What next? Getting kidnapped? Hopefully not, but at this point it seemed like it. Bakugo didn't seem to get mad or explode, just ignored him. They were first, which Izuku didn't know if it was a bad or good thing. Shinso and Uraraka had to run to the building, and however long it took the heroes to walk there was their prepare time. That was Aizawa's idea, even though All Might disagreed on it. Bakugo scoffed and walked out the door, and Izuku followed. He was debating whether or not to look at his skills with Bakugo in front of him before he heard his voice. Nerd. Shut up your mumbles and sheet and listen to me. You're useless to me, so stay out of my way. I'm going to go if and you win. Bakugo continued to walk ahead, and Izuku just stopped to pause. He continued to the building but started heading through a more back way. He was actually curious to see Bakugo either mess up or absolutely win. Free entertainment. He entered the nearest building and all he could think was how much did the school spend per year. It quite literally looked like any basic office building, maybe a little cheap looking. Why did they even need all this? He continued until he found a staircase and headed up to the roof, just getting more and more confused. There were computers, the expensive headphones, desks, plants, and working. Coffee. Plus, why would anyone ever need any of this? At this point he was almost in hysterics and crying. By the time he got to the roof, he had almost forgotten about the whole exercise. Why do you need all this? What is my life? Is it too late to time? Travel? Izuku looked toward sky and just stared for a moment at the clouds. He liked the quiet moments like this, especially outdoors. There was no buzz of humans, electronics whirring, or anything like that. Of course, the moment is gone the second he hears a big explosion noise, mostly likely from Bakugo. He suddenly stood up and looked over the railing just in time to see Bakugo get absolutely yeeted across the roof over. He knew he should help, especially since he could see the bomb on the other roof, but he just started to laugh as he watched Bakugo get beaten up. Uraraka would use her quirk on him so he wouldn't be able to reach the bomb, Shinso occasionally using his quirk to make Bakugo dance before letting him go. It was all very entertaining. Eventually, he stopped and decided to help Bakugo. He still wanted to win and he got his entertainment. Although, how was he supposed to get down decisions? Just as All Might called out on a speaker that they had 3 minutes to get the bomb before the victory went to the villains, Izuku had a plan. Quickly he put the kettle on the stove, and then looked at the other screen. Perks dash spells, elemental line, not chosen, choose now? Not unlocked yet. Not unlocked yet. Not unlocked yet. Not unlocked yet. Hurts. Well, thanks, Quirk, for all the totally actual information, and not just nothing. As the kettle boiled, Izuku continued to think about it. By the time the kettle was whistling, he had made up his mind. He took the kettle off the stove, and clicked on the Choose Now area. It gave him the 4 options, and he clicked Water Bending Line. Before he could change or do anything, the screen updated. Izuku took a breath of relief, at least he didn't have to choose anymore. He did examine the tab closer, to see what he had really gotten. Perks dash spells, elemental line, water bending line. Rainy day, can start a small rain cloud which seems natural, within a small area. -1 stamina every min. To use, spell, level 1 waterbending. Not unlocked yet. Buy for 5 spell shards. Not unlocked yet. Not unlocked yet. Hurts. He frowned slightly, sure rain clouds were cool, but hopefully the unlocked spells would be stronger. He closed the tab and shrugged. Might be useful one day, who knows. Spell, level 1 waterbending. Izuku muttered quickly and was surprised to see his hands glow. He really should have tested this out. But too late, he supposes. He tries to point over the roof where the others are at, and yes, it worked. He quickly runs down the stairs, out to the front of his building, just to walk into the building he was supposed to be in. As he runs up the stairs, which are making him so tired, he calculates that Uraraka and Shinso are probably freaking out, and Bakugo will probably take the opening. Hopefully, at least. He makes it up the last stairs, opens the roof door, and finds himself to be correct. Well, partially. Bakugo was going for the villains, but not the bomb. Uraraka was screaming right back at Bakugo, while the two wrestled. Or something like that. Shinso was trying to pull Bakugo off of Uraraka, but looking too nervous to do it. All Might's voice rung out. 2 minutes to villain victory. He seemed a bit upset that the villain team was winning, although probably not for long. Izuku ran to the bomb, and quickly touched it. Heroes win. All Might yelled out, and the other 3 paused to look up at him. All of them were soaked, and looked very confused. You know I'm just gonna leave. He inched towards the roof door, and pulled himself in quickly. He could still hear the rain though, and had no clue how to turn it off. POV. Midoriya Izuku age, 15 level 22. Special ability, the gamer. HP, 170-175. VIT, level 29 STR, level 58 DX, level 47 INT, level 64 WIS, level 72 Seichen, level 28. Stat points available, 27. Stamina, 5250. To exit, say, exit out loud. His stamina was really low, and he didn't want to find out what it meant to have 0 stamina, so he had about 50 minutes to turn off the spell he'd just cast. This was fine, he'd probably figure it out. There was only 10 more minutes before his stamina ran out, and he didn't really know what to do. He was in the viewing room with most of his classmates, so talking at all would look weird. At least, nobody knew he made the rain, and just thought a storm had sprung up. It looked mostly like a normal rain cloud at least, other than maybe a slight hint of green hue on it. All Might said it'd be a good opportunity to learn to fight in the rain at least. But it was draining his stamina, and either he needed to gain some stamina, or turn it off. Perk, spells dash, he didn't see anyone look at him muttering, so maybe he was in the clear. Spells. Elemental? Transform? 10 spell shards required. More info. He clicked on the more info, and got a tab full of information. It looked more like a terms of service than info, but he kept scrolling. To close a spell, repeat the spell, and end it with close. Izuku sighed, and tried to be the quietest he could. Spell, level 1 waterbending, close? The big screens all over the front of the room suddenly got clearer, and the rain cloud faded away. The rest of his classmates started whispering about the rain, and Bakugo looked at him suspiciously. Izuku ignored him, and eventually he looked away. Glancing at his stamina showed he still had 5 stamina left. He let himself finally breathe and let his thoughts wander. The first thing he thought of was wondering if his mom would make him hot chocolate and watch hero movies with him, to give himself a break. He smiled at the thought, and put his attention to the screens. There was so many quirks to analyze and all of them needed to be analyzed. After the school finally ended, he let himself be dragged to the train station by Uraraka and Shinso. Uraraka was talking about something, but his brain was just overwhelmed at this point. He nodded along but not really there. So, are you too tired or something? You guys have been a little quiet. Of course if you want it like that then I can stop talking. Uraraka smiled at Shinso, who just sighed. No, you're fine. Just not talkative. Izuku nodded. Honestly, I'm just going home and then sleeping. For the next 13 hours. But school starts before then. Izuku snorted. So you can only sleep like what? I don't know, but I think it's less than that. And what about dinner? Shinso grinned. Watch me. Uraraka started laughing, and Izuku joined her. Shinso pouted, and Izuku just laughed harder. He loved his friends. Izuku woke up the next day with his legs aching so bad he thought he was gonna die. He just laid there, not wanting to move. School was important but sleep. He must have fallen back asleep because the next thing he knows, his mom is shaking him. Izuku, come on, you've got school today. Wake up. Ugh. Why did he have to wake up? Izuku, if you don't wake up I'm pulling you off the bed. He made an unintelligible noise, but at least climbed out of bed. Izuku dash. He blinked to see his mother staring at him. What? He stared back. You have 10 minutes before you're late for your train. He blinked and took a moment to process. Why didn't you tell me dash? By the time he got to class, he had 2 minutes to spare before class fully started, fully frazzled, and a bit dazed from him running into a streetlight. He was just going to pretend like it never happened. He sat down in his seat and laid his head down on his desk. Dimen, you look worse than I do. Never knew that was possible. Shinsu's voice was full of amusement, and sounded like it was about to laugh. He ignored him and instead stared at his desk. The wood was very interesting, totally that was it. He thought he heard Bakugo snorting, but it could have been the streetlight. For all he knew, he could be unconscious, and all of this was just his brain trying to figure out what in the fruit salad was going on. His probable extensional crisis was cut short by the bell. Izuku's brain protested, but he sat up in his chair to get ready for whatever they were doing today. He watched as Aizawa-sensei walked in, and sighed as a couple of his classmates scrambled to their seats. He waited for them to settle down. Yesterday you battled one another in mock battles, today you are faced with a challenge. The mood of the room stiffened, although nothing had been said. Of choosing a class president. I am going to take a nap, God help me. Immediately the room was full of tons of different conversations, and different chatter. Uraraka was talking to a group, like she was being elected president. Shinso crawled into a corner. The person with the split hair color was looking at him like it suddenly solved every problem in the world. There was another group, a trio, who also had shrunk themselves into the back of the classroom. Please. Let's do this in a formal way. How about we learn about one another first? Everyone quieted down, and Izuku was extremely glad. I will start. I am Ida Tenya, pleased to meet you all. Izuku just sighed in relief. He sometimes liked the chaos of everything, but it was still 8 in the morning. Please just shut up. How about going by class numbers from now on? I am Yayiro Zumomo. Oh, I'm she/her. Oh yeah. A person who was the definition of pink went. So, who's one? I'm 2. Aoyama, I sparkle with he/him. Aoyama twirled around like it was normal to do. This year was going to be interesting. Okay, Ashido, but you guys can call me Mina, she/her. She/her, I guess, if we are doing it. Ida nodded. Yes, it would be good to do that as well. He/him. I will be your president, Taraka, she/they. Somebody coughed awkwardly, but Izuku just snorted. Are you sure? We haven't even decided dash. Ida, right? Izuku got a confused nod from Ida, and everyone else's attention. You do realize they'll probably dash. He glanced at Uraraka, who was glaring at him and shaking her head. You know what, you'll figure it out. Sorry. He smiled nervously while Uraraka was shaking her head at him, grinning. So I'm Ojiro. The he-him ones. He looked either really nervous or really excited. Izuku couldn't tell. I'm Kaminari. Resident Pikachu forever. And he-him. Kaminari was interesting. He didn't really see his quirk during those battle things yesterday, but just on that comment he might have an electric quirk? That would be really cool to see or use. But also how would it work, because then that would mean his heart and brain would have to be wired differently, otherwise if he electrically hit himself, then it could be really dangerous. Kirishima. He-him pronouns are awesome. Izuku glanced at Shinso, who was back in his seat. What did he say? He whispered as quietly as he could to it, because he most definitely missed something. Nothing much, just was talking about Paquin, and his name is Kirishima. Shinso scrunched up his nose. Something about hair dye as well, I don't know. Oh. Izuku put his attention back to the rest of the class, which apparently the quiet ones were all gathering in one spot. He's Koda and doesn't want to talk, I'm Shoji. Both of us use he-him. The third one in the group. Sato he-him. I don't really care for class president though. Jiru and she-her. Izuku noticed that she had what looked like headphone jacks attached to her ears. Izuku wondered if it was a fashion choice or a mutation. He couldn't really see her actual ears, so he may never know. Zero. He-him. Zero shrugged. That's it. Dark Shadow and myself. Tokoyami. I use he-him and dash. What looked like a bird-like shadow appeared over Tokoyami's shoulder, and Izuku realized he probably had a sentient quirk, which were really cool. I use it, It giggled as Tokoyami grumbled to it. Tokoyami, you and Dark Shadow are cool, I would like to say. Sue? Mentioned to both of them, which made Dark Shadow really excited. Probably because she was treating it like a person, which probably didn't happen much if it was a sentient quirk, just based off what he had heard in textbooks and online. Notification, added, analyzing level 1, to current skills. He didn't know there were notifications. I am Todoroki Shoto, I do not care for my father or what you think about him. The pause. They maybe. I'm not sure. He shrugged and went back to staring at the front of the room, which was fair. The class was loud and Todoroki, he swore that he knew that name from somewhere, didn't seem like that. Hagakure. Pronouns are she, her, yeah. She was the floating uniform that he kept seeing, and was really confused about. Maybe he'd eventually learn why? No. Bakugu was really quiet and it was setting off his nerves. Something had changed about him and Izuku did not like it. Fine you extras. Bakugu and the he-him sheet. That was still a little off. Izuku sighed. Suddenly everyone's eyes were on him. Oh why does it look so easy to talk then this happens? Midoriya. He-him. He was looking down at this point but still tried to give a little smile. Shinso he-it. Everyone seemed to take his answer even though Izuku wasn't even sure if they heard it. I am Yayorozu, but just call me Yamamo or Momo as it's easier. She, her. The last person spoke, and the chatter was right back. Izuku wasn't sure if there was a quirk that was doing this or if they were doing this normally. A quirk seemed a bit far, so that means he was just surrounded by a bunch of chatty people. And he thought he was extroverted. Bakuga's explosions, and Izuku knew their sound, went off and everyone stared at him. Which my F just vote. Dames. Oh. Uraraka blinked. That's actually smart. Hold on, how do we do that? To Momo? That sounded better. Momo held her hand up. We can write it down on paper and I can use my quirk to make a box to put them in. Most of his classmates agreed, and the next thing he knew, Izuku had a slip of paper and was thinking. Uraraka seemed like she really wanted it, but then again Momo also would like it. He could always do someone random and see what happens. Oh, and Ida also seemed a little fitting for class president and all that. He eventually decided on Momo because she seemed like she could do some stuff. He played around on his phone until the results were tallied. Who knew that spoons were so interesting? He didn't really look, but he heard that Momo and Ida were president and vice president respectively. The bell rang for the next class, algebra if he remembered correctly. Plus. Lunch was a mess, everyone was trying to get to know one another, and they somehow sat around a whole table. A table that was only supposed to fit 10 people at most. He shrugged but took the only place that was open, between Shinso and Todoroki. He glanced at the latter before sitting, but he didn't seem to mind. He was looking at his food like it had just solved his problems. Midoriya, please save me, I am being surrounded by extroverts. Uraraka overheard him and started laughing. You'll live. No. Okay, but like, how will you become a hero if you don't live? Sounds counterproductive dash. Shut up and stop yelling. Bakugo rolled his eyes and then ignored the others trying to talk to him. A loud ringing noise then sounded, and a slightly obnoxious voice came on over the school speakers. Level 3 threat. Leave and return to classrooms if not already in the area. Izuku started sliding down under the tables as everyone else started leaving. No one noticed him, even his own classmates, which hurt a little, but he was sure there was a reason. Eventually he opened his eyes, which he didn't even remember closing them, but he continued. The cafeteria was dead silent, alarms off, no students, nothing. He climbed out from the table and stood up. He should probably get to class. He had no idea how long it had been, and hoped that he wasn't late. As he turned around to get to 1A, he made eye contact with nobody he'd ever seen. What? Why are you here? No, you're just like those NPCs, you won't tell. Otherwise, Izuku froze as whoever this was stared at him, smiled, while a purple portal thing appeared behind them. Otherwise, you may never see your family again. As soon as they arrived, they left. Through the portal, which closed afterwards. The stillness of the now empty cafeteria was such a sudden transition that all he can do is gape where the person walked through the portal. What on earth just happened? Izuku continued to stare. He thought he'd seen bad stuff. He lived in a red light district and was quite literally surrounded by crime. Even in his class, he'd come to terms that they were in the wrong. Using quirks publicly was a crime. There was also the nagging thought about discrimination, but he pushed it down. Yet he'd just seen whoever it was, bluish hair, hoodie and jeans, and those red eyes. They had turned on all of Izuku's warning bells in his head, and every red flag too. He didn't know how long he stayed like that. He remembers slightly being there, agreeing to follow Nizu, when did he get there? And seeing his classmates, all confused. He gave them a weak smile, but just watched as Nizu walked into one. Vlad King-sensei nodded, after him, and Nizu whispered, before they left again. Midoriya-kun, I don't believe you are in the best of mindset now, so I am taking you to my office. Izuku stared at the floor. He heard him and tried to pull himself out of this. He didn't like being like this, but it's not like he could do much. He continued walking while trying to figure out why this was happening again. What did he do recently? Fighting Bakugo. Casting that rain spell. Sleeping in late. Did that happen because he was tired or maybe the spell? The crowd and alarm. That could be it. No, whoever that person who threatened him? Was that it? Was it really casting that simple spell thing that set it all into action? Like dominoes? New quest. Clue in the school. Requirements. Learn the secret path. Optional requirements. Solve the hoodie-covered mystery. Base rewards. 200 EXP points. 1 spell shards. Izuku scrunched his nose. This was totally the time to be worrying about his quirk. He blinked and ignored it in favor for walking to Nizu's office, or what he supposes it is. Sit anywhere. Nizu grabbed a teapot and held it up to him. He blinked in confusion. T. Hitoshi was very confused about the whole situation that had happened. Apparently the media had gotten on campus, and that's why the alarm sounded, but that wasn't necessarily the weird thing. Midoriya was nowhere to be found. It thought he saw Midoriya following behind, but when the crowds of students finally went to their classes, thank God for Ida, he couldn't find him. He'd asked Uraraka as well, but she also didn't see him. Uraraka had then started asking everyone else in their class, and it spread to Vlad King-sensei, who just told him that the other teachers were going to be looking for him. Hitoshi knew sensibly that he was probably fine, but there was a part of him who worried. Uraraka kept calling him baby, and it fit. He sighed and turned back towards the work that it was supposed to do. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Principal Nizu was standing there, next to Midoriya. Hitoshi watched as Nizu and Vlad King talked, while Midoriya just stood there. From what he could see, everyone was staring. As it turned back to Midoriya, Midoriya froze. He stared back and gave a little smile before following Nizu again. The door shut, and everyone started chatting. Even he was confused, and was trying to figure out what was happening by sending Uraraka glances. Hitoshi got nothing from her though. Okay, get back to work. Midoriya-kun is alright. Now back to our lesson. Vlad King's voice droned on, and Hitoshi didn't bother to listen. What on earth was happening? Plus. He watched the clock tick as it got closer to the time class was over. There was still 40 minutes left, and Izuku continued to watch. He had drunken probably 4 cups of tea, and doodled everything he could possibly think of. He didn't want to leave though. What would his classmates think? He told himself he'd go back next class. Maybe. He could feel Nizu's gaze on him from where he sat at his desk. Izuku turned his head towards him and stared. Midoriya, what happened here? Nizu addressed him and motioned him over. He followed, and stood beside him where he could see one of the monitors on Nizu's desk. It was a video camera feed or something like it. He watched himself on the monitor freeze as the hoodie guy walked on screen. They left through the portal, and Izuku still stood there. Nizu turned the chair towards him and furrowed his face. If there was an intruder, I need to know more information. Join me on the couches, will you? Izuku followed, and sat across from Nizu, who stared at him. Eventually he realized Nizu was waiting for him, and he started speaking. I don't know? He kinda just showed up. How about we start from the beginning? What did you notice when the alarm sounded, and what happened after? Nizu had pulled out a notebook, one oddly reminiscent to himself. So the alarm sounded and I hid under the tables. I don't like crowds. Then when I got out they were there. They was it blue or white? I think they had blue hair but it was really light. Izuku started playing with his hands and looking at the ground. Black hoodie and jeans, but that you saw on the cameras I guess. Red eyes and they smiled and threatened me. They left and that's it. Izuku looked up to see Nizu's fur bristling. Which was really weird but when he thought about it, it did make some sense that his fur could bristle. And what was this threat? Izuku froze as he remembered the words. No, you're just like those NPCs you won't tell. Otherwise, you may never see your family again. He threatened me about my family and not to tell anyone. Izuku shifted. Surely he didn't know about his family, because if so he probably would have just said his mother. Although he'd like to see the villain try and find his dad. Nizu grinned. That's all I need. This will help a lot, especially since this mysterious figure forgot to take out that one camera. He reached for a drawer in the coffee table between the 2 couches they were sitting on. Care for a game of chess? Izuku watched as Nizu opened the chessboard. Oh yeah, that's fine. I will be black and you can be white? Izuku grabbed and set up his pieces. Fine by me. Izuku kept making moves, but Nizu kept on pushing him back. He finally got one of his stupid pawns across the board, and promoted it to a bishop. Nizu reached out his hand over the board before he stopped. Oh, that is a check. I didn't notice. He grinned, and Izuku wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing. Another 5 minutes passed where it was mostly his pieces dying, before he got that same bishop near Nizu's king. He clapped as he looked over the board. Pac-Man, thank you for playing with me. Nizu was grinning, and Izuku slowly helped put the chessboard and its pieces away. He was still a bit shook that his plan worked. Once it was all put away, Nizu looked back towards Izuku. You know, you do remind me of your mother. She also was someone who had the patience to checkmate me. Izuku perked up at that tidbit of information. His mom never told him anything about her talking with Nizu before. The bell rang, and Izuku glanced towards the door. Yes, if you would like to return to class, you may go now. Always feel free to return. Another game would be delightful. Oh, sure. He walked out the door and headed towards the 1A classroom. As he got there, he heard the noise level increase, and the nervousness returned. He opened the door and immediately got a hug from Uraraka. They were babbling about something before Shinso pulled her away. "Oh hey Midori. Where were you?" Kaminari, if he remembered right, got everyone else's attention on him. He shrunk behind Shinso, who shrunk behind Uraraka. "His name is Midoriya, remember that Kaminari?" "Ashido?" "No," Mina called out to Kaminari, who made a little oh-noise. He decided to just tell the rest of the class. "I was just out to talk to someone. Nothing bad, just Shinso raised an eyebrow as it probably tried to understand what he meant, but shrugged. "Okay, well let's get back to our seat I guess." Uraraka gave him one last hug as Power Loader walked in for biology. As he sat down, he ignored the rest of the class for his new quest. What on earth did it mean by the hoodie-covered mystery? And why did he need to? Was something gonna happen? He wished he had the answers. That night, Izuku went home and realized a couple of things. 1. He didn't give Mike-sensei that signed piece of paper. He didn't even get it signed by his mother because he went to bed so early. 2. What kind of world did he live in to beat Nizu? Just a game known for smart people playing it. And lastly, he had really no clue what had happened in classes all day. He knew at the end of the day there was the heroics class on basic movements in combat, not really that interesting if you ask him, but other than that he really didn't pay attention. Maybe Uraraka could tell him? She seemed like the type to keep notes. He got up from where he was sitting on his bed and made sure to grab that piece of paper. He couldn't understand why it was bright yellow, but whatever works. He set it down on the kitchen table specifically so he would remember it. Now what to do for it was the real question. What did Present Mike say? Take another class or more advanced English? Or was it take another English class or? Izuku wasn't going to get anywhere with that process, so he just grabbed the paper. It seemed normal, his name was scribbled in at the top, probably by Mike-sensei, and it very quickly explained how, your kid is so good at English so sign this to put them in a different class and test out of English. There was nothing that said about other classes though. It had a date for a test day, which was also the due date. He set it back down, and decided that he could just ask later. Maybe it was supposed to be vague or something. Well now what? He could go back to his room but, do what? He grabbed a granola bar, and grabbed a bottle of some lemon fruit drink, he always forgot the name. He also grabbed the yellow sheet and headed back to his room with them. As he started to eat the bar, he looked around the room for something to do. He had a computer, books, or maybe drawing. He did run out of colored pencils though and didn't really like using pens. So never mind about that. He went to sat down at his desk with all his items and thought for a second. What could he do? He could analyze his quirk. He really just forgot about his quirk for a second. Well, it wasn't all his fault. Today was busy, so he totally forgot it for that reason. He nodded to himself at his inner explanation, ignoring the fact that his mind wandered back to when he was younger. As he opened his fruit thing drink, which he inspected to actually be alligate, he recited the same old words. POV. His screens opened up, something that was becoming slightly comforting over time. Was this what others felt towards their quirks too? Looking up, he inspected his screen. POV, Midoriya Izuku age, 15 level 22. Special ability, the gamer. HP, 175. VIT, level 29 S tier, level 58 DX, level 47 INT, level 64 WIS, level 73 Sicha, level 30. Stat points available, 27. Stamina, 220-250. To exit, say, exit out loud. He still had those stat points, or the, what were they called? Skill points? Why were those even a thing? Yeah, it could improve that skill, but it was somewhat pointless. Maybe it would be useful for trying out a new way of learning something, and then you use the points to make it easier? That worked. What about his relations screen? He hadn't seen it since, what, 10 months ago? The bigger question was honestly why hadn't he checked it since? I really need to remember that. Why can't I get like, I dunno, a manual? His voice broke the silence of his bedroom, with no response. Not that he expected anything else. Relations. Inko Midoriya. Role, mother relation hashtag, 100C screens, false. Mitsuki Bakugu. Role, auntie? Relation hashtag, 20C screens, false. Masaru Bakugu. Role, uncle? Relation hashtag, 40C screens, false. Katsuki Bakugu. Role? Relation hashtag, 0C screens, false. Ochako Uraraka. Role, friend relation hashtag, 30C screens, false. Hitoshi Shinso. Role, friend relation hashtag, 30C screens, false. Nizu. Yama percent? Relation hashtag, 25C screens, false. C screens, general false. Bakugu was neutral? Izuku blinked. Last time he checked, it was a negative number, he was sure of it. But now it was A and Nizu, he didn't even want to try and understand what was going on there. The word glitched like crazy, but it settled down into random symbols. At least Uraraka and Shinso were friends. He didn't know how he'd react to finding out that they weren't actually his friends. Although that could be useful in the future if he ever did one of those undercover missions. But how long would it take for the relationship to grow? It was maybe a couple of weeks with Uraraka, Shinso, and Nizu that he'd met them, but then again he hadn't been checking relations. So was it time-based or closeness? No, it couldn't be time-based, because otherwise he would have a lot more people on here. Old classmates, people he sometimes spoke to at that gym he went to, neighbors, or probably more he couldn't think of. So then was it closeness? What kind of closeness? It couldn't just be family, since he has more than that in his relations. Maybe whoever it was had to be close enough that he could speak to them casually, because while he definitely had his classmates' names now, he wouldn't speak to them casually, which was probably why they didn't show up. He heard the door swinging open and the sound of shoes. Izuku, come help me. He quickly got up and almost fell out of the chair doing so. Izuku thankfully caught himself though, and continued to rush towards the front door. When he opened his bedroom door, his mom was carrying multiple bags and trying, and somewhat succeeding, to set them down. He grabbed as many bags as possible and started hauling them to the kitchen. Oh dear, not the apples? I hope they aren't too bruised, he heard his mom mumbling to herself but decided to get the bags to the kitchen first. He lifted all the bags up onto one of the counters before walking back to his mom who was still near the front door, but at least it was now shut. Mom? You, need help. Apples were scattered, an avocado had wedged itself between his and his mom's shoes, and there was a pack of cream cheese that had somehow ended up on the small end table where they kept keys at the door in a bowl. Oh thank you, but I'll be fine. She started to pull the apples towards her, and was gathering them into a bag. I see you, I swear I'm fine. Just slippery apples. Izuku laughed slightly before picking up the avocado and handing it to her. Okay, well I'll be in my room. I'm pretty sure I knocked something over anyways. His mother waved him off, and he retreated back to his room. He thought he heard something being knocked off his desk, and he really hoped it wasn't what he thought it was. When he returned to his desk, he groaned. That open bottle of Alligade was knocked over, and while it wasn't everywhere, it did get on some of that yellow sheet. He grabbed the hairdryer that he kept in his room to try and dry it off, but paused when he really looked at it. There was red letters on the paper that only appeared at the bottom of the paper. Also coincidentally where the drink had spilled. Looking closer, the words were a bit muddled but still readable. Note, any class can be chosen including classes taught by myself, Nizu. Huh. He continued with his plan of drying out the paper and cleaning up the mess that was his drink, but his thoughts were somewhere else. What was that even supposed to mean? The day he showed up with a slightly creased yellow sheet. It had his mother's signature, who had been very happy he was getting the right classes, and a little written note on the bottom. Mike-sensei, I have that yellow sheet. He handed it over to his teacher who smiled. He read it over, then looked slightly confused when Star reached the bottom. Any class you particularly want to take? Looked up to Izuku, who just smiled at him. Oh, Nizu's class. It's on the paper. Mike-sensei paled but nodded. Got it, you can go to your seat for now. Star gave him a smile and set his paper on other stacks of paper. Izuku nodded and rushed back to his seat. As the lesson started, and sounds of pencil on paper filled the air, Izuku let his mind wander to other places. More specifically, what classes taught by Nizu would be like. Tomorrow we're going on a field trip. Class 1A was full of noise, before red eyes shone over the class. Izuku's head pounded, and he could barely think until they disappeared. You will all have a choice in choosing to wear your costumes, or, if you want to change them, then you will wear the sports uniform. A thin stack of paper landed on the podium at the front of the room. These are forms to change your costumes. Don't get too excited about where we're going, we aren't going far. Aizawa-sensei clambered into whatever was his sleeping bag, and the class filled with chatter. Although Izuku could also see Hagakure, Ojiro, and Kaminari all working on what looked like homework. Mido, can we have Tsu sit with us at lunch? Uraraka dragged herself and Tsu over. He shrugged. I don't care. It's not like I'm the leader here or anything. Shinso kicked his leg and snorted. Sure, as if we haven't basically made you our god. Uraraka hummed, before exclaiming something to herself. I've got it. We're the green squad. She paused. Get it? Because you're green, and our leader, plus Tsu is also green and I like matcha, so if Shinso has something like that dash. Shut up, round face. If anything, you guys are the FING nerd squad idiots. Uraraka huffed and rolled their eyes at Bakugu, which, wow. If it was middle school, Uraraka may have actually fought Bakugu. Or either way around. The bell rang, and Uraraka rushed to her seat, while Tsu followed behind at a slower pace. The next day, after lunch, which both yesterday and today Tsu had ended up sitting with them, apparently she didn't have anywhere else to sit. Which was totally fine with him. Izuku rushed to get his costume on before the rest of his classmates. He also was the first out to the bus that was going to take them to wherever they were going. Aizawa-sensei was leaning on the bus, and raised an eyebrow at Izuku. Any reason you're almost always the first out? Oh, no, I'm just really excited. He decided to stand near the bus, and they both fell into silence again. He could understand not wanting to talk, so he just stayed silent until he saw Uraraka and Tsu walking out together. He noticed that Uraraka wasn't wearing her costume, so maybe she was getting something fixed? Hey Uraraka, is your costume getting changed? She looked at him in confusion, before nodding. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, but Tsu gave me an idea on something to add to it, so I asked for a bit of change. Tsu nodded. I thought she might something like mine, where it has a bit more support. Uraraka flushed a bit, but nodded along. Yeah, I liked my old costume, but Tsu was right. Izuku blinked, a bit confused. Uraraka did look a little embarrassed though, so he let it go. Oh hey look, it's Shinso. I'm gonna go bully him, so you guys do whatever. She rushed over to Shinso, who was coming out with most of the class. He blinked before turning back to Tsu. Well now what? Tsu shrugged and he shrugged back. He went silent again, watching his classmates. Bakugu was glaring at the ground, Shinso and Uraraka were running around in circles, and Ida, please get in class number order. We should line up to be more formal. Tsu looked in the bus behind her, and shook her head. The bus isn't set up like that, it's open seating, Karo. Izuku laughed for a little bit, and then met Tsu's eyes. Should we tell him? Tsu smiled but shook her head. No, it will be kind of funny to see. He nodded, before suddenly being tackled. From what he could see, Shinso was on top of him, before getting up and hiding behind Tsu. Oh no, I'm sorry Mido, here hold on. Uraraka helped him up. Then she pointed at Shinso. It's this emo's fault. Izuku snorted. Very dramatic. Alright, all of you are finally out here. Now get on the bus, I don't care how. Aizawa-sensei got on the bus after he finished, with everyone else following on. Izuku ended up sitting next to Tsu, and his other side was the wall of the bus that separated the doors and seats. Uraraka and Shinso ended up on the other side of them. When everyone was on, which he and Tsu did in fact snort in unison when Ida got on, the bus lurched forwards. The idle chat of his classmates began again, all sorts of conversations. Izuku ignored them for the most part, until he heard someone call out his name. What? He turned to Mina, who smiled at him. Okay, so Midoriya, what's your quirk? Izuku paused as everyone turned to look at him. It's not really that important, he shrugged. Nah, it couldn't be that bad. I mean, my quirk kinda seeks. Kirishima smiled. Unlike Bakugo and Todoroki though, they have really cool and strong quirks. Izuku shook his head. No, your quirk is cool from what I know. I think you have some sort of quirk that transforms your skin into what maybe is rocks? Or keratin? Either way, that's really cool because transformation quirks are usually really hard to control or keep up, so even if it may not be as flashy as other quirks, especially element quirks, it's still awesome. I mean, element quirks are really flashy in nature, so it's... He paused as he felt people start to stare. I was saying it's hard to keep up with them in flashiness, but, yeah. His voice cracked and Izuku suddenly wanted to disappear. God, what was he thinking? He didn't like to talk like that in front of crowds, but as soon as quirks were in, he forgot everything. Well, Bakugo won't be good as a hero even with a flashy quirk. He's got a rotten personality, Karo. Tsu added with a shrug, ignoring Bakugo, who was yelling at her to shut up. Kaminari then decided he also wanted to poke the devil. Oh yeah, he totally reminds me of a rotten piece of trash from the sewers who is prickly. He then screeched as Bakugo tried to punch him. He then tried to hide behind Mina, who was laughing. The entire time Izuku felt like he was going crazy. Never had he heard anyone tease him or even bring up his personality. This was it, the world was exploding and everyone was dying. Goodbye, fake plant that he kept in his room. Goodbye, Mom, this was the end. A flick on his forehead brought him out of his thoughts. Shinso was reaching over and leaned back as it snorted. You look like a dying fish, you know. Tsu then picked up a piece of his hair. Actually, I see him as that one broccoli meme that got popular recently. Izuku squeaked and ducked his head as Tsu continued to hold up pieces of his hair. Uraraka gasped and pointed towards him. Holy cow, wait, no, I know what you're talking about. I totally see it. Shinso tilted his head. What meme? 'Cause I am very lost. Izuku ducked his head again and put his hair back to how he styled it once it was free from Tsu's hands. I am not a broccoli. He pouted, while Tsu shook her head. I'll have to show you two later, I have it on my phone. We're here, get out of the bus. Aizawa yelled out, and immediately everyone scrambled out. He waited until everyone else was out though, so that he wouldn't get trampled by the rest of his classmates. He didn't like to admit it, but he was a little short for his age and he would probably get kicked or something in a rush of people. As everyone got off, he followed along the back and looked up in awe of the building in front of him. It was a huge dome of glass that had a slight silver hue, although that could just be how the glass looks in the sun. And while he could only see some of the building, the doors were see-through, where there were multiple things. He could see a mountain, a forest, and what looked like a pool. Or maybe a fake ocean. Welcome to the USJ. Or dash. Immediately, Izuku recognized the voice of 13 and waited to hear what they were going to say. Like Universal Studios Japan? Kaminari's yelled over 13, which all they did was sigh. No, I was going to say Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ for short. The space-like suit 13 looked a lot more like actual cloth in real life, as it bounced with 13 who had jumped. Oh my god. Could I? No dash, muttering came from his left side, and he looked over in confusion. Uraraka was muttering, with slight blush on her face, all while glancing towards 13. Why would she go? Hey Uraraka. He whispered to try to be quiet, but Uraraka squeaked and jerked their head towards him. Oh sorry, but is 13 one of your favorite heroes? Uraraka grabbed his shoulders, which he squeaked at. She looked like they were about to murder or something in their eyes. One of? Kidding, it's my favorite hero just standing here. Uraraka whisper yelled at the last bit, still glancing at 13. Okay, I get it, could you let me go though? He smiled at her hoping she would let go. Is this what he looks like when talking about heroes? She kept her eyes on him, but did let go. She then sighed as 13 and the rest of the class went into the building. Izuku was 95% sure that they missed some sort of talk that had happened. Oops. Sorry, it's 13. We should probably listen though. Uraraka whispered to him before walking a little ahead of him to probably listen to 13. That is why I made this place. Like I said, quirks aren't easy to use and can hurt. So today we'll be doing rescue exercises. 13 started pointing to different areas in the building, which Izuku was still in a bit of awe. Just how much money does UA spend a year? There is the ruin zone where buildings have fell. The landslide zone is obvious for what it is, as well as the mountain zone. The flood zone is water recuse, downpour zone is similar to a typhoon rescue. The last one is the conflagration zone, which is fire. 13 turned back to face him and his class, but his eyes were stuck to a small purple ball in the middle of everything. What was that? Any questions? Izuku continued to stare at the purple ball, which grew bigger and bigger, reminding him of. His hand shot up, but he didn't bother waiting to be called on. Aizawa-sensei and 13, there's a purple thing in the middle of there. The purple mist grew, and he could barely see the feet of people stepping out. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku called out to his teacher, hoping he knew something was wrong. He watched in mute horror as he saw who were most likely villains, stepped out of the now multitudes of portals. He shook his head and finished his sentence. Aizawa-sensei, I think we're being attacked. Izuku watched as his classmates grew confused, and how Aizawa-sensei grabbed his scarf. Aizawa-sensei, what's going on? Kirishima yelled, and all of his classmates stopped to look at their teacher. Midoriya is correct, those are villains. 13. Protect and evacuate the students. Aizawa-sensei put on yellow goggles, and grabbed his scarf, which started slightly floating. At that exact moment, Izuku realized who Aizawa-sensei was. Dark clothing, yellow goggles, a moving scarf. Honestly, it was a shocker that he hadn't realized before. How had he not realized who one of his favorite, cryptid underground heroes was until now? Eraserhead was one of the least known about underground heroes, yet he had somehow a small fan base on a couple different platforms. Izuku didn't even care that much about social media before he found the fan base, before it taking a full 180 when he heard about the hero. Younger him was enraptured with him, and decided to get a couple social medias just for the reason. Eraser, Aizawa-sensei. He probably shouldn't be yelling out his teacher's hero name, he realized halfway through his sentence. If he stayed out of most medias online, then he probably doesn't want people to know his name. His teacher minutely flinched, but he moved on. You shouldn't be fighting this many. It's not your strong suit. His teacher moved forward, clearly set on fighting. I'm more than a one-trick pony, Midoriya. I'll be fine. All he could do is watch as Eraserhead started fighting the now hordes of villains. One by one, they went down, while his teacher had no hesitation putting them out. Almost like a knife, cutting through everyone and everything. Midoriya. Come on. Ida grabbed Izuku's arm and pushed him towards the exit. Right, evacuating. He started running towards the door, but a purple portal formed in front of him, which outstepped a villain who seemed to be made of the purple stuff. I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you to leave. Oh yeah? Well, eat sheet. Izuku watched as Bakugo jumped up to reach the villain's neck and aimed his explosions, while Kirishima also aimed in the same spot with his hardening. A huge explosion sounded, and he covered his eyes up automatically to shield them from dust. The next thing he knew, he was pushed backwards by Kirishima, who was lying down on the ground and groaning. Izuku got up as fast as he could and quickly checked over Kirishima. He seemed fine and was trying to get up himself. Izuku helped him back up, then paid his attention back to the mist villain. They shook their head, and the yellow slits that were on him disappeared. Were those his eyes? How did that even work? They laughed, then the yellow slits returned. Pity. I think we need to change this scenery up a little, no? Scattering these kids should do the trick. His confusion didn't last long from the words, as practically the next second, he felt a portal forming below him. He didn't have to scream before he was engulfed. The plaza of the building disappeared from around him, and instead was meant to be high above the flood zone, and could feel himself falling faster and faster. Oh no. This is how he dies. Sorry mom, he's actually gonna die. Plus. The only thing he can possibly think of is to make his body as straight as possible as he falls closer and closer to the pool of water. But really all he knows is falling before pain and the rushing of water around him. He knows he should be trying to get to the surface, but he doesn't even understand where he is. His eyes open and all he sees is water. It stings on his eyes, but he keeps them open. His throat burns and he wants out. He can feel pain, but has no idea where it comes from. It's not the worst pain he's ever felt, but he can't. He vaguely starts trying to swim towards light, but his eyes are tired, and his throat hurts, his lungs hurt, everything hurts. Just get him out of this place. As water rushes around him, he knows something is near him. A villain? Izuku tries to ignore it and keeps swimming, feeling like he's closer but further than ever. Out of the corner of his eye, he can see, is that a shark head? Immediately, his whole body is yanked upwards and backwards, and he vaguely feels the texture of tongue around his torso. He starts coughing as he's lifted onto a boat, and doesn't stop. He only stops when the taste of water is out of his mouth, and can breathe. Izuku knows there's someone rubbing his back, and looks up to see who it is. Sue and Shinso. Both of them look very concerned, but that's because they're being attacked by villains, right? Wait. He pulls himself up, and looks over the deck to see dozens of what were probably villains. Okay, what to do? Midoriya. He turns around to see Sue looking at him. You shouldn't be running around. But you're not wrong. She holds a finger to her mouth and stares at the ground. Why would they send me here? I work well in water, so they should have sent me somewhere else, right? Izuku glances back to the edge of the deck, to see all the villains swimming around the boat, but not approaching. He turns back to his classmates and lets himself go. If there's one thing he can do while being in something like this, it's talk. I think that they sent us here either by accident or by just not knowing. Or maybe both. Because Sue is right, if they knew her quirk they'd probably send you with Todoroki, or into the fire area. He points to himself and Shinso. Me and Shinso aren't the best fit, but to be fair we don't have major weaknesses, unlike maybe Bakugo or Tsu has. Or even Tokoyami? Yeah, him. Shinso tilts his head. Okay, cool or whatever, we know they basically don't know us, just attacked. But how do we get out of here? It looked uncomfortable, but continued. I don't have much of plan, but maybe we just... He groaned. It sounds stupid, but what if we just slingshot away using Tsu's tongue? Izuku smiled at him. No, Shinso, I was thinking of something similar too. Okay, here's my plan. He frowned, looking back at the water. The villains seemed restless, and he knew there wasn't going to be much time left. Okay, so here's what you two need to do. Izuku sighed as he slammed a door behind him to a random room he ran into, the steering place maybe? He sighed and looked around, but no one was there, hiding or anything. Not that he could tell at least. He could hear other doors opening and closing, Shinso and Tsu's doing. There was a split second of hesitation because oh god he really hoped this plan worked because he pulled it out of freaking nowhere and if he dies then it's technically his fault, but he pushed those thoughts down, because it's really not the time. POV, please have something for me dash, he whispered to the empty air, which he only did to be better safe than sorry. Hiding a quirk was like a game he never wanted to put down. POV, Midoriya Izuku age, 15 level 22. Special ability, the gamer. HP, 100-175. VIT, level 29 STR, level 58 DX, level 47 INT, level 64 WIS, level 72 Sichu, level 28. Stat points available, 27. Stamina, 200-250. To exit, say, exit out loud. Okay, now what? Becoming, OP or something? At this point he was muttering to himself, with no endgame in sight. He told the other two he had a secret trick, and he'd be back in 5 minutes. They probably expected him to be back in 4 now though, so he needed to make a decision. Okay, well what about perk, spells dash? Fills, elemental? Transform? 10 spell shards required. More info. As he clicked on the elemental tab, he continued to try and make plans in his head. Maybe if he just put all his stat points into strength, then maybe that could work? But then he'd be out of stat points. Perks dash, spells, elemental line, waterbending line. Rainy day, can start a small rain cloud which seems natural, within a small area. -1 stamina every min. To use, spell, level 1 waterbending. Not unlocked yet. Buy for 5 spell shards. Not unlocked yet. Not unlocked yet. Shards, 3. Okay, so no extra spell, that was fine. He still barely knew how to use them anyways, so it probably wouldn't be able to help a ton. What about stat points? Izuku had 27 points, so theoretically he could, put them in the strength perk. That might be overkill though. He shrugged and decided that maybe a little overkill would be fine. What would 7 stat points get him up to? 65? That could work. Has he ever done stat points? He can't remember if he actually has, and has no idea what to do. He remembers skill tree points, but doesn't remember what he was supposed to do for stat points. Stat points? Nothing. Spend stat points? Another screen appeared on his already open screens with all the stats. Spend stat points. VIT, level 29 STR, level 58 DX, level 47 INT, level 64 WIS, level 72 Sicha, level 28. Available stat points, 27. He clicked once on the STR stat, and it changed the stat from 58 to now. He hummed and clicked 6 more times to get it up to. As he was finishing, yet another screen appeared, but this time it was a quest. New quest. Titanic. Requirements. Escape the boat. Rewards. 50 EXP points. 2 skill shards. Izuku didn't have time to process it fully though, as he heard a large crash and the world started to tilt. He ran out to the deck, where Shinso and Tsu were both holding onto the rail. Beside them sat just what Izuku needed. Tsu noticed him first and turned around. Midoriya, we found the stuff you asked for, but are we sure this can help? Izuku shoved the panic that tried to creep up his throat, and instead started talking. I don't know, but I think this can work. We pour everything out, and then Tsu can jump us over, if that's okay with you. Dash. Shinso grabbed some of the chemicals sitting on the deck, and then held them up. Okay, but how is glass cleaner and bleach and all these chemicals going to help? Shinso grabbed another random bottle and squinted at the label. I guess there's a chance the chemicals mix into something that isn't very good, or the smell of bleach could drive them away. The smell is absolutely horrible. Izuku gave a weak smile as the other two stared at him. This better work because otherwise no one would probably trust him again. Maybe. He started uncapping all the bottles, and threw the bottle caps in a pile without hesitation. Tsu started helping next before Shinso joined in. Eventually the air was permeated with different chemical smells, from bleach to air freshener. Once they were all uncapped, Izuku pointed to Tsu. So you can jump, right? Because if so, we dump this stuff then book it with you jumping dash. Yes, I think I can jump far enough with both of you. Izuku let himself giggle a little, because he bet that all those villains in the water were not expecting what was going to happen. Great. We go now. Izuku grabbed as many bottles as he could and started dumping. It was hard to get it over the edge of the boat since it was tilting, but doable. He could hear screaming from some of them, probably from pouring chemicals in their eyes. Izuku felt a little bad as he poured the last bottle of bleach, and Tsu wrapped her tongue around him when he poured directly on top of someone with a shark mutation. But then again they were trying to kill his class, so maybe it would be okay. The feeling of weightlessness came to him as Tsu jumped, but Izuku wasn't scared. Tsu seemed trustable and he knew he wasn't going to drop him. He did sputter as they hit the surface of the water, near the edge of the pool, getting water in his mouth. Tsu led him and Shinso, both were safe, it worked, out of the pool, to the concrete edge. Izuku heard a ping, probably for the quest, but was preoccupied with looking at his hands. He wasn't really registering it, but his hands were burning and turning a weird pink-white color. There was also parts of the skin missing and little indents into his skin. The only thing that could probably make that happen was the bleach or chemicals. Hopefully it wasn't too major. He's never heard of this happening with skin coming into contact with bleach, but it did make some sense. Shinso grabbed one of his wrists and pulled him, and before Izuku could say anything or cry out in pain, it pointed just beside him. Tsu pulled both of them further behind some bush, just as Izuku turned around. Out on the main plaza were hordes and piles of people, with 4 standing. One was a skinny and lanky person with light blue hair and hands all over. Another was the person made of mist, probably their quirk. The third was a hunk of muscle, exposed brain, and purple skin. It barely seemed human, and was on top of the fourth. The fourth was his homeroom teacher, being crushed by the purple-skinned third, blood rushing down his legs and arms. He heard small gasps behind him that couldn't be noticeable unless you were right next to the source. His hands burned and tingled, his brain was barely thinking. Quite right after a full villain attack at the beginning of school. He isn't sure what is happening for a moment. His brain works 10 times harder and 300 times slower at the same time. Izuku is sure he's going to have a heart attack at this rate. The plaza seems to slow as his body goes. The bush that he hid behind moved slightly as he moved his hand over his mouth. The hulking person, if it could even be called that, from the exposed brain that seemed too small for the larger figure, all in a dark purple that only could come from a void, was pinning down his teacher without a sweat. No movement at all, just the remnants of what was its original movement. Crushing bones, muscles ripped into tears. At this point Izuku wasn't sure if he was dreaming, or just not quite there as time moved slower and slower. Was this torture? Why couldn't he do anything? Movies and shows always had a dramatic slow scene, it seemed, but he never knew it could feel like this in real life, and not for so long. Just the opposite of the slowness that Izuku was stuck in, everything began to move. The 2 others in the center of the plaza, right near the fountain, seemed to be talking just quietly, that from the bush it was muffled. Taking a look behind him, Tsu was crouched with a hand near his foot, and Shinso seemed to be holding onto her shoulder for his life and probably anything he had eaten beforehand. Izuku had no idea what to do. He wants to comfort them, but he knows it's pointless until Aizawa is free. Thankfully the beast of a creature isn't moving, but that doesn't mean his teacher is bleeding out anymore. The feeling of his fingers in his mouth, like some sort of chew toy, is a sudden surprise for himself. He didn't even realize he did that. We need to help him. Shinsu's voice is so quiet, it's barely a whisper. What can we do against that? Tsu's voice responds just as faintly. Izuku knows he needs to do something. He needs to think. His eyes darted to the newest notification. Quest complete. Chemical warfare is a good look for you. Rewards. 50 EXP points. 2 skill shards. Is there anything he can do with that? This quest won't even matter if they don't get out alive. Isn't that a thought for the first year of hero school? He watches and observes. There's 3 villains. One keeps talking, the other standing. Why doesn't the objectively strongest creature? Creation? Odd quirk? Whatever it may be, why won't it move? Then he sees it. While he hates to have to watch, the first villain in a hoodie moves his mouth and points directly at his teacher, who immediately is pulsing the grip on Aizawa. Izuku turns his back slightly to look at his friends. I have another idea. Both of them start to seem more aware of him and less on their teacher. Bonus, he supposes. It might not work. But if you guys go slowly around the plaza, then you guys might be able to use your quirks to get the villain in the hoodie around for anything that could help. I totally understand if you guys don't want to, but Shinso might be able to get that villain to talk. He seems to be controlling the big one by vocals, and if you guys can get him, then you can get 2. Tsu might have to stop the mist guy, or distract him maybe, and I can go around the other way for another distraction, or maybe more of our classmates. It's a stupid idea, but I think it might work. Whoa, hold on. Shinso whisper yells, before quieting down again. Mito, that could work. I think I could do it. He rubs his hands together, twisting them, before setting them at his side. If there's a chance to do something, I want to. I agree, Karo. But we better do it fast, Karo. She says it with more emotion than he's used to hearing from her blunter speaking, but he doesn't care because at this point they're all more stressed than ever. Then let's do it. He pumps his fist up a little, and then starts to turn to his right. I can stay more near this pool, you guys go that way. He points to where the near plaza entrance is, And while he's not sure if they realize it, he wants them to be as free as possible. I know we can help. A couple minutes later and he still can't believe that nobody has come for him. He can even see Shinsu's hair peeking out of a bush, which has been moving every couple seconds from any hiding place, and yet seemingly no one has bothered to get to them. If it's luck or stupidity, maybe laziness, from the attackers he's not sure. At this point, Shinsu's hair tuft has yet to move. Distraction, which he has no idea what to do for. A rainstorm perhaps? Can he get a new spell? Perks spells. This could either ruin any time that he has left or helps him. Perks dash spells, elemental line, waterbending line. Rainy day, can start a small rain cloud which seems natural, within a small area. -1 stamina every min. To use, spell, level 1 waterbending. Not unlocked yet. Buy for 5 spell shards. Not unlocked yet. Not unlocked yet. He has just enough for the next spell. Izuku quickly checks on Aizawa-sensei, as he has for the time he's been moving. Blood doesn't seem to be rushing anymore, but it's so far from where he's that he could never tell. Bones still stick out, but with some mercy, the Hulk as he's concerned hasn't been moving as the hoodie villain still seems to be speaking. He's a little closer, and he thinks they're arguing with the other misty-looking villain. His heart soars as realizes what that could mean for him. A better opportunity to catch both off guard. He's tapping to buy the next spell before he knows it. Perks dash spells, elemental line, waterbending line. Rainy day, can start a small rain cloud which seems natural, within a small area. -1 stamina every min. To use, spell, level 1 waterbending. Bubble jet, from the index and thumb fingers, small bubbles can be repeatedly made into jets. Pressure on the jet is not high, and isn't able to do further damage against skin than irritation. -5 stamina every min. To use, spell, level 2 waterbending. Not unlocked yet. Not unlocked yet. A jet? Of bubbles? He supposes it's not too out there, it's somewhat similar to Wash and their quirk. The question is how long could he use it at this point? He glances towards the villains. No change. POV. POV, Midoriya Izuku age, 15 level 22. Special ability, the gamer. HP, 99 175 PSN. VIT, level 29 STR, level 65 DX, level 47 INT, level 64 WIS, level 72 Sichu, level 28. Stat points available, 20. Stamina, 150-250. To exit, say, exit out loud. Kissin? Think, what did that mean again? A crash knocks away his attention. The fountain collapses in the middle of the plaza, where the hoodie villain is making big gestures and shouting. Izuku watches dust be washed away, water completely everywhere. But where did the dust come from? He's getting distracted. Looking back at his screens, he has 150 stamina. That's around halfway, so it could be worse. But better than nothing. He tightens his shoulders together, and tries to make eye contact across the plaza to Shinso and Tsu. Not like they'll probably see each other from the leafage of bushes and other plants. Hopefully this works for a distraction. He would prefer to have others here to help him. He'd even take Katsuki right about now, but he hasn't seen or heard anything that would have been the rest of 1A. He takes a deep breath in, and hopes for the best. Hitoshi is absolutely terrified. Tsu helps because at least he's not alone, but seriously why the hell are there villains and his teacher is already down? He has no sight of Mido, but he hopes he will get something going, a distraction or something about his plan, before he explodes from fear and adrenaline. Tsu and himself have been hiding behind a frankly bizarre amount of bushes, trying to watch. Do you think Mido is okay? It asks Tsu, who stares forward, who is pointing up in confusion. He furrows his eyebrows, but looked. He may be full of just about every emotion right now, but he's not sure if the storm clouds that have randomly appeared have given him so much confusion over everything else. Clearly the same for the villains at least, who are staring at the clouds with interest and probably confusion. He watches the most human-looking one freeze in place. Tsu shakes him. I'm not asking questions, Karo. This is a distraction. He shakes itself out and then nods. He grabs Tsu's arm and pulls them out of the bush and thinks. What can he say? Tsu begins to run at the mist man, and he yells at the top of his lungs as he's made his decision. What great weather we're having. Both villains turn around from where they were staring at the indoor storm, and Hitoshi can see Hoodie Guy be on alert, and the mist man is just calmly staring in the way a guard dog might. Nomu, find these NPCs. Hitoshi grabs his connection he always visualizes with his quirk, but is absolutely terrified of what Hoodie said. Hitoshi's worst fears come true when the huge thing literally roars like a dinosaur before looking around. He falls backwards as the concentration of using his quirk for a surprisingly hard-to-hold connection, and the horror he feels as he watches his teacher be abandoned from the Nomu, as the villain called it. He's sure he's about to be killed, but the Nomu turns around and runs so fast the other way he didn't even see it begin to move. He breathes and focuses on trying to get up to help Tsu fight Mist Guy, who is trying to break the connection while being uncannily able to dodge. Prince Shigaraki. We may need to retreat. Izuku panics. He watches the Nomu move as Hoodie villain. His frazzled brain reminds him that the mist villain called him Prince Shigaraki, calls out for it to find NPCs. He panics, and on top of the storm he released, he also decides to use the bubble jet, which immediately sets the beast towards him. He immediately runs into a small building near the pool's edge that thankfully isn't far, and slams the door. Izuku can still hear the Nomu from its steps and the sounds of breaking trees and foliage. Inside there isn't much, but there is a small table which gets moved to the front of the door. Realistically, he knows it won't do much, but it gives him a little safe of mind. He hides in a corner and tries to be as quiet as possible. He does not want that thing, which more of his completely stressed out mind tries to soothe him by thinking about the fact that Nomu probably stands for brain dead, and yet it just gives him more questions and less soothing than his mind probably thinks anywhere near him. He's actually sure there's horror games that are basically this, and now Izuku completely gets why the characters in those seem to be way more terrified than they should be. It's because they absolutely are allowed to feel this way. He can hear the Nomu bumping against the walls of the shack, shaking the whole thing. He isn't sure if he'd rather the building fall on him or the Nomu getting him. Hitoshi really is trying to hold onto Shigaraki as much as he can. Mist Man keeps calling out and trying to break him out of it, and keeps yelling what he assumes is the Hoodie villain's name. He keeps almost breaking out either by pure spite, apparently doing without outside help, or Mist Man trying to shake him out of it. Tsu is doing a great job though, for not really knowing any fighting moves, at least keeping him distracted. Hitoshi isn't sure if it could get both of them, but he occasionally tries without success. Hey Mist Man, ever think about leaving? He warps away from Tsu literally jumping at him, but says nothing. At this point his head is burning. Tsu jumps back for a second and points towards Nomu before jumping back to circle around the Mist Man. He can barely think, but he knows that if he can't do something soon then that Nomu thing will keep moving. He can hear the trees breaking and cracking. His concentration on Nomu causes a snap to happen in his head, and he jerks his head back to see Shigaraki panting, hand shredded up. Tsu jumps back as Shigaraki seems to freeze looking at his hand. Shinsuke. He shakes his head. A migraine. He broke out. I can try again dash. Enemu. Come dash. Why did the chicken cross the road dash? Hitoshi grabs its head, his connection fusing back together again. Thank God it worked. He holds his head, not moving. He is certainly not letting go, although maybe he can do something about the Nomu, who he can hear walking back towards the plaza. While Tsu has grabbed its shoulder to keep him up, he yells out a command. He hasn't done this in a while, or while fighting 10 billion other things in his head. What? You tell the Nomu to freeze at the plaza. Shigaraki does so, yelling louder than he even was before, which is honestly a surprise. Hitoshi isn't prepared for when Tsu jumps while holding him, jumping at least 5 feet to the side. Sorry Shin, so it looked like the mist villain was about to warp us dash. They both jump, mostly from Tsu, again from probably dodging another portal. He's struggling to keep his hold, determined not to let it go. Tsu lets go and gets back to distracting the villain. Hitoshi watches this, barely aware of the Nomu and just wanting to go home. He falls down again, covering his eyes as a spike of energy seems to go through his mind. It thinks it'll just stay here. Everything seems in slow motion, but he can start to hear explosions and ice cracking eventually. Hopefully that means that Tsu is getting help. He feels bad, but his head hurts so much for a weird reason while keeping the connection it has. Years, or probably closer to 2 minutes later, the connection is broken so forcefully Hitoshi starts crying, because he didn't even know it could hurt that much. He hears almost sad-sounding yells from the Mistman's voice, and then everything is silent. Hitoshi opens its eyes, and in front of him is Hagakure, mostly her suit, with Tsu next to her. Bakugo and Todoroki are there next to All Might and Snipe. As he passes out, he realizes that his friend Wonderful and came up with a decent plan that worked. Mito is caught in the Nomu's hands right next to a similar-looking homeroom teacher. Hitoshi startles awake, and in seconds after waking up there is someone trying to talk to him. Hey, do you feel any pain, anything? Hitoshi covers his eyes, which are still burning. It's going to explode his head at this point. Just some migraine. He hears a hum, before a sound of a bag being ruffled through. Hitoshi moves his shoulders around to try and relieve the tension in his neck and back of his skull. The sound of crinkling comes with it. Hitoshi realizes there's something over his shoulders, like a blanket. I'm going to cover your eyes quickly, then all of a sudden his hands are being pulled away, with a BNDFLD. Covering his eyes instead. There are pills being put in one hand, the other a water bottle. I can't do much, but this should help. The voice is quieter than the last 2 times the person spoke. Just some basic medicine that will help with pain and headaches. Hitoshi doesn't need to be told to take it, and he quickly does so. It's a little weird with a BLNDFLD, but he makes it work. I'm a paramedic, and my job is to help you until we can get you with your parents. Any other scrapes, pain, anything? If you feel too warm or too cold even, I can help. He nods no slowly, not wanting to speak but not wanting to shake its head more than he has. Another hum. Well, your school has called your parents already. You should be able to get picked up by your parents soon. If you need anything before then, I'll be behind you helping another one of your classmates. All right. Their voice leaves after he nods yes slowly again, and he just breathes. He thinks he's starting to panic, because he's so scared about his teacher. And that was the only person who he could see that was definitely injured. Mito, he doesn't know. Raka? No clue. Hitoshi breathes deeply like his moms always tell him to do if he doesn't know what to do. He keeps breathing. It wants his moms and his friends. The crinkly thing over him is okay for now, he supposes, clutching onto it, like a lifeline for him. Plus. Izuku can hear sirens as he slowly wakes up. There's yelling, which scrunches up his nose as a reaction. He feels sleepy again, and there's something on his face. He decides this isn't worth it again, and lets himself be taken by sleep. Plus. He wakes up with much less noise around him. Izuku blinks the sleep out of his eyes. There's an 4 in his arm, beeping, and the buzzing of the LED lights. They seem to be dimmed though, which he very much likes. Everything is a bit loopy in his head, but he's sure he ended up in the hospital. He sighed. Izuku was just tired. Adrenaline was washed away, and now he's just so tired. He ignores the reason. Why the adrenaline was there in the first place. He sinks into the blanket put over him and breathes. If he sleeps for long enough he won't have to think. Whatever they gave him for pain is certainly working, although whatever it was seems to also calm down his body. It's a little jarring, but he's more than willing to accept it. He ends up feeling himself slip into sleep again. Izuku is just tired. Plus. The next time he wakes up, it's to his mom's voice. He'll be alright though, right? No other scares. Midoriya-san, no. I assure you your son is almost perfectly fine. He took well to just about everything we gave him, and some of our other staff were able to get the stomach wound all stitched. Really, you don't have to worry. Izuku starts sitting up, trying to figure out what was happening. Mom. Immediately he's rushed by his mom, who puts a pillow behind his back, offers water, and ruffles his hair every 5 seconds. What he assumes is the doctor, leaves with a smile and their floaty hair almost getting caught in the door. Do you need anything? Oh, maybe some sort of fruit. What about take? No, your stomach might still hurt. Oh, do you need anything? Anything at all? Izuku looks back at her and laughs a bit. His mom sighs and hugs him. Sorry. I was just so worried. He hugs her back, just enjoying how warm she is. He doesn't say anything, although he thinks that she wouldn't want an answer anyways. Alright. I'm sure you're starving like the teenager you are. I'm not always hungry. You ate me out of my entire house within the first week of you attending high school, honey. His mom ruffles his hair again, which is new, but he isn't complaining, before grabbing her bag from the chairs near the end of the bed. And so I'll be back after I get you some quick food. Oh right. Principal Nizu and your teacher are just next door if you need anything. She also hands him his phone, which when it is opened has just about 10 billion notifications. It won't take long though. When she leaves the room, it feels so much more bleak and quiet. It's not like other hospital rooms that are usually all white with some blues. Instead, the walls are a slight brown color and only one blue wall as some sort of decoration. There are also tons of stencils on the walls in all shapes and colors. There's a sun and clouds on the blue wall from what he can see, a barn on the wall in front of him, a couple of random geometric shapes spread throughout it. He's never seen a hospital room like this, or even heard of it. He continues to stare at the wall, mind clear for just a little bit. Another notification takes him out of it, and he opens his phone to his messages. He feels a bit bad seeing that quite a couple of them are from his mother, but it must have been sent when he was out of it. He scrolls past those messages, not wanting to look at them yet, and instead finds the other group chat with Shinso and Uraraka. Immediately after he goes online, Uraraka and Shinso spam him with messages. They're so badly spelled and quick that he can barely read them. One message that does get through is from Uraraka reading, "Sant looked back up, oh God, we went feral." He takes that as, "Don't read up, we went feral." Or he hopes. Izuku laughs a bit seeing all the messages, reading up. Some of them are more serious than others, but then there's a random message from Uraraka suggesting that they should buy a nuclear missile and blow up the sun so they don't have any problems. In response to learning they still have an essay due with only a week extra extension that was assigned for art history. He keeps laughing and only can keep laughing in the chat. His friends are certainly something. He never thought the essay would be too bad, but apparently it's a nuke-worthy threat now. Izuku hears the door open, while he's still laughing, and looks up from his phone to see Niza next. To a frankly ridiculous tall person wearing some of, in his opinion, most ugly beige and tan colors in the form of pants, shoes, and the main part of the outfit being a trench coat. He just blinks at the sight, while Nizu just comes up to his bedside, the other person at the door just blinks back. "Why hello Midoriya-kun. Is your mother not here?" Nizu scurries up a chair and gets his way up to the hospital. He ends up patting Izuku's hand, sitting on the edge of the bed facing the door. Izuku has to blink for a moment to understand what is happening. There's literally his principal just climbing his hospital bed like a mountain, before he can respond. Actually I don't know where she exactly is, but she went to get me food." He shrugs. The person at the door walks to the chair used by his principal and sits down. "Well then, we shall wait here until she arrives. This would be best to wait for Midoriya-san." Izuku is still confused about the whole situation, but goes back to his phone. The next few minutes are texting his friends, and some messages relayed via Uraraka, and scrolling through the news and media. Some hero-focused news he follows has reports of just All Might's patrols recently, including the day he guesses that All Might was supposed to be at the UA. He quickly clicks out of the website, and continues to the next one they posted most recently. It's a list of potential new listings for the hero charts, although there's not much change. Izuku starts to get bored, but he doesn't want to do much now there's two adults. Does Nizu count as an adult? In the same room as him. He sticks with looking for memes and randomly scrolling through the internet while fiddling with the bandage around his arm and the four that is starting to become a little annoying. He doesn't dare pull it out, of course. The doctors gave it to him for a reason. By the time his mom comes back, he understands why she got food in the first place. Izuku ignores the warnings to eat a little slowly once he sees that she got him katsudon from a local restaurant. He eats so fast that he ends up choking on it, grabbing water offered to him. His mom laughs, and now he's thoroughly embarrassed as he realizes that his principal and a stranger are also in the room. The trench coat wear, Izuku is also realizing that it's like literally a couple months away from being summer. How and why? That must feel like death from overheating coughs, but stands up. My name is Tsukachi Naomasa. I understand that Midoriya-san, your son has been at the USJ incident in the main plaza. I work with a number of police stations, currently stationed at Mizudafu, and am working on the USJ case. While I cannot legally provide further information currently, it seems beneficial to take a record of Midoriya-kun's experience. As he is a minor, I need your permission and that you stay in the room. If you do, it would help our investigation. His mother's hand moves to his back, rubbing in circles as Nizu then moves quickly to stand as well. Detective Tsukachi is very good at taking interviews. He won't bother either of you two afterward if you agree, and if you disagree he surely won't bother you too much either. Both of them bow for a couple of seconds. After a couple of seconds in silence, they return to standing normally. Can we have a couple of moments before deciding? His mom still doesn't leave where she's next to himself. Of course, Midoriya-san. We will step out into the hallway until you decide. Both walk out, and only after the door slips closed does Izuku see his mom's face next to his bed. Izuku? Do you want to? I know it's technically all my choice legally, but you're almost an adult. You're 15. His mom's face smiles and grabs a piece of his katsudon. He pouts and she laughs. Well, doesn't it mean they can get the villains faster caught? So if I help them, then they help me and boom, everyone gets a win-win. Plus, it's not like I forgot much, so I might as well talk about it. Izuku's foot is his fidget currently moving in circles. He doesn't actually want to talk about it much, he's still so floaty and would rather stay in that, but his distractions aren't working anyways. Alright then. I'll go let them know. Finish your katsudon, but without choking please. I know you can go let them know dash. Izuku's face is on fire again, he's never going to live this down is he. He sets out to finish his meal before the detective comes back with Nizu and his mom, without choking once. Police recording, interviewing Midoriya Izuku. Interviewer is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, of the Mizudafu Police Department currently. My quirk, lie detector, allows me to be able to figure out whether a person is lying. Is it okay if I use my quirk? That's so cool? Why, I mean, yes, go ahead. Great, although I'm sure I won't be using it much. The interview Midoriya Izuku shall be called Midoriya-kun. Myself may be referred to as detective for convenience. If I detect a lie from my quirk, I will interrupt. Midoriya-kun? Please start to speak about the USJ incident that happened yesterday, starting from when you entered the building. From all the way there? Okay? I think when we were first getting in, how specific you want this? Sorry. However much you can, although if you want to only get into specifics during the villain attack then it would be alright. Right? Well, I don't really remember what my teachers were talking about was the problem since you know everything just went crazy afterwards. There was this huge mist that got everywhere and then there was tons of villains, and then there was this weird beast thing. Oh, but I didn't figure that out till later dash. Midoriya-kun, it's alright. Do you remember what happened after all the villains showed up? Oh right, well the mist was probably the work of a quirk since there was a villain who showed up behind us like literally made of it. It was kinda interesting, but obviously he was a villain. Some of my classmates tried to attack him, but we all got scattered. Oh, and before this our main homeroom teacher, Aizawa-sensei, decided to begin fighting the other villains. 13 was there too, but they were trying to fight the villain guy I think. You said that you all were scattered? Yeah, I would not recommend. The mist was like a portal, and he dropped me from so high. Thankfully there was a pool there, but yeah, no, don't recommend it. We can move on. You seem to eventually get out from other witness reports, so can I have yours? I have this classmate whose quirk is amazing for water who helped me. Actually that's really interesting because surely if they were a third attack but then they didn't know the quirk so few show uniarthed they figure. Excuse me Midoriya-kun, What was that? Please try to speak clearly. Oh gosh, sorry, that's such a bad habit. I was just wondering why my classmate was put into a spot where she did great in. It's literally in her DNA. But anyways, that's probably not helpful. Anyways, she and one more of my classmates ended up in a boat in the pool, which was basically a lake at that point. Hold on, Midoriya-kun. Your wondering is actually a little helpful here. Can we go back to that point? Just from yourself and the other student? Were either of your quirks applicable to the water as well? If so, that can raise some implications that the villains weren't there to hurt you all. I mean, not really. They seemed pretty determined to get what they wanted, even if it was hurting us. Neither my other classmates' quirk, or mine, was very useful. In fact, we didn't use them at all. It's alright, you guys wouldn't be in trouble even if you did. Although my quirk, lie detector, didn't go off, it was acting strange. Oh, well, at the time there wasn't anything that a quirk could do that we had in access that was probably better for us other than the one that was for water scenarios. Our plan worked to get off the boat anyways. Well, I am just required to report lies, or anything from my quirk. The last statement didn't ring for either though. Continue, how did you get off the boat if I may ask, with your plan? It wasn't super bad, but I may have poured some cleaning chemicals into the water around us? With my classmates? It shouldn't have hurt them too bad, but I'm really sorry if they were. So it was a distraction and you swam away? What? I mean, sort of. My classmate's legs are really strong, so she just jumped with us. Just over the water, you know? I'm afraid I don't, but continue. Right? So then we all decided to try and help our teacher because I'm sure you know about him. Do you know if he's all right? Don't worry, legally I can't give you much information, but he is recovering. Okay, thank you. Where was I? Right? We split up. Where we were, well, I decided to be a distraction. The others were going to fight head-on. One of them decided to hold one of the main villains down. Did his quirk work? No, main villain was detained. Who were these main villains? One of them was the mist villain. The other main one was this teen? Maybe young adult. I don't remember much about him other than he looked really mad all the time and wore a hoodie. I think I heard his name, but I don't remember. That beast thing from the beginning was chasing me. Can I end it there? Chased? Like a horror game. Can I not talk about it? If that's what you have to say. I understand it may be a lot currently. I will go over this and potentially your file at the police station. This will get solved. Thank you for your time. Oh yeah, sure. You're welcome. Later that night, after his mom had to leave again to talk to the nurses and doctors, and after the interview thing, the memories came back. Izuku was very grateful that they didn't push on talking about the Nomu. He wasn't sure he could do that in general. Plus his quirk would be a really long time to explain. The building around him cracked, and a wall entirely went down. He sighed, grabbed his phone and opened it. It was pretty late, and usually he could start talking to Shinso, who would be awake, but he was busy with his moms and watching a movie with them. It grabbed him, after walking into him, and he never thought he'd feel that much pain ever, but here he was. He was sure he felt something pop. Uraraka was definitely asleep. Probably. Izuku didn't want to bother her though, even if she was awake. He was just bored, that's all. He screamed for a bubble jet. Spell, fish coughing, he continued. Level 2 waterbending. The eyes of the thing exploded. He turned to his side, listening to the slight noises from the halls. There were a couple footsteps, the occasional squeaking of wheeling something with a rusted, maybe even broken, wheel. There was the AC in the room slightly blowing. It wasn't too hot in the room though, and instead gave the room a slight chill that wasn't too hard to find under the thin, barely a blanket. When it stopped moving and slowly walked in a trance forwards, Izuku was barely breathing. It never let go of him, and as he realized that the pros had arrived, he would rather focus on his friends. He closed his eyes tighter than just a blink, curling up under the blankets. He couldn't go too far because his stomach still hurt a little, but his knees were shifted up a little and his back bent forward. The gunshot was loud in his ears, being a whiz. He began to slowly lose his vision and thoughts, watching his homeroom teacher slowly turn darker red. Izuku sighed, trying to go to sleep. ignoring the thoughts and following the warmth of sleep. Izuku is just walking inside the UA gates when suddenly he's tackled. And then to make it worse, he trips over a spot in the concrete and now he and this other person are on the ground. Sorry. Please say you're all right. Uraraka's voice comes from behind him, and he wonders what could have tackled him. Yeah, I'm on the ground but… Uraraka's hand is held out towards him and he is very gratefully taking it. Even though he pretty much slept for probably at least 50 hours over the weekend, he's still tired. Sorry. I was running, saw you, and thought it'd be funny to hug you. But that didn't go well. She's laughing, and Izuku joins in. I think that may be me, the concrete is broken. And I was probably going to fall anyways, I wasn't looking, and my feet were all ready to trip the second I could, so I'm not too surprised. They've already started walking towards the building, but Izuku will glare and pout at the concrete that caused him to trip. Hear me out, nobody gets blamed and we get to class. Uraraka is running already, into the shoe lockers, causing people to look at her like she's crazy. Izuku thinks that it's not that weird but still feels bad and apologizes to everyone that she almost clips into. Izuku has no idea why she's so happy and energetic, even as she's putting on her indoor shoes, but it's honestly extremely welcome. He has been bedrotting and kinda stuck in whatever anxiety gets to offer him. He starts lightly jogging after her so he isn't left behind. Plus, Uraraka bursts into the classroom, in what Izuku sees as like a hummingbird, and Izuku follows a little less enthusiastically. There isn't a ton of people around yet, but it's just enough to make the room feel full. Uraraka brings Ida back with her, and then they're both bowing. Midoriya, thank you. I have heard that you were helpful in making a plan, and then you got badly hurt. I hope you are doing alright now. Ida. He looks up from his bow, almost 90 degrees, and Izuku waves his hands back and forth. He starts walking around Ida as he speaks. I promise it's not that, important. But thank you. Oh, don't take it the wrong way, I mean that sounds really harsh. I just mean that's not needed. By the time he's almost the opposite side of Ida, Izuku would swear that his voice was higher than an airplane. He really needs to breathe sometimes. No, Mito. Shinso and me were talking and that was crazy good. I mean Shinso and Tsuyu were great alongside you, but still it's time you get praise. Uraraka starts clapping, and Izuku has never wanted to leave school more in his life. He just came up with a dumb idea and it somehow worked. Ida joins in the clapping, while more of his classmates walk in, then one thing after another which involves a lot of thank yous, and suddenly Izuku has his own choir of people hugging him and clapping. He's trying his absolute hardest to hold back tears and hopes no one notices, although the way that Uraraka hugged him even tighter implies otherwise. At least when Shinso and Azui walk in he's spared a little, to where he's able to get in his seat and sneak away. His classmates are way better than before, but he's not sure if he likes the excited and loud class over the classes he has where everyone seems to be 2 seconds from murdering everyone. He looks over at the huge circle of pretty much everyone, and he's pretty sure he just saw a bunny. He doesn't know why or how it was brought here, but he doesn't even know what to do about that. Is bringing animals against UA policy? Izuku wonders if Nizu counts as an animal. If so, if there is this rule against non-trained animals at school, does Nizu count as a trained animal? Never mind. He doesn't want to think of his actual principal as some sort of service animal no matter how curious it is. The bell rings and Aizawa-sensei walks through the door he opened, takes a second to look at what is happening and just sighs as Izuku's classmates run to their seats. As Aizawa is walking in, he drags on a couch next to the door, and clearly still has bandages on his arms. He lies down just as Midnight walks in the door. Well, hey Hans. Today is a bit of a quick day. She takes a piece of chalk and writes, hero names. Now I am in charge of hero naming this year, which means I can't stay long because I still gotta get to your sister class, but we all know hero names, yes? Izuku watches at least half the class frantically nod as he watches. Yes. Of course you may not know this teacher's name. Midnight points to Aizawa, and Izuku does know but doesn't say anything, is Eraserhead. Mine is Midnight, as you all know. I mean, even though I told you guys my formal name, you still know Midnight better. That's my point, anywho. You'll be choosing a name. Yes, you can change your hero name later, but only a couple of times. Yes, you can have almost anything. But I will be rejecting or approving names this year. Clearly I have the best taste, but it will be up to you to at least create one name. For more, just have them in a week's time. Any last questions? The class is silent. Even Izuku doesn't have any questions. Well, one, but that's not one she can answer. Alrighty. Take it easy on Aizawa-sensei and good day. When the door closes, everyone's up and out of their chairs huddling together. Shinso taps him on the shoulder. Hey Mito, got any ideas? I have no clue what to even start with. Izuku shakes his head. Honestly, I was gonna ask you or Uraraka. Maybe Azui Dash. It's Tsu. Oh my bad. Tsu then. Izuku shrugs. I mean, I wrote some ideas down growing up, but those are so old I'm not even sure if I have them still. Everyone's still yelling and chattering over him, but he thinks Shinso probably heard most of it. They kind of just stand there then, to the point where Izuku is considering bringing up the weather or something. Shinsu's still looking at him, and he's not really sure what to do here. Think? Pretend to think? Well, he's already doing that. So? You guys got an idea yet? Uraraka almost crashes into them as she runs up to the pair quickly. Since when are you so peppy? Shinso unfolds his arms and looks between him and Uraraka. Izuku just shrugs. Uraraka literally bounces up and down. Since my family got a big construction job. And I can finally help too. Izuku nods quickly. Oh right. Your family does construction, right? That's really cool, Uraraka. Yeah, well, it's less cool if we don't figure out names right now. So what do you guys think? Shinso shrugs. Well, we still have a week, but I have no clue. Izuku nods to that too. Yeah, neither do I. There are a few slivers of ideas, but not really anything concrete. What about you then, Uraraka? There's another bout of silence as Uraraka brings up her finger to her mouth and sighs. Well, it's kinda old and a little weird since I came up with it in the beginning of junior high, but maybe I could go with Uravity? Izuku tries to understand what the word means, but comes up with nothing. Is it an English word? It sounds like one, but I don't think I ever learned it. Uraraka shakes her head. No. I mean kinda, it's based of gravity? Like, how things stay towards the ground, just in English, but it's the start of my name instead, so it's kinda an English word, I guess. Well, that's better than all of us, so. Shinso says while rubbing his neck, I don't even think I really thought about hero names. Izuku gives him a pat on the arm and smiles. Well, I mean, we've still got a week. Like you said, we have time. I mean, theoretically. If some people didn't forget, we still have an art history essay. I didn't forget. It's not fair, Uraraka pouts as Izuku laughs at Shinso and Uraraka. Everyone is talking about hero names, but Izuku zones out. He's trying to think of names, but all the names he ever made as a kid he's realizing weren't actually names. Mr. Cat Teddy All Might Head Hero, or whatever he was wanting as a kid, is barely a sentence anyways. He's still thinking about it, but then gets interrupted by ectoplasm coming in for algebra. So I know you are all going to be mad, but we still have our quiz today. New Denki, that's the one with the yellow hair? He has such an interesting quirk. I mean, how does his brain even fire with the extra electricity, or is it different? Yells. Izuku looks over at Uraraka, who looks like she's 2 seconds from laughing out loud. Izuku stifles a laugh too. Plus. After school, Izuku is walking alongside Uraraka and Shinso. They're not saying much, just walking in silence, which Izuku can appreciate sometimes. He's probably the loudest and quietest person in a room at times. Just as they're walking out of the entrance of UA, Izuku faintly hears his name. Turning around, looking for what he thinks is his name, Shinso and Uraraka notice after a couple steps and pause too. Hey, you're Midoriya, right? The girl with the odd fashion accessories? Or potentially part of her quirk, whatever it could be, of headphone jacks dangling from her ears. Actually, it's probably just part of her quirk. Wait. Izuku blinks as the girl is much closer to him than he remembers. He blushes as he realizes not only is there her, but 3 others that are all staring at him. Oh yeah, that's me. He surveys the other 3, vaguely remembering them from introductions in class. The floating uniform, one of the quiet ones with a really interesting possible mutation quirk, and the other quiet one Izuku had no clue who he really was. I'm Jairu and do you guys want to start coming to our little group to train? Most of us are. Well, quiet. Jairu scuffs the ground with her foot as she says it. We wanted to find other people who'd make good partners and you guys seem like a good fit. The floating uniform, Hagecare? Hagukura? Something like that if Izuku can remember right. Oh, and you guys are also better talkers than us, and we're too, scared to ask where there are open gyms. The uniform shifts around, and he thinks the person inside it is grabbing Jairu's arm, but he can't be sure honestly. While Izuku's brain is racking with all his thoughts and processing it all, Shinso laughs a little behind him. He is shortly hit by Uraraka elbowing him, before she walks in front of Izuku. What Shinso means is that we would love to. I assume it's for the sports festival? If so, we are totally in. Izuku realizes he accidentally let Uraraka do all the talking for him, so he quickly jumps in too. He doesn't want to seem rude. Yeah. Like Uraraka said, I probably would have done something similar, and so that would be awesome to start. The small group in front of him all flash similar small smiles, and Jairu holds out her hand for a high five. Izuku returns the action, with only a little clumsiness. Sweet. We weren't planning to start today, but maybe tomorrow if that works. Shinso steps to the side of Izuku and nods in agreement. Sounds good. I guess we'll see each other in class next, then, after school we can figure out where we can go. Bet. The floating uniform jumps impressively high, the sleeves going up like she's maybe trying to lift her arms in some sort of cheer. Izuku gives her kudos. Even as an invisible person, it's not too hard to tell what she's doing. Maybe being invisible is her quirk, maybe she can turn it off? What if it's not actually invisible, but instead she's just in a wavelength that humans can't see? Or maybe... Izuku grunts as he's suddenly dragged a couple of feet by his collar. He looks up to Shinso and Uraraka looking at him a little too happy, and only then does he realize he's floating. The other group he was talking to is walking down a different direction, and he's being dragged down the opposite way down the sidewalk towards where he normally goes home. A lot of fighting and blushing later, Shinso and Uraraka finally release him from his air jail, apparently made to get him to stop mumbling. He's not mad, but he's definitely going to get them back sometime. One thing for sure, he much prefers the harmless pranks from his new friends, compared to old friends' pranks. And this time, he can actually retaliate. The next afternoon, as he's following their group, which has expanded to also Ojiro as well, Izuku having to be reminded of his name, he pulls up his texts with his mom. He quickly types out a message that he's going to be a bit late home because he's gonna stay after school. It's not too necessary since he's already notified her yesterday. And this morning. And during lunch. But it never hurts to get a reminder. Within seconds he gets a thumbs up emoji from his mom, and then a message thanking him for telling her. As they reach the door to the teacher's lounge, Izuku puts away his phone. The door seems a lot less big when there's 8 students standing in front of it. Uraraka ended up being deemed to be the one to ask about gyms, from a particularly intense game of rock paper scissors during lunch. As they enter, most of the desks are empty. There's a couple of teachers he doesn't recognize, probably from business or other tracks, and the only teacher he recognizes as a hero being Vlad King. Uraraka saunters up to him and starts going into their reasoning for wanting a gym. She's probably one of the best picks for this anyways, since they don't look like she's having problems talking to a teacher. Izuku probably could have done it, and while he has nothing against the teachers, he knows that he would have also just started stuttering too much to understand. He's working on it. Maybe a minute later, Vlad King looks up at the now 7 students in the doorway and starts walking towards them. Uraraka follows suit. Well, if you are looking for gyms, any and all are open to students. Head out to the entrance of the building, follow alongside the path towards where we would usually do hero training but take an early left. Vlad King doesn't have much emotion in his voice, does he? There's plenty there, although fair warning. Gyms 1 through 5 are usually used with first years, 6 through 10 with second years, and 11 through 16 for the third years. Vlad King shrugs his shoulders. But that's not concrete, just observations I always give out since most students prefer to group themselves like that. Just use your ID before you enter, at a scanner, and lights and all that fancy stuff will turn on. Have fun. As he finishes, Vlad King returns back to the desk he was at previously. Izuku turns around to see the group, sans Shinso and Uraraka, already leaving the teacher's lounge. Shinso turns to him, shrugs and smiles, then follows. Then Uraraka is dragging him by the arm out the door, and they're all on their way. It takes at most 5 minutes to reach the absurd amount of gyms next to another, each about 2 stories tall, and Jairu, who seems to be leading the group, starts heading towards gym it doesn't have any lights on, so Izuku is assuming they'll get the whole gym to themselves, noting the instructions given to them. When they reach the door, Jairu scans her ID and already, the lights all turn themselves on. Izuku steps in after everyone else, and marvels at how nice the gym looks. He remembers the other shady gym he used to go to, and this is much, much nicer. Probably why the cost of UA is much higher than any other high school he knows. So where should we start? I haven't been in a gym really, like, ever. HQ, as Izuku was also reminded, mentions while walking to the middle of the room. He hears a lot of sames and yadash from everyone but Ojiro, who shrugs. I've been in some gyms but only with my martial arts. We could always Google. Izuku's jaw drops, looking at even Uraraka, who seems just as confused. Wha? How did you guys get into UA? Everyone's looking at him now. Because I've been to a couple, and before I even got into UA I was really hitting the gym. Izuku rubs the back of his neck while he continues to get stared at. Is it really that weird to go to a gym in middle school? Izuku realizes, in fact, apparently it is weird to be in a gym so young. He quickly goes through some of the machines, and as he walks upstairs to the second floor he finds a gym that he's less familiar with. Thankfully, Ojiro is much better here as he recognizes it more as a gymnastic and martial arts kind of gym. Most of it's empty space, but Ojiro explains that it's supposed to be like that with the floor being better suited to softening blows if you were to fall. Perhaps for sparring? Izuku kind of understands it a little, but apparently Ojiro has been doing martial arts training since he was like 5. So he listens and lets Ojiro explain stuff, which is a lot better than he could ever. Izuku just knows some basics in comparison. After exploring, it seems like Izuku and Ojiro have accidentally become the masters. Izuku helps people choose the more traditional gym machines and workout plans, while Ojiro is really good at his martial arts and warm-ups. Warm-ups is something that Izuku has been accidentally ignoring, at least when he goes to the gym. He's really glad he's getting other perspectives and help on it. It doesn't take long before they're all trying their favorite machines, after warming up of course, and people are settling in. Izuku personally really likes the treadmill, simple machinery at its finest. Most of them choose similar machines, like Shinsu's choice in the biking machine. It's really the same thing as a treadmill, except you get to sit down. Jaira brought a small speaker, which is putting on really good choices in workout music made from a playlist from the girl herself. Izuku usually just goes without music because he's worried that others will hear his music and get mad at him, which, looking back on that, makes no sense. Headphones work fine, so the music is a welcome addition. Working out with his friends, potentially including the others he just met, is much more fun than just himself. Time passes quickly with them, and an hour later most of them are calling it quits. Jairu leaves, mentioning something about having to be home. Koda and Hagecure leave next not long after, Hagecure yelling enough for both of them that they're about to drop dead from working out. Ojiro, Shinso, Uraraka, Shoji, and himself all end up leaving together since half of their group has already left, and they're all tired themselves. Izuku isn't as tired as he usually is, maybe something about working out with others? He did read a study about that, where people working out next to another are able to do more than compared alone. As the other 4 are basically shuffling home, other than maybe Ojiro, Izuku waves a goodbye as he walks faster toward his train home. By the time he gets home though, he's feeling it. His mother sits in their living room, tapping away on her keyboard. What looks to be a cup of tea next to her. "Welcome back, Izuku," she says with a smile and a small wave. "Dinner will be ready soon." "Miso soup." Izuku perks up with that. His mom likes to add daikon radishes into it, which is something that sounds great after basically running around working out. "Thanks, Mom." He heads to his room, slinging his yellow backpack into the corner of his room as he enters. He lies down, although it takes a bit of maneuvering with his pillow. He did move around this weekend. Kinda. His pillow is still indented from laying on it for so long, but quickly flipping it around to the other side helps a lot. He intends to just lay down for a little. He ends up feeling sleepier than usual. His brain goes to his quirk, remembering he hasn't used it in a while. The rest of the day. Ideas on how to combine his new routine with his quirk. With that, Izuku lets his eyes close. Just a few minutes, before he feels himself falling into sleep's hands. 2 days after being given time to create a hero name, Izuku finally realized what he wants. It's on the way to UA. He is scrolling through social media. Usually he's napping on the train, but from yesterday's impromptu nap, he's a lot less tired. There are always plentiful articles about heroes, villains, the like. But occasionally, there's a rare gem. Most of the journalism in Japan recently has shifted to hero everything, but some more discreet and small news covers just about everything else. Namely in this case, a new movie. Izuku is reading about the release of a new movie, although inspired by a pre-quirk one. The original name of the movie, and its series, revolves around the English word, matrix. The word definition is odd, translated, but apparently there are multiple meanings. Izuku is sent down rabbit hole after rabbit hole. Mathematical definitions, biological, and the meaning the movie has. His favorite one, though, is the general one. Something within, where something develops or takes form. As he reaches his school, he makes his way to the teacher's lounge. He knocks and finds Midnight not far from the door. Midnight, plus. Namuri makes her way to work like she does every day, leaving her apartment with her one cat, a coffee in one hand and her purse in another. Getting to UA, she gets to her desk in the teacher's lounge, working on whatever comes at her that day. Today, being a continuation of looking at hero names the first years submitted. Most of 1B had already given out their names within the first day, the rest all yesterday. She had already finished paperwork to send it to Nizu, in preparation for when they'd take their hero practical. 1A was most of the leftover paperwork now, and hunting down some of them was going to be her job now. Like her sister class, the students in 1A mostly gave answers within the day. But a couple still were undecided or needed extra work. Todoroki and Ida Kid both need an actual hero name, not just their first names. She let it go at first mostly because they said it at the very end of class before she could say anything, but also because it's technically not wrong to do. Just a bit unsafe later down the road. And then there was Midoriya and Shinso. Both hadn't even come up to her yet, nor had they given any name idea yet. They've got half the week left, but better sooner than later. Namuri had been processing some of the forms for 1A, making sure to note their name and making sure it was either correct kanji, hiragana, or katakana. Plus their actual name and their general information from their old files. Thankfully she didn't have to fill it all out. Most of the small packet would be completed over the next year or so by their homeroom teacher, or Principal Nizu. Namuri loves him, for and all, but it was ever so satisfying to see your boss do loads of work when all he ever gave her was work back. As she's filling out Tokoyami's hero name, a lovely and accurate one at that, into his files, she hears her name. Midnight. She turns around in her chair, seeing Midoriya right there. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Oh Midoriya, just the person I wanted to see. Come here, love. Namuri pulls a packet out from her small pile of unfinished recorded hero names. Did you decide your hero name yet? Or perhaps came to seek help? Midoriya creeps up to her, like he's nervous, before suddenly looking a lot more confident. Oh, I actually decided, not that I don't want your help. I just already decided on one. He walks up to her, pulling a pen out of his pocket. Do you have, like a piece of paper? Namuri pulls off a sticky note from her piles of hundreds. There you are, now let's see it. Midoriya doesn't ask for much more, but halfway through he pulls his phone out of his pocket. Then hands her it back. It's an English word, with a tiny print of Japanese underneath. Midoriya cuts her questions off quickly though. Oh, and, the main name. It's the English word I wanted plus the Japanese version of it. Kinda. I know English hero names aren't the best for everyone, so I quickly wrote down how you'd say it in Japanese. If that's okay? Nemuri puts her hand on his shoulder, but quickly retracts when Midoriya seems to tense up a bit. Perfectly okay, Midoriya. Do you want the English word? Or the Japanese version? I'm sure either would make a great hero name. She watches as he puts his hands up to his mouth moving but next to no sound coming out. She blinks as it goes on for at least a minute. Then he seems to snap out of whatever he was doing. The English word. Is that all you need to know? Nemuri nods her head, watching curiously as the boy gives his thanks and heads out the door. She shrugs to herself and turns back towards her desk. On top of the paper, where a box indicates hero name, she writes, the match hero, Matrix. What an interesting hero name. Izuku's life for the next couple of weeks or so is pretty boring past him figuring out his hero name. Sure, he's been looking forward to the sports festival, but it's been so mundane it's odd before then. Mostly, it's spent training and working out. He's not really sure what he should be focusing on, as even his own quirk is mostly silent. In the quiet evenings after school, his time is spent just looking at his quirk. Usually, so far, it's been pretty loud. Sure, over the weekend after the USJ he leveled up but almost nothing since. He remembers just after getting home from the mess of a day, he noticed a pop-up. Level up. Level 23, level 24. Good job on leveling up. Enjoy the rewards. 2 stat points. He didn't do much with the information, just acknowledged it and closed the pop-up. His new screens watch him. POV, Midoriya Izuku age, 15 level 24. Special ability, the gamer. HP, 185. VIT, level 29 STR, level 65 DX, level 47 INT, level 64 WIS, level 72 Sichu, level 28. Stat points available, 29. Stamina, 175 250. To exit, say, exit out loud. Izuku does have stat points available, but he feels like there really isn't much use to using them right now. He could evenly spread it out, or put it into one stat, but no matter how many lists he makes he can't make up his mind. And he would do more with those transform spells he got a while back, but they require 10 of those spell shards, which so far he's only got from quests. Quests that his quirk refuses to give him. While he really is happy he has a quirk now, it seems so odd for it to just suddenly go quiet when all the time it'd be giving him random updates or quests. Izuku vaguely remembers it being occasionally quiet before going to UA, but it hasn't been like that since. He doesn't mention it to his mother or his friends. Which, how does he even begin to explain it? It happened on what was probably a random Tuesday, quirkless to quirked. That is the kind of stuff you hear in manga, not in real life. Even being able to help teachers, which wasn't much since it was the start of the year and there wasn't much work to be done, or getting occasional problems from Nizu, wasn't enough. Most of his day was basically waiting until hero training classes and after school when he got to hang out with all his new friends. But there's really not much else for him to do anyways. So he continues on in his routine, waiting for something to happen. And, anyways, it's honestly not the worst thing to have a break in mundaneness in his life for the first time in almost a year. The Friday before the sports festival, he's walking back from lunch to the 1A classroom. He had gotten too excited about a new pro hero he had seen that morning, who had a really interesting quirk of a butterfly. It was really cool, and he maybe got a little too energetic about it, ending up with his stir-fry all over himself. He feels bad for spilling it, since Lunch Rush, which is a really awesome hero 2-, had made it and it really was delicious, but it's too late. Izuku had just gotten up, excusing himself to either wash his uniform off or find a new one. It was almost the end of lunch anyways, so he left Uraraka and Shinso by themselves at their spot. They tried to come and help him, but eventually got them to let him go by himself. Originally, he had tried to wash off his uniform in the boys' bathroom sinks, but that wasn't working as well as he thought. Now he had a slightly dirty uniform that was also covered in water. So the next plan, go to the nurse's office to see if there were some extra clothes he could switch into. It took another couple of minutes, but after running around the building, he made his way into the small room where Recovery Girl was sitting at her desk. A quick conversation with her, Izuku will never stop being amazed by all the heroes in the building, and a quick wait rewarded him with a new uniform and a bag to put the other to take home and wash. Izuku noticed there were some people behind curtains in the nurse's office as he left, but didn't pry. Not his place and also no time. Izuku is maybe 4 steps away from the 1A door when he hears Snipe's voice. "Hey kiddo, wait up en moment would ya?" He turns around to see Snipe just a few paces behind him, and is that Nizu on his shoulder? "Good day Midoriya-kun. Would you like to take a walk with us?" Izuku glances at the 1A door, already hearing most of his classmates in their seats ready for their general Japanese classes. He knew he wouldn't really be missing much, he already basically knows it all, and all he remembers that they would be doing is going over proper format for essays. "Do not worry, you aren't in trouble. And I will let your teacher know that you will be absent for a little bit. If that is all right, then shall we start walking?" Nizu patted Snipe's shoulder, and he started walking past Izuku. Izuku hesitantly followed. He was curious to see what his principal wanted, and if there wouldn't be any problems with missing class then might as well, he supposed. He caught up to the pair. If one of them isn't walking, then is he walking next to a pair? Or maybe one, hanging just a little behind so he could follow. Walking up 2 flights of stairs, and through hallways he didn't recognize, they finally stopped in front of a line of windows. Looking up at the 2 heroes, they sat in silence for a second. Then, Nizu climbed down from his perch on Snipe, who took his leave. Izuku waved goodbye to him as he went the way they came before disappearing. "Tell me Midoriya-kun, what do you think of UA?" Izuku's head snapped back to Nizu as he said it, staring into the hero's eyes. There wasn't much he could get from the face, so he shrugged. "Like in school? Because it's okay. I got to take your mini-exam, which was kind of fun, but it's been boring, I guess." Izuku looked out of the frankly huge windows. They must be so expensive. The windows faced the front of the building, giving a pretty great view of the hill and beyond. There was the city not far away, with skyscrapers and buildings galore. Izuku focused back on Nizu. "Or do you mean like how it's run? Or maybe what's going on this year?" "No, that wouldn't make sense. You don't have control over that. How many students are here?" "The students themselves? If that's the case, it's not up to you either, but they are all here. They're pretty nice." Or, wait, no. Taking a breath, Izuku looked over. Realizing how long he'd been talking incoherently, he blushed and took a step back. "Sorry." Nizu shook his head. "Don't be sorry. While I am your principal, I am also always excited to hear students talk to me. If anything, I should be thanking you." Izuku was a bit skeptical, but nodded along to his words. Seriously, he needs to figure out what Nizu seemed to be. Maybe rodent adjacent. "And all of your answers and questions were correct. I wanted to just see what you thought of UA as an entirety. And that reminds me. Come along." Nizu walks across the hall, towards the air vent. Opening it, he crawls inside slightly, and gestures for Izuku to follow. But Izuku is busy looking down the halls, to Nizu, and back again. Is he seriously climbing into a vent? This day could not get any weirder. Nizu gestures again, before continuing to crawl down the vent. Creeping closer, Izuku is still very concerned. Will he even fit? Looking down the hallways once more, seeing no one, he crouches down. The vent looks pretty big and he could maybe fit into it. He sighs, just for himself and also because he forgot to breathe, before climbing into the vent. He hears it shut behind him, but the vents inside are actually really spacious. Nizu chitters? Laughs? Izuku must be in a fever dream. Hesitantly following Nizu, he is led through so many twists he can't remember where they've been and where they came from. He doesn't even know if they're loops they're making or if they're actually going anywhere. And yet, as he's thinking that, Nizu stops suddenly. Turning towards Izuku, he smiles. "We've arrived." And then they're falling. Izuku just barely manages not to scream as the floor underneath them practically disappears. Both of them land on a ridiculously large beanbag, Nizu falling silently and professionally, while Izuku lands harshly on his back. He blinks at Nizu, who stares back. He blinks again and Nizu smiles. Izuku is just trying to figure out if this is a really weird dream or not. Nizu scoots off the beanbag, and then Izuku recognizes that this is his office. I have to be dreaming. Nizu hops up into the chair behind the huge desk and shakes his head. Unless we are dreaming together, then no Midoriya-kun. This is not a dream. Why don't you join me over here real quick? Sitting up and getting off the beanbag is a little bit of an ordeal, but Izuku manages. This cannot be real. This is crazy. He walks over to the opposite side of the desk as his principal, sitting in the chair already set up. He could have sworn there were 2 chairs last time he was in here, one for his mom and one for himself. Maybe there was some furniture moved around? A piece of paper is passed over the desk, his name on the top of it. It has taken me a bit, but I figured that moving you around to some different classes would help with what I suspected to be boredom from you. Izuku peeks at the schedule on the paper, some of it being the same, like his homeroom, but some spots being empty. The empty spots are up for you to decide, with my approval of course. You can take as many classes with me as I mentioned in our first meeting, or you can continue with most of your classes being with your peers and teachers you have now. Another thing of paper was passed over to him, this time being 3 stapled together. These are some course options I have, feel free to look through. Izuku also grabbed that paper, flipping through it shortly. Some of the stuff seemed awesome. This definitely was stuff that he'd rather take. Still he paused. Are you sure? I know you said I was a much higher level than other students, but I don't think I'm this good. He had to be in a fever dream. These looked like college-level courses. There's no way he was that far ahead. Ah, and that's where your blindness comes in. Midoriya, many teachers here and myself all believe you would flourish in this new environment I'm proposing. You are much smarter than you know. Izuku bit his lip, looking between the papers and the principal. He didn't believe it the first time he heard it, and he still can't believe it. But he is really bored. All I ask is that you make your choice with this before or during the sports festival. I plan to change your schedule to that of which you choose after the event. If you have any questions about anything, feel free to ask away. Nizu was staring through his soul. It felt like Izuku remembered that it was a lot less like this before and couldn't figure out what he could possibly want. Did he even want anything? Or maybe he was trying to help? Izuku stares at the scar over the eye. Nizu's outfit, shoes, and if he's wearing anything extra that might tick him off to what's going on. Shiny fur? What would that even mean? Nizu smiles a little more. Izuku tries not to frown back. He would like to think he succeeds a little. Ah, and one more thing. Matrix is a lovely name. Where did you come up with it? Izuku's mind goes to his earlier conversation with Midnight. But his mind also wanders to the images that appear when he searches the word. How they are eerily similar, screens and words upon words. Even the color is somewhat similar. Izuku stares for a moment. I just thought it was a cool word. I guess it fits me too. Of course. And what should I mark for your quirk? I polish off all these requests, so naturally I thought I'd ask. This is when Izuku hits himself in the head, mentally. He remembered how his mom mentioned something about Nizu knowing. He assumed she meant this. He remembers filling out different paperwork for schools, or helping his mom do his own when he was really young. Not applicable. Nizu smiles a bit. Izuku now partly understands why people would go to bars. He is seeing the appeal of forgetting and being happy for the low price of a bazillion yen. Izuku doesn't want to say anything rude, but he now realizes that the uncanny valley thing is certainly real. Wonderful, we will just write an A. You may head back to class Midoriya. Have a good rest of your day. Izuku quickly says his goodbyes and creeps out the door. He breathes in deep as he begins walking away from his principal's door. He whispers outer relations, just because he's curious. Relations. Inko Midoriya. Role, mother relation hashtag, 100C screens, false. Mitsuki Bakugu. Role, Auntie? Relation hashtag 20C screens, false. Masaru Bakugu. Role, uncle? Relation hashtag 30C screens, false. Katsuki Bakugu. Role? Relation hashtag 0C screens, false. Ochako Uraraka. Role, friend relation hashtag 50C screens, false. Hitoshi Shinso. Role, friend relation hashtag 50C screens, false. Nizu, Yama percent? Relation hashtag 75C screens, false. Snipe Ruri Avila. Role, teacher relation hashtag 20C screens, false. Tsuyu Ajui. Role, acquaintance relation hashtag 2C screens, false. C screens, general false. Izuku is concerned about how Nizu jumped up so many points at once. He just talked to him. His mind is going in circles so much he's wondering if he could start powering a generator. It has certainly been a day. Izuku doesn't know what could top this. Izuku is shaking. When he woke up, shaking. Eating breakfast was more of him chasing his food around the plate, like the pre-quirk cartoons, and fighting to get it in his mouth. He dropped his phone 13 times, like it was some sort of fish. By the time he met up with Uraraka and Shinso, Izuku felt like he was going to start shaking so much he would just start levitating. Even if that's probably not possible. Nowadays anything could be theoretically possible with quirks. So maybe Izuku was a little concerned for himself, and was even more concerned by others' reactions. Shinso and Uraraka looked at him like he just nuked a small town consisting of puppies and cats. Mido. Ugh. No offense, but you're like, actually vibrating? Shinso looked at him up and down. Uraraka put her shoulder on Izuku's shoulder. Maybe one day he wouldn't tense when people touched him unexpectedly, and barely smiled through her concerned look. Yeah, you know, if you've got anxiety, don't worry. We've got this, we're so gonna win dash. Izuku shook his head at their words. Oh, and no, I'm just like really excited. I just feel like I'm gonna explode because I'm so excited for the sports festival. He tapped the back of his shoes together as he spoke, still shaking. His heart beats alongside the vibrations, and he's not sure if he's having a heart attack or not with how quick it's beating. He starts twisting his knuckles between two fingers, as he tries to appear normal. Oh, well then, hell yeah, I'm excited. Uraraka held up her fist out to Izuku, and then Shinso, who both fist bumped her. They suddenly got a little bit scary, Izuku wouldn't deny. A dark face before talking again. I'm gonna beat the crap out of everyone and win. Shinso didn't look too convinced that Izuku wasn't dying, but as Uraraka speaks he becomes a little less tense. Alrighty then, miss, win it all. Shinso started walking towards Izuku, before circling behind him. The taller teen whispers in Izuku's ear, I'm just gonna, stay over here. And with that, Izuku laughed so hard he momentarily stopped shaking. For 2 seconds at least. Plus. And here is the final class. Class 1A, give them some lovey. With present mix very loud radio voice, Izuku and the rest of his class squirm their way through the gates to the absolutely huge field. The light from the sun and spotlights blind him at first, but eventually his eyes get used to everything. And when he says everything, he means everything. Izuku's eyes are darting back and forth between drones, what is probably thousands of people in the stands, the rest of the first-year classes, bar what he thinks is the business course, who are off to the side with clipboards and cameras. There's confetti, spray-painted instructions on the lawn on where to stand, and if he wasn't already squished between the rest of one, Izuku would be pretty sure he would be too overwhelmed to know where to go. As Tokoyami in front of him stops, Izuku looks up at Midnight on a makeshift stage with her full hero costume and all, who stands in front of a huge wheel. He shakes his head to try and get rid of all the background noise to focus on what present Mike is saying. Folks, here comes the first event. Midnight, my lovely co-runner and referee here, will be in charge of spinning the big wheel to determine what our student participants are involving themselves in. The bright neon colors of the wheel shine into a smudge of colors as Midnight grabs a hold of one of the bars and spins it. Izuku can vaguely hear some chime-like music plays as it spins, getting louder and more dramatic as the wheel slows, and eventually stops. Our first event is here, and it is, Inu says. Like Simon says, a game many of you might have played in school, but with some extra rules Midnight will be explaining here. The crack of a whip reverberates across the field, before Midnight's voice rings out over another speaker. Izuku notes, a bit quieter than present Mike, although most people tend to be quieter than him. Good day, children? Get ready to play a game from your childhood, but listen up. The kids around him do in fact quiet down at this exclamation. A tense energy runs through the crowd, and Izuku feels like if he were to move, a landmine of sorts would explode. Robots here will be handing out sensors to put on your body. Simply place it below your collarbones. This will help us determine who gets out easier. Midnight gives her own example by grabbing a circular device that, once put below the collarbone, goes from a teal color to green color. Now darlings, this is where it gets interesting. Usually following, Simon says, involves simple tasks like, touch your ear, but instead ours will get more and more complicated until there is only a certain number of students left. As Izuku listens, a small little robot whirs past him, offering a basket of sensors. Once you are out, and believe me, you'll know, please make your way to the side of the field. Izuku grabs it with a, thank you, while continuing to listen to the instructions, and the robot beeps 3 times in succession as a response. Izuku hopes it's a happy beep, as he watches roll over to Mina to do the same task. Just how sentient are the robots anyways? I won't be telling exactly what we'll be putting all you small ones through, so in 5 seconds be ready for just about anything. Remember to spread out. Izuku subconsciously finds a spot next to Uraraka and Shinso, who look carefully at the hologram countdown above Midnight. Izuku gets a buzzing notification by the side of his head. Maybe it's another quest like with the USJ event. Okay, maybe don't think about a stressful event while you're already shaking from excitement and about to go against at least 100 other students. Breathing is probably a good idea. And go! A robotic voice rings out, as some upbeat music plays in the background. Nizu says spin in a circle. The noise of shuffling from otherwise silent students almost makes Izuku laugh. The mix between a childish game and very competitive students is not one you'd see every day. Nizu says hop on 1 foot. Nizu says jump once. Touch your toes. Izuku's muscles twitch at the instructions, as he catches himself at the lack of Nizu says. And not a second later, the blaring of a horn startles him into looking to the left, where several students have red sensors. He thinks he hears some grumbling from them, but Izuku doesn't get much time to think about it as the next task comes. Nizu says clap your hands. Touch your elbow. Spin twice. Nizu says dance. Izuku is a little worried that his makeshift shuffling, that is more akin to a fish flopping on the ground, won't count, but his sensor doesn't start blaring, so he keeps going. Nizu says jump and spin at the same time. Nizu says touch the ground. It really becomes a thing of focus, waiting like a puppy at the door for the right words, before he lets his body free. Izuku has all but tuned out the occasional sound of people getting out, their grumbling, and any other sounds that might distract him. Tap your eyelid once while jumping. Nizu says do the best splits you can do. Nizu says put one hand on your stomach, and another to pat your head. Do a push-up. As Midnight had mentioned, Izuku can definitely tell they're getting harder. There's a cheer from the crowd, but he zones back in on the robotic voice. Nizu says do the best handstand you can. Run in a circle. Do a squat. Nizu says do hands, shoulders, knees and toes. Nizu says, say, the color purple, then jump twice. At the same time that a horde of students yell, purple. Several horns go off, the walls of the field turning red from the sheer amount of sensors going off. Izuku doesn't notice this until he yells, the color purple dash, and is starting to jump for the first time. He quickly makes another small jump, taking a breath from all the requests, to see that pretty much every single person is out. Izuku is still breathing deep, body shaking, as he watches an ocean of red staring back at him. He's pretty sure the whole crowd is watching him too. He hears a little too happy chime in the background. And with that insane finale, we are going to have to review footage and sensors, but we now should have our 32 winners of this round. But give it up for the one student who finished the last, says everyone. Ashit. Dude, that was insane. You must have been a champion or something dash. Tell me your ways dash. The second class 1A is back in the waiting rooms they had first arrived in. For the results of who would actually move on, Izuku is cornered by several of his classmates. Kaminari, the ever-energetic one, which Izuku normally doesn't mind, is the leader of the group. Launching question after question, Izuku cringes as he takes a step back to get back from them all. Like, come on, how on earth do you even catch the trick in that last one? Aye. His eyes veer over to Shinso and Uraraka, who are also standing there in a bit of awe. Izuku tries to send them panicked looks, but they don't catch on. Alright then. Plan B. I don't know, I gotta go, yeah. He ducks under a couple arms, past more of his classmates, and out through the door. He doesn't stop to look behind him, just running down the endless gray hallways. After a couple of moments, enough that he, hopefully, lost them, he runs into the nearest bathroom. Izuku's heart is still beating when he lets himself come back down to earth, zoning into the porcelain sinks and empty stalls. He takes a deep breath, letting himself crumple into the cleanest corner. His brain is freaking out still, partially from all the attention, so he just lets his brain flow with all the information. 1. He apparently is very good at, Simon says. 2. He's now the number 1 placer in the round. Which, with the amount of times he watched every single available UA sports festivals as a kid that 1 year, means there's going to be a catch. Everyone knew that winners of rounds tended to get something to try and balance out the playing field. Makes sense when you're off the field, but now that Izuku is on said field, this is not going to go well. His mom is probably watching it right now, laughing at the idea that he won first place. He almost laughs at the thought, catching himself before he does. Running a hand through his hair, Izuku uses his hand to open up his notifications that have been in the back of his mind next. The panic is back, and he needs something else to think about. New quest. Round 1, fight. Requirements. Make it to the top 32. Optional, make the top 3. Rewards. 250 EXP points. 2 spell shards. Optional rewards. 10 stat points. Quest complete. Congratulations on first place. Enjoy the extra rewards. Rewards. 250 EXP points. 2 spell shards. Optional rewards. 10 stat points. Well, that's one quest done. With how this one is written, Izuku is pretty sure that he's going to be getting a decent number of quests and rewards just for today. Kind of weird though, how quests seem to only appear on really big days. And only recently too. With a whisper, even though he's alone, it's just a good habit he wants to make, he opens up the main screen. POV, Midoriya Izuku age, 15 level 24. Special ability, the gamer. HP, 185. VIT, level 29 STR, level 65 DX, level 47 INT, level 64 WIS, level 72 Sichu, level 28. Stat points available, 39. Stamina, 150. To exit, say, exit out loud. Shakily Izuku gets up, washing his hands because who knows what's on these tiles, staring at the stat points. He hasn't spent any of them in quite a while, and if he's right about the excessive amount of quests he's going to get today, then he should probably get ready for it. He fumbles with the paper towel machine. Someone had jammed it before he was in here, while thinking about it. He's already got attention on him, something he wasn't really sure he wanted, but it's a little late for that. If he were to suddenly move quicker than earlier, that wouldn't be super easy to explain. Izuku's eyes wander to the mirrors, watching himself for a moment. Moving eyelids up and down, watching as small eye bags come and go. He looks pretty okay, and normal, other than a slightly red face from running around. Looking back at his screens, he sighs and frowns. He may not be able to do strength or dexterity, but his vitality, is that what the word was? It's not a very common word after all, or charisma might be the better two to focus on. And so as he walks out of the bathroom, his new screen stares back at him. POV, Midoriya Izuku age, 15 level 24. Special ability, the gamer. HP, 185. VIT, level 48 Aster, level 65 DX, level 47 INT, level 64 WIS, level 72 C, level 48. Stat points available, 0. Stamina, 150. To exit, say, exit out loud. When he finds his classmates, they're standing, oddly, still watching the TV that sits in the corner of the room. Kaminari notices him first when he gets in the room fully, waving. Hey dude, sorry about earlier, but still that was totally dope. Please tell us your ways. I was just really focused, I guess? I don't have an answer. Izuku is trying to figure out a way to make sure that there won't be another incident, but Kaminari just shoots a thumbs up. Oh, okay. Still though, man, that was awesome. I'll be remembering that for a while. He then just turns back to the people by him, Mina and somehow Bakugo. Nothing more. Izuku blinks at the oddness at the change, but when he looks around, it seems like nobody noticed. Frowning at himself, maybe he is just missing a social cue again, he wanders over to Uraraka and Shinso. The TV decides to blare with present mix voice, just as Izuku is about to say a greeting to the other two. Alrighty folks. Seems like the actual live broadcast that they're showing. We have just gone over the first round, doing a bit of picking through the specifics, a couple of arm wrestles to settle the irritating ones, and we have our second rounders. An animation of cards fly by, with the names of different students. Izuku notices his name first, then a bunch of cards he can't recognize, and finally at the end are what seems like most of his classmates' names. There's some cheering from them all, Izuku trying to smile his best for them, before they quiet down as present mic pipes up. We will start the second round, after some advertisements created by our own business program roll. Please give their work a watch, or feel free to grab a snack. We will be back in 20 minutes for the second round. The TV switches off, and suddenly the small room is filled with chatter again. Izuku feels his arm be grabbed, and then the room is sideways for a moment as Uraraka drags him to sit in a chair. This is so awesome. We're all going to be in the second round. Just one more to go, and with you there's no way we're losing. They start pointing fingers at Izuku, as he blinks in confusion. She seems to ignore it in favor of continuing though. Alright Mr. Smart Guy. What do you think is going to be next, and how are we gonna win? Huh. Glancing at Shinso, it just shrugs his shoulders, and looks back to Uraraka. You must have guessed that first event right. So what's next? Izuku just laughs for a second. You think I guessed it ahead of time? Yeah dude, how else did you do that? Shinso raises an eyebrow at him. And either way, they're probably going to give you something big for getting at least first place in the first round, right? Uraraka chimes in after him. Grabbing his knuckles, Izuku shakes his head. I'm not really sure. I'm pretty sure in the past they did the opposite actually. It's so over for me. He drops his head in his hands, listening to the silence of his friends and chatter of his classmates. No, it's not. We will just win then. Looking up, Uraraka has that scary look in her eyes again. Get up, no moping here. I'm not even moping dash? You said it with a question mark. Shinso grabs one arm, and Uraraka grabs his other, to pull Izuku out of his chair. He smiles as they dramatically pull him up. No proof. Boys, no fighting right now. Only winning. Shinso, do you got treats? I know your mom packs them all the time. We need the sugar. Shinso lets Izuku go, and Uraraka doesn't seem to notice that they're still holding on, so Izuku just lets his arm be dragged around, and then abruptly there's a plastic container of cookies thrown at him. Not sure you guys need the sugar, you're both so energetic. Mito here was literally about to explode maybe half an hour ago. But sure, go for it. Snickerdoodles I guess. Izuku hands the container to Uraraka first, who grabs 2 of the cookies and shoves them in her mouth. Tell your mom thank you. Izuku grabs the container and grabs one for himself. Seru. Su Gudf dash with a quick swallow, how does she not choke? Izuku is being led off again by Uraraka. Shinso strides just to the side of them, as they start heading out the door. Wait, are we going already? Izuku looks for a clock anywhere, but to no avail. No time like the present. Come on guys. And with that call, Izuku's small group of 3 including himself turns into 20 rambunctious students heading down a familiar hallway where the gray walls turn into white like the fields. They might as well be practically running, like some messed up stampede, but Izuku laughs at the ridiculousness of it all. Never did he think he'd have a whole class full of kids who were actually nice to him. Izuku thinks just before they reach the field gates he sees Snipe, who might have waved at him, but he's not really sure with the mess of colors of all his classmates. He finally gets to breathe and take note of his surroundings once they slow down at the doors that should lead to the field. There's a clock on it, for minutes or so left, and he points it out to a vibrating Uraraka. She ends up starting to talk with Mina though, so he's just left with Shinso. A minute later, and Izuku finds himself propped against the wall, Shinso to his right, and Tokoyami to Shinsu's right as well. The quiet kid wall is much less bright than the exuberant scintillating ones of the light. Is all Tokoyami says before turning to his phone. Shinso looks positively confused, but accepts it and goes on his phone as well. Izuku just prefers to stare at the countdown instead, thinking of possible second-round activities. There was the 2104 second round of King of the Hill, 2 years after it was an obstacle course. Really a lot of running around events seem to be in the second round. Izuku mindlessly rubs the back of his thighs, thinking it's hopefully not too much running. He's already starting to get tired, and it was only the first event. At least there's lunch after this next round. He hears more students run up, glancing at the timer shows another minute still, but it seems like the other people had the same idea as Uraraka. Another 30 seconds in silence go by before Snipe walks through the crowd, standing in front of the door. Right, y'all are gonna go through this door, find a spot in front of Midnight Stage. Doesn't matter where, y'all get more instructions then. 10 seconds now. Now play safe, play nice, and have y'all some fun. And with that, the timer ends with the door opening again. The light is blinding again, but as Shinso grabs Izuku's arm, so he doesn't get stampeded by his classmates, Izuku finds himself more ready than before. Folks, welcome back to our second round of the UA Sports Festival. Izuku covers his ears as Present Mix Mike makes those strangling noises when someone taps it. Sorry, didn't mean to bump into my mic. Hee hee, Present Mix Mike. Okay, back to the program. Midnight Stage is lit up with bright lights, and the same wheel from earlier is back again. Once again, we will be using the wheel to get our second round activity. And then my lovely CO host Midnight will be explaining whatever we have for all these kiddos. So, spin that wheel. Izuku watches the wheel spin, the bright colors being blended all together. There's a pause in the crowd, both in the field with all his classmates and those in the stands, as the wheel slowly clicks its way past several choices. He thinks Shinso might be literally shaking in anticipation. Or fear. And slowly, the wheel comes to a stop. On Dash? Our next event will be Dash. The potato race. Oh my god, I love this so much. There's a moment where he can see the gears turning inside Midnight's head, as she glares at the announcer's box where he's sure Present Mike is in. Her head drops for a second, before looking back up like nothing ever happened. Anyways folks, like my ungrateful helper has said, our next round will be our potato race. The wheel begins to spin behind her again, with a screen that is raised from the ground up projects the various faces. Izuku can't count them all as they are animated to zip around like flies though. Usually in the second round there were about 60 though? He can't quite remember. Now, if you're as ancient as I am according to the rascals, you know this very well. Our potato race isn't something we've had in a while, but the wheel has finally guaranteed its return. Shinso coughs next to him, muttering, "Oh yeah, I'm sure it's so random." Izuku ignores him. He thinks he remembers when he was 12 watching old sports festivals about a mention of the potato race. It might have been when he took that break to run to the kitchen though, where he ended up falling asleep on the counter. That was hard to explain to his mother. Like hey, we're not that old. The potato race was my childhood. The action. The pizzazz. Dash, Izuku wonders if they're much closer friends than the public realizes. They bicker like siblings. Yeah. And that childhood was several decades ago. SH. Somehow, present Mick's voice gets even louder. He's been progressively getting louder over the course of the whole event, but Izuku doesn't even know if it's possible to get a higher decibel that won't shatter glass. The thought almost makes him laugh out loud, only managing to stifle it to a cough. Shinso looks at him, its eyes very lost and confused. Izuku only gets the time to give him a thumbs up before a jingle plays over the speakers. Alrighty children, listen up, because this is the last time you hear the rules. The shuffling and murmuring dies down, that Izuku didn't even realize had started to happen in the time it took Midnight and Present Mike to stop arguing. Each one of you has been assigned a partner. Please look onto the screens around you and find the partner before the game begins. You will be given a burlap bag, or what we call the potato sack, and the point of this. Why, to race in the sacks. The ground shifts, and shadows begin to grow over himself. Izuku turns around to see various blocks of concrete rising from the ground with cementos not far behind. There's twists and turns, with cold walls that hide what's inside. The dirt crumbles, causing small waves of dust that give the walls their own special effects, and eventually settles as the walls grow to at least 10 feet. What on earth are they doing that for? The walls are curved, and some are raised a bit higher than the others. It's almost like someone looked at a play gym on those little kid playgrounds and turned that all into concrete and dirt. The last little bit was the highest, and it did almost look like a slide, where the walls shrink down into literally nothing. It was honestly a little terrifying. The only rules? Stay in your sack dash, although not both contestants, don't forget. I was about to say that. Anywho, one must stay in the sack at all times, no falling out. When both students are out of the sack, they lose, so be careful. Quirks are allowed, just be careful. Don't want to be a bunch of 5-year-olds here. Midnight's whip cracks along her last sentence. To win, all you have to do is cross the finish line with both of you guys in the sack. You have 2 minutes to get ready. Go! There's a scuffle of students as they get closer to the screens to see, all crowding around it like a bunch of pigeons at feeding time. Izuku slowly walks over, Shinso not far behind, as he scans. For his green hair. Usually it's just the easiest way to find yourself, but the first one he finds is not him though, so he keeps looking. And scanning the list, a lot of them aren't in the same class. He recognizes only his classmates, and a few others that he's passed by throughout the halls during lunch. Until at the very end he finds himself. Alone. Turning backwards, he isn't nearby either of his friends. Shinso is already gone. Uraraka is too. Probably already finding their partners for the game. Izuku could very much find them and freak out, but if they're already getting into their own pairs, then he doesn't want to bother them. This does sound fun, if you did have a partner. So friend freakout is ruled out. Inside freakout is apparently the way to go. The screeching of the mic comes back, jarring himself so bad he flinches, like middle school, before it goes as quickly as it had come. Oh gals and pals, I forgot the most important part. Our number 1 contestant from Nizu says, our first round is and for a doozy. Izuku mindlessly realizes that now if everyone didn't already know. A bead of sweat drips down his neck from the sun. There are 81 participants, which means our number 1 will be racing alone. Any step of out the bag will count as an instant lose, so please be careful. We will begin in 30 seconds, so be ready. They will now. He swears eyes swivel to him, hanging out of their sockets, just to get a good look at him. Everyone knows. And he's probably not going to be treated as nice. A sack is handed to him, and he slowly meanders over to where all the other groups are. Some of his classmates look over at him with a thoughtful look, some like Uraraka just look scary determined, and Bakugu stares that oh my god that kid totally has wires for hands, and just how big are those hands and how does the collagen level compare because there's not one wrinkle, but now that he's here, alone, it's completely different. The weight of others' gazes bore down on his neck, and he's remembering how quirks work on himself all over again. Countdown. Midnight, count us off. 3. Wrestling the sack to the ground, Izuku jumps in. He's too far in this now, and winning would be pretty nice. The crowd is chanting now too, screaming too. 1, Go! And Izuku starts to jump, barely going even a single inch. Laughter fills the stadium, and heat creeps up his back as he wriggles his way. Seconds later he hears, "Ice," and immediately jumps as high as he can. It isn't very much, but he can totally pretend like it is. He is rewarded with the fact that others are frozen to the ground, him only slightly covered in frost. Bakugo literally screams, and Izuku makes the mistake of looking behind while he's slowly inching ahead. Izuku almost stumbles from laughing as he notices Bakugo just leaving his partner behind. Bakugo has left his partner behind? He's out of the bag. Be careful, Monoma. A blast of wind does the final trick to knock him down. And suddenly he's hitting the ground. The wind is thrown out of his chest as he strains his muscles to get up. Ahead is Uraraka with a jetpack. She is literally floating in her sack, although Izuku notes she doesn't look super happy about it. And with his wheezed breath, Uraraka almost freezes at the sight of him before the force of the jetpack takes her further away. Uraraka and Hatsum have left everyone in their dust. They've almost even reached the top of our walls. Other teams start inching by Izuku by the second, and he wastes no time in getting up. He's really got to focus here. There's not much he can do. He's noticing that kids have started to realize just how much of their quirks they can use without consequences, and so now it's just a blur of color and action. Todoroki and Ishido, they are just flying by. Will they catch up to our amazing other jetpacking team? It's very close, folks. Todoroki is gone with his ice. Bakugo has just left his partner momentarily. Izuku is still about to laugh at how insane it is. He can't even see Uraraka up close anymore. Izuku slowly makes his way to the dirt and concrete section of the race that hasn't been covered in ice, getting the chance to go a bit faster. Abruptly, Izuku is thrown ahead several feet by a large bang that rocks him to his core. It doesn't hurt, but he's pretty sure the wind is knocked out of him. Looks like Midoriya has learned the first surprise. Present Mick's voice rattles through his ears as he's regaining his footing. Thank God, those nice energy drinks you get at 4 in the morning, that his bag didn't slip off him. He doesn't know how strict they're being with the out-of-your-sack rule, but he isn't going to be the first to find out. Be careful, not every part of the track is as it's seen. As Izuku coughs up some dust that has started to settle in his lungs, he mumbles to himself. Yeah, I noticed that. He isn't giving up now though, he's way too far in this now, unfortunately. On the positive side, he is much further ahead from most of the teams now. Uraraka and Todoroki are just gone though, and he isn't really sure he can really stop them. Tetsu and Kaminari have been knocked down by the ice once again. That looks like it hurt. The ground rattles from the rush of kids behind him, and all he can do is tell himself to just keep moving, just keep moving. A spring with a cardboard drawing of Nizu attached pops right out in front of him like some sort of messed up jump scare, and he just barely manages to dodge it. Seriously, were they trying to kill them? There's bombs, mostly unlimited quirk use, now heart-attacking jump scares? Why on this stupid godforsaken earth did Midnight and Present Mike talk about the game like a past lover? Thankfully, there wasn't much to notice after that point, other than the other teams beginning to actually catch up to him. Bakugo and Monoma have reunited their team, and they're heading for gold. Izuku hears Bakugo's explosions before he sees him, and ends up having to duck to avoid getting the top of his hair scorched off. He manages to catch himself just on his knee, only slightly stumbling. At least the moment passes quickly, as he's clearly not looking for a fight anymore. Icy Hot, get your butt back here. But maybe not a fight with him. Our contestants, we are almost to our end, so fair warning. Only the top 7. Yes, you heard that right. 7 teams will make it to our final round. Getting back up, Izuku's heart beats faster as he begins to count the teams in front of him. There's at least 2 or 3 teams he knows are just way ahead, and there's 5? He was to count again, realizing there's at least 7 teams in front of him. He's breathing heavier than he has in months, and his mind is racing with ideas. How could he even possibly win? The ground beneath him begins to slope upwards, and as a bead of sweat drips down his neck, He thinks of how thirsty he is. Like he'd probably chug an Olympic-sized swimming pool if he could right now. He's about to shake his head to focus, but the idea of water makes him pause. He's so dumb. Did he really forget he has a quirk again? Sure, he doesn't want anyone to know, but if it looked like rain, who could know? This might be a stupid decision, but Izuku racks his brain trying to remember the prompt. He thinks back to when he last used the spells from his quirk. From the USJ? He barely even uses his vocal cords, kind of hoping that he'll eventually just be able to think the words, to whisper, spell, level 1 waterbending. Hoping not only that he's 1, right with his words, and 2, that no one is listening to him or watching him. And he's really hoping that this works to his advantage. Moments go by, where nothing is happening. Then a single drop. Then another. Izuku glances up, and the skies are slowly turning darker and darker. Until there's another drop. And another, and another, and another. Izuku turns his focus back onto the race, and true to his insane hypothesis, kids just stop. He knew humans love to watch rainfall, but he didn't realize just how much literally all of them would react. Whatever, he's not complaining. Is that rain? The sound from the speakers fades to just a buzzing, and the whole stadium that at one point was cheering and making background noise quiets down. Izuku keeps on going though. The speakerphones click back on not long after though. Well folks, we didn't know there was supposed to be rain today, but a small meeting has just occurred. We will keep going with our second round, and really hope the rain slows down during a lunch break. So what are we waiting for, kids? Go, go, go! The rain is coming down more steadily now, and the dust has begun to turn into brown sludge. Izuku cranes his head, DMNU shortness, up, but he is still seeing so many kids ahead of him. Biting his lip, he keeps going but a little slower. There's literally, like no way he's getting several feet ahead of people. His legs are tired. Then, the answer hits him like an explosion. Because as he feels the air rush past him, a familiar thing, he has once again stepped on another landmine. You would think after the first one, Izuku would have a better idea on how to fall, but nope. Izuku attempts to roll into a ball as gravity brings him back down again, but it only makes things worse. His ears are killing him, and he's shut his eyes not only because he knows there is mud literally all over his body but face too. He can hear muffled voices, cheering, and names being called out, but honestly he's too nauseous to care. Izuku can't help but mindlessly wonder, is this how Uraraka feels every time she's using her quirk? Minus all the mud. Because it makes so much sense now, he would be puking 24/7 too. He crashes into something warm? He tries to apologize or even just stop for 2 seconds, but clearly the physics of his body just decide to keep him going on and on and on and on and on. Team Midoriya has made it, 6th place. What a slip and slide adventure he's had today. And he finally stops rolling. Look at that. Bakugo just barely makes it with his partner to 7th place, making their teams the last ones, even after getting hit with the Midoriya whirlwind. He simply just lets himself just lie face down in the grass he's come to a stop in, letting his eyes and ears slowly get used to whatever the hell he just did. He can faintly hear the rain drip down onto concrete, not as fast as a pour, but still enough he can guess that everything is going to be soaked. He's too. And thank you for participating, students. We will pause our games for an extra hour to let this rain wash out. Did you like what I did there? So see you 7 teams back for our final round in an hour and a half. The speakers make a small blip noise, and after that, their humming is completely gone. Izuku is lying completely still, and for however long he can, he will. Because what the ever-loving F is going on with this festival, and why does it keep trying to kill him?